The three-eyed raven was an ordinary creature in this world, and as a servant, it could run quite strange errands. But this time, the mission was completed, and one of his master's 10 subordinates looked at him carefully, waiting for further instructions. The system found the obsidian boss and asked the player if he wanted to continue. One of the servants was already defeated, it was necessary to move on. Responding to every sneeze annoyed the hero terribly, and he decided that he had had enough for today. This boss would be the last one for today. The enemy opened its mouth and began casting its first attack spell so as not to delay the time. Soon his head glowed blue. The first salvo was going to be fired in the next second, and it was clearly not going to be the weakest. Our character realized that a mega attack was being prepared and prepared himself, thinking about whether to defend or counterattack. He decided to play ahead and also prepared to give the obsidian boss a hard time so that he could hit first. The weapon has been loaded and the maximum power mode has been activated, although it will use up a lot of energy. But now is not the time to be greedy. The opponent launched his attack, but the player's resistance was no worse. The two streams of energy crossed. Our hero made every effort to survive and send the next boss into oblivion. He felt that he was quite capable of it, and he succeeded. A message appeared that the level was passed, and immediately messages were sent in the chat asking him to add to friends and other enthusiastic comments. 20-year-old ZU sighed that this game was so easy that he almost fell asleep from boredom. He was distracted by a phone call. Accepting the call, the guy heard curses in his address and reproaches for not being so lazy. A friend shouted that their headman and teacher were waiting in class. Ziyu asked not to yell like that. And again, he heard that this was the only way to talk to lazy people. A friend insisted on attending classes, but the guy complained that he had already skipped a lot, so why doesn't this teacher let go? How does she differ from the others? A classmate called the hero a loafer, adding that the events of last year should not be experienced for a long time. The young man hung up and looked at the photo of the girl on the table. The hero put his hands to his chest and whispered that he could not live like this. He was the one who killed her. Why the beauty did not survive, and the vile teacher is safe and sound. The notification came back to his phone, which was starting to get annoying, and Ziyu couldn't understand why they wouldn't just leave him alone. The message said that he was the only player in the last level, but the young man did not remember downloading this game at all. Suddenly, the phone began to radiate some rays. It rose into the air. It seems that the game was spreading to the real world. The sphere continued to grow in size, and Ziyu was quite frightened, even putting his hands out in front of him to protect himself from a possible threat. Statistics appeared with the player's indicators. In addition to health, everything was very average. There were also only 50 points on the account. Before disconnecting, the system notified that you can buy anything for the accumulated points, and then said goodbye. The guy was very surprised. He shouted that he wouldn't fall for this trick again if he could buy anything, so why not turn it into money? When the 50 points were exchanged for 50,000 yuan, the young man cursed. He couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. Immediately, there was a pounding on the door, as if they sensed something out of the ordinary was happening, wondering who had arrived at this late hour. On the doorstep was the owner of the apartment, who said that he had turned the house into a pigsty. If he did not pay for the rent of the premises, he would fly out of here tomorrow. Our hero was not at a loss and immediately transferred her 3 million yuan, a debt for the past months and a payment for several years in advance, which the woman did not expect. The hostess immediately changed her anger to mercy, realizing that the guy had money, but he tried to get her out as quickly as possible. After slamming the door, Ziyu couldn't come to his senses. It turned out that this game is really real and opens up the widest possibilities. Then the hero's attention was again drawn to the photo of a young girl in a frame, over which he had recently cried. Deciding that since this game is real, he can resurrect a person as a character, the guy made an attempt to do so. The system reported that at the moment he has 0 points, and resurrection requires 1 billion points, but it is still possible. The young man decided that he would definitely get the right number of points because, if he did, Yu Yi would come back. It was incredible and simply magnificent. Finally, Ziyu had a meaning in life. He was ready to do anything to carry out the resurrection. The guy shouted that the price of the issue is only 1 billion points. Yu Yi will finally wait for his hero. The system reported that a rare task was available to the young man, who was surprised to grab the phone. He did not expect that the game would give out quests. The first task was to collect garbage on the street, for which our hero received a whole wave of disgust from passersby and 1 point to the account. The next task was to clean up the garbage on the school campus. 2 more points were added to the account, and all the students decided that Xeyu was a new cleaner. When the young man saw that for 5 points he was offered to clean the women's shower, he began to suspect that the game was mocking him. And yet our hero went to perform this task because, in his particular case, the goal absolutely justified the means. After a few days, the score accumulated 100 points, and Xeyu thought that the game was not as simple as he thought. It seems that it should not be underestimated. But all the difficulties are not so important when the goal is to resurrect Yu Yi. The young man was willing to do anything for this. A message appeared that the player completed 50 quests and received a lottery ticket, which can be used now. or saved to make divine prizes available. The guy walked down the street and thought about the fact that he needs to come up with more effective ways to get points than these simple tasks. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice when he slipped on a banana peel and fell face first into the cleavage of a tall beauty. The encounter with the bust might have been milder if the girl was wearing a jacket or a sweater, but she wasn't wearing too many clothes. Ziyu blushed. As a result of the collision, the stranger flew back and sat down on the sidewalk while our hero began to assure that what happened was an accident. It seemed that the beauty wasn't too offended when she noticed that she had never met such a bold fat man before. Clutching his nose, which was bleeding from the impact, the guy apologized and again explained that it was an accident. The girl stood up, noticing that there was no need to apologize. This behavior looked a little strange, and in general, the situation was stupid. The heroine stated that instead of words, it is much better to go to action. The clumsy fat man is obliged to compensate for the oversight. When asked how he should do this, the young man received the answer that it would be best to just give his little sister all his money, or rather points. After hearing about the glasses, Ziyu guessed that the beauty was playing the same game as him. It was simply beyond comprehension. Without waiting for it to finally sink in, the girl activated the city division and pointed a cannon at our hero. The trick was to isolate the battlefield from the rest of the city's buildings and population. A purple dome covered part of the block, but Ziyu still didn't understand what had happened or what the exact purpose was. While he was puzzled, the opponent came up from behind, releasing several sharp blades like a wolverine. She asked what the hero was staring at. The young man turned towards the voice and immediately received a blow on his left arm without even realizing that he was being attacked. The guy screamed and grabbed his arm. The system informed him that due to damage, he could no longer use it in battle. The girl screamed that his blood was full of fat, and if the delicious fatty didn't give up the points, he would become a delicious lunch. Ziyu tried to stop her, reminding her that since she was also a last-tier player, why don't they go their separate ways peacefully to complete their tasks? The beauty chuckled that it would be too easy to just break up. Is the hero really so naive as to suggest it? The girl moved closer and stroked the fat man's cheek, asking if he could explain something to her. The real point of the game is to kill other players, so here's the best way to increase the number of points. She beckoned Ziyu with her hand, remarking that it was time for him to become her new victim. Otherwise, she hadn't replenished her balance for a long time. There was no need to waste time on stupid tasks. Our hero was sweating with fear, but he was well aware of his goal, so he said that he had more important things to do. Shouting that he couldn't die here, the guy ran away from here as fast as he could, and the further the better. Seeing a man in a helmet ahead, the hero decided that he was very lucky that someone was there, and he began to beg for help. The young man shouted that he urgently needed to call the police. Someone was trying to kill him. He really counted on a response. There was no reaction, and the attempt to touch the stranger was not successful. Our hero just passed through it. Now he stood in complete shock at what was happening, trying not to go cuckoo from the realization that he couldn't even touch the person. Then the villain appeared and said that you shouldn't worry too much about it, the fat man just needs to relax. The city division provides a special space in which only players can be located. All other people cannot see them. She added that no one will save Ziyu, and today the prey will not run away from her little sister. Her little sister likes to hunt. In the next second, the blades on the girl's arm pierced through the young man's chest. She struck suddenly. The guy fell to the ground and the killer whispered that now the game is over. Today, the hunt was a success. The beauty added that she just can't resist every time someone dies. It leads her to a real ecstasy. Ziyu lay face down on the pavement, bleeding profusely as he listened to the system's warnings of critical damage and a high probability of death. Our hero didn't want to die so stupidly when he just found the opportunity to resurrect Yu Yi. Just at that moment, his phone beeped. It was a reminder of the lottery ticket, and the young man decided that it was just in time to help. For a moment, Ziyu fell into a hallucination, feeling like a slender and beautiful public favorite. It was as if everyone's eyes were now fixed on him alone, but it seemed to be a matter of appearance. And then our hero saw a reflection in the window. He was slender and incredibly cute, but such metamorphoses were frightening. The young man couldn't understand why he had become so thin and handsome instead of giving up his life face first in the mud. In fact, he was actually lying on the ground right now, but in his subconscious, he was already striking the killer with a new appearance. The girl should have been delighted. Opening his eyes, Ziyu realized that he was still dying, and everything else was just the delirium of an inflamed brain. He apologized to Yu Yi for not being able to resurrect her. Suddenly, a message appeared that the lottery ticket turned out to be a winning one, and the player became the owner of special equipment. His would-be killer was surprised to notice that all the wounds on the guy's body were beginning to heal. He was healing. With a cry that she would not let this game fly out from under her knife, the girl rushed into a new attack on our hero. A stream of blue radiance caused her to stop. It looked like Ziyu had managed to counterattack, but how he managed it was still a mystery. The villainess caught herself getting a bad feeling. It looked like this was the special equipment. The huge energy cleaver once again passed right in front of her face, almost taking her head off. It was too much. A new flash of light, similar to an explosion, made the beauty jump back to a safer distance. She was, to put it mildly, puzzled. Ziyu screamed that he almost died, but even the heavens are unwilling to accept him too soon. Now he will destroy the scoundrel who attacked him. He swung his incredible sword a few more times, and the girl was surprised that a novice could so easily master this powerful weapon. The guy shouted that the dumbass did not notice how he destroyed almost all her equipment. Now he can deal with the beauty in no time. Hearing that the young man was determined to defeat her, the villainess began to laugh ostentatiously, throwing her head back. She said that you should not underestimate the game. It's not the equipment that matters at all. And now he will have a chance to see this firsthand. Ziyu shouted that there was no need to scratch his tongue. Let him fight. She would still appreciate him in battle, then regret that she had contacted him. He swung and threw a punch, but the silhouette of the opponent suddenly became translucent and pink, as if it had dissolved. Immediately, a voice came from behind him, telling the fat man not to stare away. It was deadly dangerous. The hero swung once more, shouting that she was about to get it, and struck again with his huge sword. Once again, all the force of the blow was gone, and the girl blinked pink and disappeared from view without taking any damage. She appeared behind him and noticed that it was a pitiful disappointment. The guy had never bothered her yet. Ziyu started swinging his sword in all directions, shouting that this infuriating game was about to end. She was going to die a couple of times in a row. The villain advised him to relax. At his current level, it doesn't make sense to even try to hit her, no matter what he does. She offered to take a look at herself. No equipment will help defend against a new attack. Immediately, pink sparks appeared around her. Reports of injuries flashed around the young man, and the girl did nothing at all, just cast the rose spell. Stating that he was about to burst into a riot of color himself, the scoundrel increased the power, and the entire hero disappeared in the pink glow of the attack. Ziyu screamed loudly in pain for a few seconds, his entire body covered in burns and wounds, even his ankles. When the attack was completed, his clothes were burnt to a crisp, and he couldn't even stand up without leaning on his sword. She was surprised that he could still stand, and admired the young man's tenacity in surviving the attack, shouting that if he did, she would have to give him one last blow, and she waved the blades on both hands, wishing him instant death. He covered himself with a shield, moaning in pain, but for some reason his body didn't want to move at all. Ziyu was petrified. Still, dying like this wasn't part of his plan, and with an effort, our hero managed to activate the sword. Having promised the villain that she would die here, the young man suddenly came up with a way to win the duel. He activated the system and started combining his body with the sword, so the skills are automatically increased. When the setup process was completed, the option to activate this skill immediately appeared. Not surprisingly, the player chose this option. As soon as the agreement was received, the guy's strength began to increase literally before our eyes. Now the opponent's attack was no longer so crushing. By the time the upgrade was successfully completed and launched, Ziyu already knew that he had made the right decision. The final change in settings caused a blue hurricane to appear around the player, seemingly shooting up at lightning speed. After looking at this trick, the beauty noticed that the fat man knows how to surprise. He is like a magician, or magician takes out more and more cards from his sleeve. Just then, our hero came down on her from behind, swinging his deadly sword as hard as he could. The blow was very strong, and only by some miracle did the girl manage to bounce back at the last moment. Ziyu's speed had increased so much that it was now completely impossible to predict his future actions. Cursing, the opponent also shot up to protect herself a little in the current situation. This time, it wasn't her who attacked from behind, but our hero, who asked where Stinky was looking. The sword and her claw blades crossed again, and this time the advantage was clearly with the young man. He threw her down to the ground with such force that she gasped as she hit the pavement. The villain was interested in what was going on and how the newcomer had even managed to become so powerful in a matter of minutes. Ziyu decided that an honest answer was also possible in this case, so he explained that he simply gave his life to this sword. The beauty was outraged that all this is bullshit, and now she will make the hero understand that there is a gap between them. The guy looked her in the eye and replied that if anyone loses, it will be the ant who attacked him. He did not know that he looks like in recent hallucinations. His opponent ordered not to suffer garbage and not to make a scene. Now she will understand how badly she got into trouble, to which our hero calmly replied that she was caught. He explained that the last attack had spread the energy of his sword around, so now the power of the attack depends not only on the blows. It's time to feel the full power of the mega attack, after which the villain and the wet place will not remain. The sword is ready. With that, Ziyu slammed into the ground with all his might, the surface shattered, bursts of energy gushing out from everywhere. It was such a murderous move that the girl couldn't help but scream in horror. She didn't even try to escape. Still, something had to be done, because the beauty had already realized that a little more and she would really die. She came up with the idea of seducing a young man, but all these pathetic attempts immediately failed. The fact is that the guy was interested in something completely different. No other girls besides Yu Yi were relevant. Everything began to literally crack at the seams and fall apart. The most likely thing was that the villain would simply die under the rubble. Stones rained down in a hail, and it seemed that the whole world, or at least this area, was covered by the apocalypse. Trying to dodge huge chunks of concrete and rocks, the opponent was still trying to find a way out. Ziyu was more than determined. He had the noble goal of resurrecting Yu Yi. Therefore, a billion points seemed much more attractive than sparing the one that attacked him first. Suddenly, everything was gone. Our hero tried to open his eyes and saw Yu Yi calling his name and asking him to wake up. The girl asked him how long he had been in such a sorry state, and there was a hint of concern in her voice. She pouted resentfully and said that he had promised to take care of her in the new game, but instead, he was busy with all sorts of nonsense. The guy tried to explain something, but the beauty said that he was going home. He was not the same as before. Saying that she was deeply disappointed, Yu Yi started walking away, completely ignoring our hero's request to wait. The girl went further and further away. Zheyu continued to call her and pull her hands after her, but all in vain. Finally, the young man managed to jump to his feet, but the beauty was already out of sight. The guy screamed heartbreakingly. Only then did he realize that it was just another hallucination, or something like that. He was still at the scene of the battle with the villainess. He clutched his head, trying to figure out what kind of daydreams were bothering him, and then there was this crazy woman who had attacked him. The phone rang. It was his classmate Wang Bo again. I wonder what he needed this time. He was overwhelmed by a torrent of shouting about how the new homeroom teacher had promised to expel the boy if he didn't show up for class. Siyu was indignant as to why he shouted like that and added that he almost died from such an onslaught. You can be more restrained. Suddenly, he was distracted by the system signal. A notification came that the young man had defeated another player. Wang Bo asked why his friend wasn't answering, but the guy promised to call back later. There were more important things to do. He added that so that the classmate does not worry, he is already heading to school, so there is no need to make a fuss. The guy felt a little strange. He got lost during the fight and now he was trying to figure out exactly where he was. Soon the area became familiar, and the hero calmed down. Though not for long, he noticed that he was attracting the attention of schoolgirls. Immediately, the scene from the vision that he had earlier was repeated. It seems that he was now considered handsome not only by girls, but also by guys. Siyu stood in front of the display case, now in reality, wondering why everyone was staring at him like that. Looking at his reflection, he was just as startled by his appearance. Exactly the same bullshit was happening as in the dream. The young man couldn't understand when he had lost so much weight again, and besides, the feeling of deja vu didn't let go. Our hero began to rub his eyes to make sure that this was not a dream. As last time, he looked clearly scared. The system gave out a message that the player's fat was used during the upgrade of his equipment and the creation of a megasword. The guy guessed what the burning of life energy meant. Now the game no longer seemed so simple to him. The system has warned that if the life energy burn mode is activated again, it may endanger the player's life. This puzzled the young man a little. The wording sounded like a hidden warning. Then he noticed the state of his clothes and realized that it was impossible to go to class in this form. It turned out that in the game this is not a problem. For the accumulated points you can buy anything, including clothes. Ziyu immediately chose the least expensive outfit and made a purchase. He was curious about how it works. The university building looked the same as it always did, and he didn't want to go there, but he had no choice. No sooner did he enter the territory, as he immediately caused increased attention from another group of beauties. They began to whisper about what kind of handsome guy was here, which made the young man look embarrassed. But then the cheers started to annoy Ziyu. It was all too boring to react. But still, it was nice to receive compliments. It's been a long time since our hero felt so popular. He sat down on the bench, deciding that it was time to get a better handle on this game because if someone decided to attack again, he could drive away. The guy activated the menu in his phone and decided to look at his status and avatar to better navigate. It turned out that everything looked exactly the same as in the computer game that he was playing, and the stats and equipment were the same. The hero decided to upgrade the main characteristics to improve the properties of his body, such as dexterity. Although the level increased, there were no more points. Siyu grabbed his head. According to that pervert, points are awarded for killing. He defeated her, but didn't kill her, and thank God. Well, it's time to read more about the use of his equipment and its special properties. The properties of his two-handed sword were very good, especially the physical damage amplification skills and the ability to reload. Moreover, you can use not only your life energy to restart, but everything is not so simple. Ziyu decided to experiment if possible. The young man was distracted from his thoughts by a basketball, which, with a loud sound, flew straight to the bench on which he was sitting. Immediately, shouts and requests to throw the ball back were heard from the court, and our hero tensed up a little. Still, it wasn't difficult. Ziyu swung to throw the ball to the basketball player after giving him a warning. During the throw, something went wrong. Clouds of dust fell from under the guy's feet, and the ball flew like a torpedo. It was not possible to catch him. Quite by chance, our hero made a throw of such force that he could knock anyone off their feet. Fortunately, the ball did not hit the man. It flew into the corner of the basketball shield and smashed it literally to smithereens. All the guys on the court froze in horror. They had never seen anything like this in their sports career. Zheyu chid behind a tree. He could hear the basketball players trying to find the one who did it, thankfully without success. Our hero couldn't believe that he was capable of such a thing with only 8 points of strength. I wonder what you can do with 10 then. The system announced that an F-rank dungeon will open soon, and you can activate automatic route search. He had been waiting for this for a long time. The guy rushed forward. He did not expect that such a function was available in the game. It was very convenient. The only thing that upset him was that everything was still at the testing level. The route ended again in the women's bathroom. Everything looked like some kind of malicious joke, but the hero decided to go inside anyway. Looking around, the young man realized that there were no extra witnesses. It was necessary to open the door. He reassured himself that he was doing this for Yu Yi's resurrection, not because he was a dirty pervert. Ziyu finally gathered his courage and firmly pressed the handle of the door, and it swung open easily. Fortunately, there was no one in the toilet, which was a huge relief for our hero. Now we had to move on. Then the arrows pointed to one of the booths, and it was already too suspicious, but there were no other options. Well, all that remained was to open the door and see what was next. Most likely it was a disguised portal to the dungeon. To the guy's incredible horror, there was a student inside, and she jumped in surprise and anger. All the words stuck in Ziyu's throat. Not only was he confused, but he was ready to sink through the ground with shame. The girl's scream was so loud that it made all the windows in the building shake, and some people were even afraid that the glass would break and crack. When the beauty finally came out of the booth, she called the young man a pervert. She was also extremely embarrassed, but still more angry. Ziyu tried to explain that it was a mistake. He put his hands out in front to somehow protect himself from the enraged classmate, but it was too late. It turned out that the beauty was also playing a game. A glowing weapon appeared in her hand. The blow landed on the guy's chin and almost left him without a head. The hero was thrown back with such force that he only had to fall to the ground. He was already completely out of his head and just cursed. It was strange to realize that virtual reality was now crossed with the usual way of life. The girl threatened that she would get even with him for everything and asked whether to start cutting from the left or from the right, but then she noticed that it didn't matter. She would still erase the maniac's memory. Noticing that Ziyu was trying to escape, she sadly noticed that there was now one more headache. What a shame. The young man ran deeper into the room, continuing to shout that everything is not what it looks like. He is not a pervert. Shouting at him to shut up, Pretty Girl was advancing, and it looked like she really intended to make good on her threat. Then, a system alert appeared about the appearance of a strong enemy, and the classmate was surprised to notice that Ziyu was also a player. Well, that was great news. So there would be a reward for killing him. The girl raised her halberd. In the next instant, she brought it down right where our hero was standing. He bounced off only by a miracle. Shouting that he would defeat her first and then listen to her explanation, the young man activated his greatsword. The beauty noticed that it would be difficult for such a noobus to win the battle. Where did so much confidence come from? The guy replied that he wouldn't know if he didn't try. The opponent rushed forward with the words that she would be very surprised if his skills were really as good as they were in words. They crossed arms to the surprise of both of them. The opponent was decent, and the battle promised to be interesting. Suddenly, a message appeared saying that a dungeon has opened. All players nearby will be automatically transferred there. This news unpleasantly surprised both the guy and the girl. The moment was completely inappropriate for such a thing. However, they continued to fight, oblivious to the fact that everything around them was changing shape. Our heroes suddenly began to fall down. The beauty shouted that she did not want to be in the dungeon with this surprisingly strong newcomer. The move wasn't very pleasant, and the landing wasn't soft at all, so Ziyu was unhappy, and his classmate was even more so. It turned out that the guy had fallen right on top of her and now, out of embarrassment, didn't know what to do with his hands. As expected, the young man was slapped in the face. The girl was not at all interested in the fact that he did not plan to touch her intentionally. The dungeon was called Abandoned City, and it transformed directly from the women's restroom. But the main difference was that monsters were already beginning to appear around them, their clawed feet making an unpleasant sound as they scraped the stones of the floor. Ziyu exclaimed with delight that everything was modeled right on the base of their school, which just amazed him. He confided to his companion that it was the first time he had entered a dungeon full of monsters. It was just something. Only now did the girl realize that he had entered the women's bathroom to get into the raid. The hero breathed a sigh of relief that it finally dawned on her. She called the guy a green novice, to which he was indignant that she herself was no better. The beauty explained that she went to the dungeon for rare ingredients. A classmate asked him what his level was and ordered him to take a closer look at everything here so as not to fall into a trap. For example, a monster that approaches them has a yellow caption, so its level is higher than that of our hero. Thus, if he went on this raid alone, he would die from the clutches of monsters in just 3 minutes. But for her, such monsters are not particularly dangerous, and now everyone will see this. A huge mouth opened right behind the young man, but he was still unaware of the threat hanging over him. Still, Ziyu's instincts worked correctly, and he managed to activate the sword and repel the huge monster's attack in time. Or rather, not quite deflecting it, the monster's jaw snapped shut right on the blade, making any attempts to fight pointless. The level of health dropped slightly, but our hero did not receive any serious damage, although he was pretty scared. Meanwhile, his partner swung her halberd left and right, destroying the monsters one by one. A few opponents were in front, a few behind, but the beauty didn't look puzzled as she continued the battle. Realizing that additional funds were needed, the girl activated special skills and the halberd skill. Now the weapons were working so fast that the monsters were literally blown to pieces like carrots in a food processor. This impressed Ziyu so much that he felt respect for his friend and realized that she was right. She was not afraid here. The only problem was that not all of the monsters were in sight, but one of them was sneaking up behind them. With a cry to be careful, our hero defused the monster before it could attack the beauty. However, its damage was too weak to kill this creature, so it was necessary to think of something more serious. A classmate simply stuck her blade into the monster and asked what Ziyu was doing so interesting. The guy explained that he acted instinctively. He did not want the girl to suffer in front of him. She frowned that she could not count on gratitude. And yet, the beauty decided that it would be nice to meet. She told her name and asked what the young man's name was. Hearing Ziyu's name, the girl was very surprised. It just couldn't be a coincidence. She said that the guy is very weak, so she offered to join her group so there are more chances to survive. The hero was a little worried that the commander would not be him, and even have to work for free, but for the sake of experience, he accepted this offer. Stating that she was waiting for thanks for her protection, Shen Yunyao continued to walk through the dungeon. She threatened to destroy the guy if she got into trouble because of him, and our hero complained about the bad character of the girl. However, the conversation did not last long, and a moment later both of them were already rushing forward, fighting another pack of monsters. Shen Yunyao was clearing the way, and Ziyu was covering her and finishing off those who weren't lucky enough to die right away. After a good dozen monsters were killed, a message appeared that the young man had raised his level to 3rd and received a skill upgrade. He decided to increase his strength by investing 3 new points in this indicator, so that the young man could better understand how the game works. Now that the names of monsters were written in green instead of yellow, making them available for destruction, Ziyu was glad that he could now fight more effectively. The guy started swinging the sword with new enthusiasm, which puzzled his partner a little. She didn't notice his upgrade. There was a warning that they had reached the location of the boss. It was necessary to decide how to fight him. Before Ziyu could enter the monster's lair, a huge drop of some blue slime landed on his shoulder. The hero hastened to shake off this filth, calling it disgusting. He had no idea what it was. Meanwhile, Shen Yunyao suggested that they not waste time on nonsense and move forward as quickly as possible. The dungeon boss was huge and looked very aggressive, with menacing growls and roars constantly coming out of its mouth. It was a level 5 bone dragon, a red monster that was surprisingly large, and Ziyu was quite impressed. Pretty Woman advised not to Kipashivat. She will now deal with everything. Let her just watch and be awesome. Before she could finish speaking, the monster began its attack, which came as a bit of a surprise to her. Shen Yunyao activated the Shadow Doppelganger skill and continued running towards the boss. It wasn't so easy to get hold of her now, and she prepared to give her boss her first and final decisive blow. With a cry that he was finished, Beauty raised the weapon above her head, increasing its power in this way. With a single movement, she literally cut the monster into 2 completely equal parts. Only the yellow glow of the halberd flashed before her eyes. Turning around, the huntress confidently walked back. The task was successfully completed. After watching the drops of slime roll down, the girl announced that the dungeon was now cleared and they could leave. In fact, this was not the case. Ziyu shouted at her to be careful. The danger is behind her, you can't relax. The boss instantly regenerated and prepared to take revenge for the damage, but Shen Yunyao just shrugged her shoulders in disbelief, not rushing to look around. It wasn't until the poison attack hit her in the side that she realized how much she had underestimated her opponent. Now the boss has changed color and turned blue, and his behavior has become even more aggressive than before. The poison paralyzed the beauty, she swore, realizing that she could not move at all. It was bad. The monster was approaching, its mouth already open in anticipation of a delicious meal, and it knew that its prey was now doomed. But when the teeth were supposed to close on the beauty's neck, it was not in place. The speed of movement was very high. It was Ziyu who managed to grab the girl in his arms and jump far away. He managed just in time, just as the reboot mode turned off. The hero asked if her friend was okay, and she replied that she couldn't die, but because of the poison her body was paralyzed and she couldn't move. But the main problem is that the boss is too strong. This dungeon is clearly not level F, but much higher. The beauty added that they were unlucky. She had heard that in low-level dungeons, stronger monsters can appear, and this is just the case. Ziyu remarked that instead of thinking about how unfair fate was, it would be more productive to think about what to do with this guy. The monster opened its mouth just in time to spit out more venom, and that made him curse. He parried the spittle with his sword and charged straight at the monster, trying to drive the blade straight into its throat. The young man shouted that he would not allow himself to be devoured. He still had many important tasks in this world. The jaws closed, and our hero barely managed to jump back. In order to protect himself, it was necessary to come up with more effective tactics. Ziyu's health score plummeted from hitting the ground, causing him to suffer quite serious injuries. The monster advanced, preparing for the attack a paw with huge sharp claws. This could be the last blow for our hero. Still, he managed to stick out his sword to protect himself at least a little. The boss was very strong. The boy was thrown far back again, falling headfirst onto the stones of the damned dungeon. Shen Yunyao screamed in fright, knowing full well that she wouldn't be able to survive here without a partner. The young man was alive, but suddenly realized that he was in pain. The reality was still very different from computer games. Just then, the monster roared and spat out a new batch of venom. It intended to deal with the guys as soon as possible. Xiaoyu put up his weapon as a shield and thus managed to avoid being poisoned, but it seemed to be just a matter of time. His partner thought that this was the end, but then an interesting thought occurred to our hero. As the dungeon boss took huge strides towards him, the guy began to prepare to repel his attack. He decided that there was every chance of winning, since the monster becomes more vulnerable at the moment of a poison attack. Shen Yunniao asked the guy to be careful. Another monster attack could be fatal for the hero. The young man asked her not to worry too much. The enemy could not reach him. There was a plan. The huge jaws were already very close, but Ziyu maintained an amazing calm as he prepared to deliver his punch. The monster attacked, but the guy managed to jump out of the way. The creature had to settle for stones from the floor. Her partner couldn't believe that the young man had managed to dodge. She hadn't expected such agility from him. Meanwhile, the dungeon boss was determined to simply crush our hero with his huge foot. The attack was quite strange, but it was also powerful, and it was accompanied by a stream of poison. Ziyu once again used his two-handed sword as a shield and began to advance, even though it wasn't easy. But it had to be done to counterattack. With the last of his strength, the guy pushed off the ground and jumped high up. As expected, his opponent was a little confused, but he still started preparing a new poison attack. By this time, our hero had already gone down and prepared his sword in order to deliver a decisive blow. He slashed when the opponent was most vulnerable, putting all his strength into this surprise attack. As Ziyu expected, the boss' health points dropped to almost zero, and the monster continued to roar horribly, realizing that it didn't have much time left to live. Suddenly, our hero passed out. He had another vision. Together with Shen Yunniao, they were looking at the map. Then it was over. The surprised girl asked how he managed to defeat the monster with his current speed. It's mind-boggling. Xiaoyu replied that it wasn't that difficult. It was obvious that the guy was extremely proud of himself. The young man noticed that for a successful attack, the monster needed to increase the distance, so if you get closer, you can seize the moment and cause much more damage. Ziyu ended up saying that he was a real lucky guy who managed to find a way to win in this vile game. Just at that moment, the monster reminded itself again. Now it didn't regenerate, but it still didn't die yet. Our hero rushed straight to him to finally finish off this weakling, who now did not seem to him at all a worthy opponent. He attacked, dodged, disappeared, and the battle was no longer so difficult because it was obvious that Xiaoyu would come out of it victorious. The dungeon boss's health points would increase slightly and drop again under the guy's crushing blows, but it wouldn't be long now. 2 hours later, something strange began to happen. The young man was pretty exhausted, but the monster began to rebirth again. It turned red again, and this time it grew very much in size, which came as a complete surprise to the players. A warning appeared that the boss had entered berserk mode, and its strength had increased by 10%. At the most inopportune moment, a fragment of the future poked into our hero's mind again, and he saw himself with Shen Yunniao at home. The girl asked if he had noticed the assassins and pointed to a skyscraper in the distance, where a red glow was spreading out. The vision was interrupted by a slap from the dungeon boss, Tail, and Ziyu instantly regained consciousness, as if he had woken up from a dream. Not only did the monster's appearance change, but also the way it attacked, and the young man had almost no health left, but he was full of determination. Since the monster was now two-headed, the most logical way to destroy it was to hit it roughly in the middle. Knowing that one more blow would kill him, the guy tried to think through the tactics of his attack so that it would definitely succeed. At this moment, the dungeon boss suddenly turned his back on him and ran in the opposite direction. This was not part of the hero's plans. It turned out that the monster noticed Shen Yunniao and decided to eat some food, and Xiaoyu screamed. The girl still couldn't move and cursed herself for being careless. Deciding that the dungeon was very easy, she didn't even take medicine. Now a huge red monster was advancing on her, and she was physically unable to prevent its attack, as well as escape. The beauty has already begun to say goodbye to life. At this moment, she very much reminded our hero Yu Yi. Not surprisingly, he leapt forward and covered her with his body, so as not to let the scene from the past repeat itself when his beloved died. The young man explained that he simply could not stand and watch a beautiful girl die, so similar to the one he loved. Shen Yunniao was very moved by this, but then he narrowed his eyes and added that he didn't just do it, he was counting on a reward. Immediately, the upgrade mode was activated again. It seems that someone decided to use the enemy's energy. Ziyu really hoped that this trick would work. He was worried, but it looked like he was right, and it was actually possible. Suddenly, another skill activated, and an automatic one at that, absorbing the guy's own life force. Shen Yunniao didn't understand it all now, but it was obvious that she was as concerned about our hero's fate as she was about her own. Xiaoyu's heart had been damaged, and now blue light was shooting out of his chest, and the young man was screaming in pain. Even his eyes glowed, but he didn't look like a dying man at all, and everything seemed to be going according to plan. The progress of the reboot was 85%, and now the partner understood what the young man was up to. The radiance was now so strong that it was as if a rebirth was actually taking place. The boss didn't move. He was also puzzled. The upgrade was 120%, and now Ziyu's vital signs were completely stable. Everything was updated. He felt a powerful surge of strength and was confident that he could now defeat the monster without much trouble. Just then, one of the monster's heads launched a new poison attack and the guy didn't even think to dodge. It was as if he sensed that the blue glow could act as a defense in this situation as well. Just in case, the young man also prepared his sword to repel the attack if his idea turned out to be wrong. A wide swing helped to put maximum force into the blow, and the player slashed the blade like never before in his life. The flow of energy repelled the enemy's attack, but not only, its power was enough to deal damage to the monster. When it hit the surface, the current washed over the monster, and although the sword only grazed it in passing, it was enough. The creature screamed so loudly that the force of the sound could easily knock the enemy off his feet, but now the hero had new strength, and he resisted. Now that his legendary sword was enhanced by 1,000 times, the young man felt like he was in control of the situation. With a single blow, he managed to destroy the dungeon. The full moon was visible through the crevice. The sight was impressive. The boss was defeated, and immediately a system message appeared stating that the dungeon will close within 30 seconds. CU collapsed to the ground, the remnants of the energy glow still visible where the heart should have been, but the guy had spent almost all of it. After a while, the young man ended up at someone's house, apparently at his partner's, but he didn't get there on his own. He saw Yi again, who asked if the guy had had a good night's sleep, and this was not the first time that the hero woke up. He sat up in bed and almost smothered the girl in his arms. Such joy and happiness CU had not experienced in a long time. The girl's face twisted into a grimace. As expected, it was Shen Yunyao, who wasn't at all thrilled by the fervent embrace. She reacted properly, kicking the hero away from her with a death wish. The beauty screamed that he was the most perverted pervert in the world. You should have thrown him in the dungeon there, not dragged him home. The guy apologized, explaining that his vision was blurred because he almost died. I still can't believe that he survived. Shen Yunyao pulled the curtain back a bit, but then she pulled the curtains back. She was furious. The young man continued to share his impressions, noticing that this time the experience of upgrading his sword was not the same at all. He picked up his phone and looked at the stats. The weapon added 45 points to its strength and a new skill called Devourer. In addition, the level of weapons also increased, and now it was also the third, just like the player himself, which could not but rejoice. The girl asked what he was mumbling about. Ziyu replied that it was nothing special, and then asked what kind of place it was. The beauty explained that this is a hotel, and he will pay for the room because she received 300 points and a crystal for the boss, but spent all the points on restoring it. The guy replied that he didn't mind paying for the crystal and got it for her, and then asked where the clothes were and who bandaged it. Shen Yunyao replied that she did it personally, but if he didn't look like he was about to die, then she wouldn't have laid a finger on him. Ziyu continued to ask where the clothes were, and the friend replied that she threw them away. They were covered in blood, but she bought new ones. Finally, the young man ordered new clothes and looked out the window, noticing that it felt like he had slept in the hotel for at least 5 days. The beauty noticed that 5 days was still a flower. If she did not have points for healing, it could be more, but she's interested in the properties of his sword, where such power comes from. The guy decided not to talk about the Death Eater skill yet, so he just explained that he felt like he was dying, and then there was an explosion of blue energy and he was knocked out. His ruse was discovered, but Shen Yunyao remarked that if she didn't want to, she shouldn't tell him, since they had only agreed to cooperate. Siyu replied that it wasn't obvious from her face, and he also wondered if other players were hunting her when she first entered the game. The girl's eyes widened and she exclaimed in horror that it couldn't be that someone had attacked him right away. Shen Yunyao started to worry, and when she heard that there was only one attack but he almost died, she asked him to open the map. The same map of the game that the guy saw in his dream appeared. His new girlfriend lamented that it was necessary to immediately turn off the location, but he did not do it. The beauty rushed to the window and peeked out from behind it, claiming that this idiot almost killed her without even knowing it. Newbies are being tracked and killed in this area, followed by other players who are about the same level as her. One of the pursuers, a level 8 Scarlet Hawk, immediately noticed that Ziyu's coordinates were missing, but they had already almost found him. The girl continued that there must be other hunters around, must be an ambush, but our hero still couldn't figure out why to kill newcomers. Shen Yunyao replied that noobs usually choose to raid dungeons and have no experience in fighting players, so they become easy prey. Then they are simply robbed. The friend clarified that there are those who kill for the sake of items from dungeons and accumulated points, but there are also players who enjoy bringing death. So the beauty is not going to stupidly die for the sake of a barely familiar dude, so she just leaves. He saved her. She saved him. Everything is fair. The girl waved goodbye and wished the hero good luck. It was not so easy to leave. The guy grabbed her hand and asked her to slow down. It was quite bold of him, and it provoked a natural reaction. Shen Yunyao barked that she wasn't going to die here for him, whatever else he wanted. Siyu explained that if she left now, she was very likely to come across players who came here for him, have a better offer, and earn some extra money at the same time. Meanwhile, several other assassins noticed that the newcomer had discovered their presence and concealed their coordinates. This was a player named Eagle. He had reached level 5, but he wasn't too good of a fighter yet. His little sister, named Sokol, had offered to leave, but it didn't look like she liked the area very much. The eagle said that as long as he was around, she had nothing to fear, and besides, she should not miss the opportunity to earn points. The young man ordered to continue the search and the girl went along the street. She did not notice that their goal was already very close. Our hero hid in an alley and contacted Shen Yunyao, who watched the enemies and reported on their movements. The first thing she did was remind her of the sniper, Scarlet Hawk, who was still in position in the house across the street. Jiyu was amused by this information. Everything was going according to plan, and he suggested that we start its active phase. He came around the corner and called out to the players, asking them if they were looking for him, and they both jumped. The eagle shouted to his sister that this was their target and told her to activate the attack mode and immediately prepare for battle. The girl continued to look scared, but promised that she would try and fight this newcomer. The scene was not lost on the sniper, who was glad to see that everyone had come into view. He mumbled that he expected to have a good time tonight, a chance he didn't get very often. Siyu started running to buy some time. He asked Shen Yunyao where Hunter was now. The guy moved with the last of his strength and reminded that he would not last long at this pace. Let him answer faster. The girl replied that the sniper is in the tower opposite. It is better to stay away from the windows. Otherwise, our hero risks being left without a head. The eagle chasing the guy screamed that he was driving himself into a corner, and even decently, so tired. He pointed his weapon at Ziyu and asked if he really thought he could just get out of here alive. Well, let him try. And with a shout that he wouldn't even think about running away, the young man fired several shells after the newcomer. Noticing a light green glow right behind his back, our hero was afraid. He did not expect such a turn of events at all. At the same time, he was attacked by the eagle's little sister, and Ziyu was once again struck by the game's cunning and hidden capabilities. The girl swung her sword quite wide and almost took the player's head off. Trying to dodge, he began to fall on his back. With the next blow, the little girl split the concrete wall. It became obvious that she was not going to joke around. At the same time, Sokol continued to be very nice and affectionately asked if the guy just wanted to give them his points. Ziyu realized that this was the crucial moment that formed the basis of his entire plan. It was time to test how good the idea was. Scarlet Hawk had just taken good aim and was preparing to fire a bullet at the young man, time passing by seconds. Our hero specially lured the beauty so that she stood directly on the trajectory of the sniper's bullet, as if covering it with herself. With a cry that the novice was finished, the killer fired. He did not even suspect that his shell would hit the wrong target. A through hole appeared in the girl's body, but she did not immediately notice it, apparently because of the pain shock. My brother got a better sense of the situation and now ran towards the baby. He was very excited. Still, he kept a low profile, watching from the sidelines as the falcon's vitals plummeted. After firing a few rounds to protect himself from Ziyu's attack, the eagle ran over to his sister and began to examine the wound. She replied that she could recover, but there was a bigger problem. Someone in the tower opposite attacked them. The eagle had assumed that the group of players had used the newcomer as bait to kill them, which was obvious. The young man decided that it was necessary to deal with the hunter immediately. Let him not think that he would go unpunished. He looked at the roof of the building opposite and immediately noticed the sniper. Now all he had to do was get to him. You didn't even have to go close. The green projectiles could be a great long-range weapon. The shooter realized that the damage was not strong enough and his victim survived, as did the other players next to Ziyu. Meanwhile, the guy and the girl were already moving towards the roof of the tower. They had special features that allow them to do this easily and simply. The sniper was not prepared for the appearance of melee opponents, but it was too late to do anything. The eagle shouted that usually people who cause damage to their little sister are very sorry about it, and the girl said that she was ready. She started swinging her sword so fast that nothing but energy streams could be seen. It seemed that the little girl cloned herself, and now not one, but 3 girls are fighting with the sniper. So fast was her speed. Ziyu looked at the glint of energy on the roof of the skyscraper. He achieved what he wanted. The hunters forgot about him and switched to each other. Shen Yunyao was impressed, but tried to hide it by asking how the hero came up with this idea in the first place and what he was planning next. The guy replied with a smile that they would return to this conversation later. The main thing is that the plan was successful. He was thinking about the fact that his body hadn't fully recovered yet, so it was better not to engage in a confrontation with the players and retreat. But there was still something to clarify. Our hero asked a new friend what would happen if they died in this game. Before the beauty could answer, she heard some sounds and covered Ziyu's mouth with her hand, telling her to be quiet. The girl explained that even if it was possible to set the hunters against each other, this does not mean that there are no other players in ambush nearby. Shen Yunyao didn't even know how right she was. The killer looked down on the heroes and praised the beauty for her flair and good mind. He didn't delay the moment and immediately attacked with blades on his feet. So jumping from above seemed like the most successful strategy. Ziyu's friend couldn't believe that she hadn't even noticed the hunter lurking in ambush from above. The man grinned angrily and promised to tell the boy what would happen if he died in the game, or even show him. After all this drama, Shen Yunyao only had one desire: to deal with the scoundrel personally. With the words that it's time to face reality, the girl promised that now she will end the player who kills newcomers, once and for all. The guy wasn't too scared. He was sure of his superiority, so he flew straight at the beauty, putting his blade legs forward. Smashing through the stone floor with a blow, the hunter muttered that he had expected to get the kill as one man, but fortune smiled on him. Now you can have fun from the heart, although it was not at all part of the original plan to meet a strong opponent. The girl asked our hero not to interfere. He clarified whether she was confident in her abilities and received the answer that now they will find out. Immediately after the battle, with these words, Shen Yunhao swung her halberd to repel the attack. The weapon drew an incredible arc in the air, forcing the enemy to stop. Getting closer would have been certain death. However, the hunter repelled the attack with his blades on his feet. Moreover, it was not difficult for him. It was also an advantage that since it was possible for him to attack the girl at this moment, Shen Yunhao was a little confused. All she had time to do was lean back, staring at the enemy in fright, for the assassin was more dangerous than she had expected. Ziyu started to worry about her friend and shouted that he was ready to help if necessary, but she ignored the offer. The hunter was surprised that the beauty did not lose heart and noticed that she was strong, but still not up to his level yet. To this, the beauty replied that their level is the same, so let him close his mouth and not show off. The forces are equal. Shen Yunhao told the hero that if he uses the same skill as in the dungeon, they have nothing to fear. The guy thought that if he spends all his life force again, he will die. Meanwhile, the hunter prepared to attack the players again, telling them not to underestimate his strength. He lunged at the beauty, shouting that she wouldn't even expect him to fight her alone. Blades crossed, the killer trying to show that he would quickly finish off the girl and take on the newcomer. But then he changed his plans and increased his speed to the maximum, just skipped past the beauty, ending up behind her. Shen Yunhao cursed. She guessed that the opponent had decided to take up their first target. The hunter inexorably approached our hero with a cry that today he would die. Let him prepare. It's not that personal hostility, but simply the desire to get extra points drives the killer. You don't need to make a villain out of him. Her friend screamed in fright as the blade on the killer's leg flew a millimeter from her partner's face. There was an explosion, and for a while the beauty did not see either Ziyu or his opponent. It was an agonizing wait. The hunter, too, was peering into the clouds of smoke and dust, not quite sure if he had killed the newcomer or not. The young man appeared out of nowhere with his sword at the ready and remarked that he should apologize for not dying today, but he wasn't going to. However, his excitement was not long. The wounds had not yet healed, and his whole body ached from the previous scrape. Shen Yunhao noticed that you shouldn't look down on people when you're not sure you can take them down in one fell swoop. She used the special skill of her weapon and instantly whirled a veritable whirlwind of flames. The assassin looked at this firestorm warily, but decided to deal with the newcomer first. He attacked the young man with a kick, but the latter managed to parry it in time with his two-handed sword. Shen Yunhao came to the rescue of her partner, who was approaching the assassin and had no intention of stopping in mid-stride. Waving his foot once more, the hunter called Ziyu a weakling who was trying to hide behind the girl's back. He began to make strange combinations of foot movements. Apparently it was some special technique. And, it is worth noting, quite effective, crosses of energy quite coped with the fire attack of the heroine. Not only that, they attacked the girl. Reaching the place where she was, it was a very interesting trick. An explosion broke out again, and this time Shen Yunhao's figure was hidden behind a cloud of smoke, but one could only hope that it was still intact. Ziyu was about to rush over to help her, but the figure of a gloating hunter was already visible behind him. Pretty Girl shouted to her partner that she was fine, although the enemy's attacks do a lot of damage as long as there is a chance to recover. The killer admitted with a smile that they were both pretty strong, but not strong enough to stay here for long. Shen Yunhao noticed with a smile that if he was willing to give up, now was the right time. The villain replied that he doesn't really like to take risks and suffer garbage, but for some reason he really wants to make a deal with them. Pretty Girl scoffed that she wasn't sure he had anything interesting to offer them, so let him give up his points and get lost. The hunter stated that he wanted to offer not to trade but to cooperate, and then offered to work together with him. He offered to kill the newcomer and divide his points between two, the girl 40%, the killer 60%. Ziyu's audacity made him jump, but his partner looked like she was seriously considering accepting the offer, even though she was a little ashamed. In addition to this, the hunter suggested that the girl join the Blood Moon group. Shen Yunhao was surprised that the assassin belonged to one of the 10 most powerful groups, famous for their trading success. Our hero specifically tensed up and confusedly clarified whether his girlfriend was going to turn him in. It was clear that the guy was pretty nervous. Pretty Girl shouted that she would gladly sell it for a mere 300 points, but she had no desire to join a guild that kills newcomers. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that he was scared to death. He definitely did not expect betrayal. But the main problem was still the hunter in front of them, and Ziyu wasn't in the right shape to fight, so he had to let Shen Yunhao perform without hindering her. The killer's fighting style was as strange as his train of thought. Even though he was stronger than the heroes, he still called the girl as a partner. The partners got ready, and the beauty warned the guy that this battle will not be easy. Their enemy is not as simple as it tries to seem. The hunter reminded his little sister that if you die in this game, you lose everything you have, and she didn't like it too much. Shouting at her to shut up and not fool around, Shen Yunhao charged straight at her enemy. Suddenly, pink lines of force blocked her path, and she didn't dare touch them or move any further. She froze, landing on the ground after jumping. Before these threads were not here, does the hunter have another super ability? Suddenly, a strange hole in the black cloth appeared behind Shen Yunyao, something she had never seen before. It became obvious that the power lines of energy were coming straight from this hole, which meant that someone was lurking in the hole. There was no time to deal, and with a cry that it was necessary to agree to the deal, the hunter fell on the beauty. Xiaoyu blocked his path with his sword, reminding him that the girl wasn't alone and that there was someone else who could fight. The assassin leapt back, striking sparks from the rocks with his razor-sharp feet, furious that the attack had failed. Our hero asked his friend if she was okay. The beauty nodded, but noticed that they had a new problem. Shen Yunyao said that the player is not alone, there is someone else working with him, but he is in no hurry to show up. Hearing this, the hunter laughed. He didn't expect that the girl was not only strong, but also smart. In response to the laughter, another hunter appeared from the hole, saying that it was time to stop talking. It was time to just kill the newcomers. His partner noticed that the shadow assassin had arrived just in time, as he always did, and now he felt much more confident. Power lines were everywhere, escape routes were blocked, and our heroes couldn't think of a way out. Shen Yunyao noticed that they would not be able to defeat both of them at once, and Xiaoyu asked them to be extra careful with the hooded player. They don't know what kind of fighter he is. Meanwhile, the first assassin laughingly declared that he felt extremely well after seeing the characters' faces that they were doomed. His shadowy partner again asked him not to use his tongue, but to work harder with his feet in order to quickly finish off these two. There was no need to repeat the third time, but the hunter crouched down and wrapped his blade legs in energy, preparing to launch an attack. He jumped incredibly high, saying that this skill would be the most effective one right now. Flashes of light appeared around the man, and he was rushing at the young people as fast as lightning, and he looked like it. It spun into a huge razor-sharp wheel and began to move inexorably towards the newcomer. Holding her halberd in front of her, Shen Yunyao shouted that she couldn't kill them that way. She had the means to protect herself. The girl planned to redirect the enemy directly to the power lines of his partner, but his goal was not herself. The killer decided to force her to run into these strands of energy herself, backing away from them step by step. The beauty called out to our hero, hoping that the guy would be able to stop the hunter before she died. The young man immediately rushed to help. He was just waiting for the signal and was now ready to take the fight. It was not possible to carry out this plan because a shadow killer appeared from a new hole, and we must not forget that there were also two opponents. After shouting to get out of the way, the player launched his shadow projectile at Kiseyu, which looked quite impressive. The dark energy fence had limited our hero's ability, and there was no way he could help Shen Yunyao now. All attempts to move ended in failure. The young man fell into despair. Such a skill was impossible to master. Noticing that her partner was taken out of the game, the girl realized that now she could only rely on her own strength. But she was sure that this trick would be useless in relation to herself. Otherwise, the final battle would be decided. The cutting, glowing wheel grew larger and larger, increasing the attack. Beauty was already fearing for the integrity of her halberd. She put all her strength into pushing the opponent back, and the attempt was successful, albeit at a considerable cost. The hunter wasn't prepared for this, and a look of genuine surprise appeared on his face. Shen Yunyao was a really strong player. Now that he was standing back-to-back with his partner, who had accused him of being too modest, the girl attacked again. The killer justified himself by saying that he underestimated the heroine's abilities, but this does not matter, because there are two of them, and she is one. In addition, the beauty's performance was not encouraging. She had almost no health and action points left, and her energy was running out. Shen Yunyao informed Ziyu that she couldn't continue the fight. If the guy didn't figure out what to do, they were both doomed. The young man knew that if he used his life force like in the dungeon, he might not survive, but there were no other options. He asked his partner to borrow something, but she couldn't imagine what it might be in this context. As the hunter approached, he was pleased and boasted that he always chose an opponent who was weaker than himself. It had been the same when he'd fought the shadow assassin, and he hadn't really enjoyed being reminded of it. The assassin noticed that the girl was right to refuse to cooperate with him, because then she would have been viciously killed by some of the shadows. Our heroes listened to him, not understanding why the villain suddenly opened up, because he could just attack. Meanwhile, their enemy noticed that both of them weren't too bad, especially when compared to the other newcomers. However, both of them will die today, and 100% will go to the hunter who does it with his own hands. Ziyu already knew how to escape. He replied that you cannot be completely sure of victory. Besides, there is always a chance to die. Accidents have not been cancelled. His enemy said that such statements are intended only to fool the head. What does this have to do with cataclysms? It is generally unclear. The hunter charged, saying that he had been one step away from death before, but that he had survived, and that the heavens were in his favor. Having received a second chance, he decided to make his life special, and now he will not hesitate to kill anyone who is weaker than him. Let's talk about whether there are people who live 100%, because even the test results are sometimes wrong. The guy in the wheelchair got the highest score, but he felt that he was only half alive because he couldn't walk, unlike the less intelligent classmates. But even under these conditions, he continued to study diligently, increasing his knowledge base there was still nothing else to do. Although there were attempts to play sports in order to build muscle mass in the arms, it was very difficult to become stronger in such conditions. Nevertheless, the young man continued to persevere towards his goal. He wanted to live a full life. He hurt his legs in an accident, but he didn't give up until he realized that this world was too cruel and unfair. The guy did not observe any respect for his success. They only repeated that there is no point in trying when you are disabled. He was not appreciated, refused a job, and all because the hero looked too pathetic. Such discrimination angered him. Everyone assured the young man that he was useless and helpless, and it became more and more difficult to cope with this. But still, he continued to pursue his goal and achieved some success. Despite the unfairness of this world, with his body working at 50%, he lived at 90%, but he still felt bad. Everything changed when the invitation came to participate in the game, which opened a window of opportunity would be just stupid to ignore. After all, it could mean that now you can finally live a full life without feeling damaged. It wasn't hard to guess that the guy who was confined to the wheelchair was the blade-legged hunter, and he was now intending to attack Ziyu. Our hero's only hope was for the Devourer skill that received his sword, but he was very afraid that the life energy trick wouldn't work. The young man decided to activate it with the help of a friend, and now applied the crystal borrowed from her to his weapon. It was the same crystal from the dungeon. The process of absorbing energy began at first glance. Everything worked perfectly. The transformation began. Ziyu was literally bursting with energy. He became very strong and fast again. The power of the sword increased many times. Shen Yunyao realized that the same thing was happening as in the dungeon, so they had a chance to defeat the enemies. The reboot was coming to an end, but our hero felt that he had not yet fully mastered the skill of the Devourer. It is difficult to control it. Shadow Killer shouted to his friend that something strange was happening to the newcomer. It was better to slow down with the attack. The partner pathetically curled that this trick will not save the victim from death. No one dares to tell him how to live. The transformation and activation of the sword was almost complete, and Ziyu shouted that his opponent was in for a big disappointment. With a shout that would show the enemy just how harsh reality can be, the guy prepared to parry the blow and counterattack. The hunter flew at him, surrounded by flames. Hearing that the world is not always perfect, he just laughed. Our hero swung his sword. His power was no worse than last time. It was enough to stop the killer. As the blades crossed, it became obvious that victory would not be easy and that the minimal chance of survival that was there was still better than nothing. But Ziyu's enemy didn't realize it yet, and he continued to charge, shouting that the kid must die. It wasn't easy for the young man to withstand such a force, but he held on for now, preparing to take the lead. Sparks flew in all directions as two players of roughly equal strength locked in a deadly duel. The blue and yellow glow met but did not mix. The energy flows were very powerful and dangerous, and everything around them began to collapse. Shen Yunyao stood in the dust with only one thought, hoping that her partner was fine. Shadow Slayer was thinking that the newcomer was too strong, wondering how this could have happened. In fact, Ziyu didn't win this confrontation. He was injured, but still not completely broken. His opponent didn't notice this. He was sure that he had already defeated the young man. Therefore, I missed our hero's attack. It was a fatal mistake. The hunter could not believe that he made such a mistake. His last words were that the man had never lost in his entire life. Well, the first time was the last. Ziyu said that he also made mistakes before, losing loved ones and putting them at risk. But the game gave him a second chance, and it would be just stupid to miss it. Even if the probability of success is 1 in 100, now he is doing everything possible to use even this smallest opportunity. Shadow Assassin also couldn't believe that his partner Kong Xin had lost, which meant that he was now alone. Shen Yunyao couldn't hide her joy as she called the young man a born warrior. Fortune was clearly on his side. She started patting Ziyu on the shoulder, saying that his body was just great. Even with such injuries, it was possible to win. The guy asked not to jump to conclusions. The second assassin is still alive and well. He needs to hold out longer, and his strength is running out. Shadow Killer couldn't figure out how a newbie could have such strength. He had defeated a player who had never lost to anyone before. But it did not escape his eyes that our hero was already at the limit. It was necessary to quickly decide whether to join the battle or better to refrain. Meanwhile, the young man was provoking him to engage in a confrontation instead of hiding in the shadows like a rat in a corner. These words were not pleasant for the villain, but he realized that they wanted to provoke him to attack, so that he would reveal himself. Stating that this battle did not make sense, the killer finally left the battlefield, deciding that he would not be led to a provocation. When the buildings returned and the area returned to normal, Ziyu realized that their opponent was gone. Shen Yunyao confirmed this guess. He let out a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, happy that it was all over, and glad that he was able to use the crystal. Immediately, a message appeared stating that surviving players receive items and points from their less fortunate colleague. Our hero's eyes flashed with excitement. He couldn't wait to see all the loot he got. There was clearly something special there. Equipment, artifacts, and crystals literally rained down on Ziyu and Shen Yunyao like a cornucopia. It was a real treasure. Especially the young man liked the outfit. He was just happy. His partner reminded him about the crystal and said that she expects to be compensated tenfold, as well as half the loot. This caused a wave of indignation in the guy. He shouted that he almost died. so why should I give 10 times more points for the crystal? The girl slapped him and reminded him that if it wasn't for her, Ziyu wouldn't have survived at all. And since he borrowed the crystal, she sets the rules herself. Bursting into tears of frustration, the young man transferred 1,700 points to her account, which is about 1 in 7 million in money. Immediately, Ziyu came up with the idea that you can also buy points by selling items or accumulated stat points. Shen Yunyao confirmed that this was the case, but explained the rules for beginners, and they were not at all attractive, rather the opposite. The beauty added that everyone chooses the style of the game for themselves. There are a lot of opportunities. She herself is going to spend points on things that help in critical situations. But our hero can choose his own style and spend the accumulated points on anything else, at his own discretion. Ziyu nodded that the decision needed to be considered carefully. What he heard made sense. The girl was right. Shen Yunyao brightened up again and said that now was the time to divide up the loot, and then everything else. His eyes lit up again at the thought of how much valuable and rare equipment the defeated player had. The girl quickly threw everything into 2 piles. From what she saw, all the euphoria of the guy dispersed like smoke. Especially when he looked at the things that his partner had decided to keep, it wasn't fair at all. In one pile were shining crystals and cool equipment, in the other dim fragments and some ancient swords. The guy clarified whether he correctly understood what to whom. Grabbing a roll of paper, the hero shouted that this was just a mockery. Why, in his half of the production, there was only garbage. Shen Yunyao smacked him on the head once more, and new bumps sprang up in an instant, while people shouted that he still owed money, so don't let him show off. Ziyu called his partner a fiend, while she continued to rant about how their cooperation was voluntary, and he still owed her a favor. But so be it. Since our hero has killed their enemy, she will give him something really valuable. Catching a cylinder of green liquid, the guy asked what it was all about. The friend did not answer and suggested to get out as soon as possible. It turned out that this is a ghost potion. It stops the player's breathing and heartbeat, while he remains alive and keeps almost all parameters active. The girl left, and Ziyu remained sitting in the middle of the street with a mountain of junk at his feet. He tried to figure out where he was and what to do. The beauty did not even leave contacts. The young man lamented that he risked his life, and all that he received as a reward was some kind of garbage. He picked up a scaly stone egg and sighed that there was a better rock in any dungeon. With the words that he had never been so disappointed in his gaming career, the guy hit the ground with a rock. Suddenly, the object began to glow yellow, and scales fell from it, as if allowing it to open. This was already something interesting, and our hero began to observe what was happening more closely. Nothing else happened for a while, then Ziyu hit the stone egg on the ground a few more times. The item actually turned into a yellow shining egg. The system suggested adding this rare artifact to the inventory. The guy began to think about what to do with the egg, so that it would open. Maybe you need to put it in an incubator or something like that. He walked down the street, trying to find his way home, not feeling so bad now that he'd been rewarded with something interesting. After a while, Ziyu got to his neighborhood and immediately went to bed. By morning, he was already like a cucumber. Without getting out of bed, the young man decided that he had recovered enough, and now he could deal with the egg, and all the equipment too. In the status window, the hero earned 3,400 points for defeating Kong Xing, but half of them went to Shen Yunyao. Ziyu had gone up 3 levels in all the previous battles. Now he added 3 more for defeating the hunter, which looked good. It was time to study the fire egg. It was accompanied by a comment that when the moon runs away from its own presence, the light comes on. It was like a riddle. Apparently, in order for the artifact to open, special conditions were needed. Ziyu decided that he would not worry about it yet. It was much more reasonable to study the characteristics of the rest of the equipment now, to understand which is better in battle. The broken and damaged weapons were a different color from what the hero used. It seems that in this game, items and weapons were evaluated exactly the same as in normal video games. The color indicated strength and characteristics. Ziyu carefully studied all the indicators and decided to sell what he did not intend to use. It is not necessary to clutter up the inventory. Despite the fact that this garbage is unlikely to bring much money, the guy confirmed the sale operation. As expected, the broken sword was rated at 1 point, but in any case, it was better than nothing. The flowing water sword was green in color, and this is a good opportunity to evaluate and learn a weapon of this level. The young man pressed the appropriate button and waited to see what would happen, a message about armor damage flashing in the corner. He decided to transfer the sword to his equipment and see what it does. Maybe the items stack up. The system gave out a message that an item that can be absorbed was found. The guess turned out to be correct. The equipment of the same color strengthened each other. The absorption was completed, and now the gloves of our hero have risen from the 4th level to the 6th and received the name Devouring. This was good news. His set of armor instantly received bonus skills and became much more useful and high quality. It was necessary to feed the rest of the pink armor items. For some time, our hero was engaged in strengthening his equipment. The absorption of armor items was quite fast. When the equipment has bonus skills and attributes, the devouring armor successfully absorbs them. This is a chance to get incredibly strong, good defense with the help of garbage. Jiyu decided that he would definitely find out where to sell and buy items in the game, but before that, he needed to get more points. The system seemed to read his mind and gave him a message that a new task was available. This was just the thing. Even if these quests didn't earn a lot of points, but they were relatively safe. It seemed to the guy that the game was mocking him. School attendance was indicated as a task. Doing this regularly can earn points and even increase the level. The young man was really angry. He was already ready to complete the quests, and you just need to go back to school. However, Zayu had a goal, so he went to college after all, and there are no extra points on the road. Our hero went to class and could not believe that he was really doing it, and after all, he had long since abandoned his studies. There was a young man in a yellow Olympic shirt in the lead, and there was no doubt that this was the annoying Wang Bo. Siyu rushed over to hug him, remarking that it was fun to meet him here again, but his friend didn't recognize him. He took out his earpiece and asked what was wrong. Our hero was a little confused, completely forgetting that his appearance had now changed. The guy laughed and joked about how Wang Bo would never be as stylish and cute as he was now, so you can't blame him. The classmate looked at Ziyu with admiration. He recognized his friend by his voice and by the characteristic jokes. And yet now the young man looked so cool that the main task of a classmate was to shake the secret of success out of him. As it turned out, the guys were best friends. So the first thing they decided to do was go out and have a bite to eat, while also exchanging news. Ziyu pounced on the food as if he hadn't eaten in 100 years. However, he really hadn't eaten properly in a long time. Wang Bo said that he tried to find him at school when the guy promised to come, but without success, however. The main thing is that now he has returned to college. When asked how he lost so much weight, our hero replied that he simply ate more vegetables and less meat, not at all embarrassed by the fact that he was holding a chicken leg in his hand. Suddenly, a familiar melody started playing, and the young man stopped chewing, turning his head to where the music was coming from. Then a voice was added that also sounded vaguely familiar to Ziyu. At least the singing was pleasant. Wang Bo said that while a friend was playing truant, a popular singer appeared, and both students and teachers like her. Our hero was pleased to note that the singing is simply amazing, and yet the voice sounds somehow too similar. A friend noticed a keen interest and offered to immediately introduce Siyu to a beautiful singing girl. He immediately blew up and went in the direction of the headman, saying that he had brought a student about whom she constantly asked. Seeing the girl, our hero panicked. While the beauty asked if it was really the same Ziyu, the guy tried to make sure that he wasn't imagining things. Shen Yunyao was standing in front of him, and she also recognized the hero and congratulated him on returning to class. The clothes and appearance of the beauty were completely confusing. She looked very gentle and did not look at all like a warrior from the game. Clutching his head, the young man yelled loudly that there was definitely something wrong with this world. With the words that the headman promised to erase his records of absenteeism, Wang Bo ran away, and the guy realized that his friend simply sold him out. Meanwhile, Shen Yunyao pretended that they didn't know each other and noticed that it was quite difficult to meet Mr. Siyu. Our hero said with a smile that he now understood. The headman received a task in the game, to return him to class, so now he is here. And if this is all, then he will go to class. The girl shouted that he should not even try to escape. The young man replied that he was not going to avoid her at all. She added that she had sold all of Kong Xin's things and wanted to give the guy half of the points she earned. Seeing that Shen Yunyao had transferred 5,000 points to him, Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. This kind of money could buy excellent equipment and stuff. The beauty never ceased to amaze. Many people really underestimated her. Now it was clear that the girl was embarrassed because she had taken all the best for herself yesterday. The guy quickly pulled himself together and asked where she sold the loot. It turned out that a friend bought the items, but the trading platform also exists. It works on Saturdays. It wasn't like people like Shen Yunyao were dealing with the kind of trash that our hero wanted to buy, so he decided to try looking for junk in the market. Meanwhile, the beauty showed him an article from the news. In the photo, there was a man in a wheelchair. The report said that the famous architect Pang Kongxin was found dead in his home, and suicide is being considered as a possible cause of death. Jieyu's eyes widened as he suddenly realized that this was the same hunter that he had defeated in the game yesterday. Shen Yuntiao reported that it was true. Yesterday in the dungeon, he killed this particular Kongxin. No mistake. The young man excitedly asked why the journalist suspected the architect of committing suicide. The beauty explained that the game is designed in such a way that when you are killed there, you die in reality. Usually it looks exactly like suicide. Siyu sighed that he had been thinking about this since the first attack. The possibilities of the game are so incredible that putting your own life on the line seems justified. The hero didn't want to put other players in danger, but he made a decision that he would protect himself if someone started hunting again. In this case, the enemy will regret that he attacked. He will face the fate of Kongxin. At least our hero thought so. The girl was surprised that Ziyu wasn't scared or upset, and offered to go through a few simple dungeons with her, but he refused. He explained that he spent a lot of hours playing games and knows what it's like to mess with a beginner, so he doesn't want to burden his partner, but when he gets better, he will cooperate. The guy explained that he had put her life in danger. He didn't even remember the map, and after all, in this game there is a life at stake. Now it will be too dangerous for the headman to work together. In the evening, Ziyu couldn't sleep for a long time. Not a single window in the building was lit, and the young man couldn't calm down. He lay on his bed and thought about how to get more points in the 4 days left until Saturday. The system suggested clearing an E-rank dungeon called Ghost Hospital, which gave enough experience to raise the level and points. The young man jumped up, leaning on the bed with one hand. It was just the right thing. The game seemed to read my thoughts again. Mentally promising Yu Yi that he was close to her return to this world, our hero was going to immediately go on a mission. The ghostly hospital looked very gloomy, and the building had clearly been abandoned for decades. Clinging to the edge of the fence, the guy tried to pull himself up. If someone said that a couple of days ago he was a fat man, no one would believe it. Now, Ziyu easily climbed 2-meter-high walls, as if the year that he spent at the computer, almost without leaving the house, had never happened. It looked like the passage to the dungeon was going to open any minute, so I had to get ready. In fact, it was almost impossible to predict what was waiting inside, and the young man knew it very well. When the portal opened, it became clear that a real horror story was going to unfold ahead. Ziyu was delighted. This place looked terrible, but even more terrible was a huge monster that resembled a revived dead man in knight armor. He thought that he wasn't sure he was ready to fight this monster for the stuff he wanted to buy at the market. The most unpleasant thing was that the giant dead man did not have time to lift a finger, and the exit from the dungeon was already closed. There was a passageway to the side. After looking closely, Ziyu realized that there were 2 of them, so there was no mistaking it. He began to wonder if there was only one way to go, or if both were important, and it was very likely that there was a trap hidden there as well. He decided that if you didn't try, you wouldn't know, and ran into one of the passageways, closing his eyes just in case. The cannon was not useful. The door was a long, narrow corridor. There were no monsters in sight. It was inspiring. Zombie nurses appeared suddenly, as if they had grown out of the ground, and now they had already scared the young man properly. Ziyu couldn't contain himself and shouted, after all, this game was much more real than the jokes that he went through while sitting at the computer. In fact, the dead women who had risen up looked really disgusting, but the worst part was that they were going to be fought. Our hero consoled himself with the fact that you cannot look closely, but just wave your sword. High-level monsters are rarely found at the entrance. Kill weak monsters is a great opportunity to evaluate the upgrade of defense and weapons that he made. After taking a few hits, the young man realized that he could clear this dungeon without any problems, but he didn't notice much difference in equipment. This could mean that the higher his level, the stronger the monsters spawned. The game really wasn't easy. As Ziyu carried the nurses around, he decided that this was a great opportunity to practice his combat skills and learn all the properties of the items in his inventory. The guy decided to pass this dungeon without using the reload mode and the Devourer skill to pump up the rest of the skills. At first, he was quite successful. The sword worked clearly. Its strength was quite sufficient to kill several zombies with one blow. It seems that the guy's body has already adapted to his new characteristics. His movements have become precise and confident. Out of the corner of his eye, Ziyu sensed a presence, and the ghost of a girl appeared behind him. It stomped funny on the floor. It was almost completely transparent. The young man was a little scared. The sounds came all the time from different directions. Looking more closely, the young man gasped. The ghost startlingly reminded him of the one he so wanted to resurrect. The guy immediately rushed after the ghost that looked like Yu Yi, shouting at the girl not to rush away. His request was ignored, and the apparition continued down the hall and turned the corner quite confidently. Ziyu wasn't prepared to continue the pursuit because he subconsciously sensed a trick. He looked at the doors where the ghost had disappeared and thought that it was just stupid to think that he had met Yu Yi here. First of all, she's dead, and second of all, it's silly to think that a girl would show up in a place like this dungeon. With Lin Yu Yi, our hero was familiar from childhood. They were together for as long as he could remember. Memories flooded in like an avalanche. As time passed, the children grew up and Yu Yi became very beautiful and quite successful in her studies. The perfect student, you might say. But the girl had a hobby that no one except Ziyu knew about. It was video games. She was an avid gamer. He believed that they would always remain best friends. But soon social standards affected the relationship with Yu Yi. Over time, the complexes overwhelmed the young man so much that he himself believed that such a fat loser was not worthy to communicate with a beauty. So he kept coming up with more and more reasons for refusing to let Yu Yi spend time together. Nevertheless, the friend was not discouraged. She continued to offer ideas for meetings and did not take offense at Ziyu at all. Remembering this in the dungeon of the ghost, our hero swore, "You cannot plunge into nostalgia and remorse in such a dangerous place." He opened the door, determined to get stronger and accumulate the right amount of points to get Yu Yi back. What he saw was inspiring. It seems that the young man was a real lucky man. The ghost led him to the hiding place. In the skeleton's hand was a glowing heart, obviously a very valuable artifact that would bring excellent profits. There were tombs all around, and there was no doubt that they would attack immediately after the hero took the item. Ziyu smiled. He quickly saw through the ruse and was now confident that he wouldn't fall into this trap. He decided to first deal with the monsters that have not yet come to life, and only then take the heart. It turned out that it was not so easy. The dead were under protective domes, and the guy's weapon could not harm them. There was a message from the system that it is forbidden to attack these objects. It turns out that the game had rules in this regard. The young man decided that he would still figure out how to protect himself. The idea came almost immediately. A little higher up the wall, he noticed a rope, which was a great way to get around the system without breaking the rules. Soon, everything was finished. Our hero, with a satisfied look, dusted off the dust from his mittens. He took care not to fall into the trap. Now it was safe to go to the skeleton and take what was in his hands, without fear of dying in the same second. Siyu placed his hand on the artifact and carefully picked it up. The item was very interesting and continued to glow red. Just as the player had expected, the dead man immediately revived and tried to get up from his coffin, his claws grinding on the stone. His eyes glowed pink, and his mouth full of sharp teeth could have torn the boy to shreds, but the rope prevented it. The young man made sure that he had connected the zombies well and said with a smile that it was not necessary to shout at all. This won't help you get free of the rope at all, so it's best to calm down. It seems that the hero's shibari skills were excellent. The artifact was in his possession, and he could have just left this room and gone further to explore the dungeon. But the rising dead didn't let up, so the guy decided that he would still have to calm them down a little. He swung his sword. For every zombie killed, Ziyu received 100 experience points, which was the easiest way he knew. Immediately, there was a message that he was awarded a new title, but the young man did not know that the game has such an option. The title was called Crazy Bro. Everyone will now pay attention to the player. After reading this, he was amused. Since he didn't need any extra opponents, the player decided that he would not use this title in the dungeon. It would be wiser to keep a low profile. Meanwhile, the head of the class where the young man studied came home and decided to rest while taking a bath. The clothes flew into the laundry basket. Shen Yu Yao carefully checked the water temperature with her foot. Everything was perfect. Now she would finally relax. Suddenly, she thought of Xue Yu, wondering what he was doing. And what he was doing right now? It was strange that the girl remembered the hero in the bathroom. In any case, he refused her offer, which offended the beauty beyond belief, so Shen Yunyao wished Xie Yu a quick death. The most interesting thing is that this wish had every chance to come true. The young man was fighting with a giant monster, but his sword was now so upgraded that it allowed him to cut opponents in half in one fell swoop. As a reward for winning, the hero received a blood crystal. This was the second artifact of the ghost dungeon. Since the passage beyond was cleared, all that remained was to find and neutralize the boss, so that the dungeon could be considered completed. Suddenly, the ghostly silhouette of the girl appeared behind him again. Maybe this time she will show something interesting? Once again, the ghost looked exactly like Lin Yu Yi, which made our hero shudder, once again plunging into sad thoughts. Siyu shouted to the ghost that he didn't understand why it was coming to him. Did Yu Yi want to die again? It was dangerous here. The girl didn't answer, and she didn't even turn her head as she slowly drifted back into the depths of the dungeon, as if calling for them to follow her. The young man began to get angry. He knew perfectly well that it could not be his girlfriend. It was necessary to find out who it was then. The ghost passed through the wall, and the guy had no choice but to fight his way through with the help of a sword. Zeyu lowered his weapon and shouted to the ghost that no one had the right to try on the appearance of his girlfriend. Instead of answering it, new monsters popped up. They were no longer just zombies, but some kind of enhanced mutants. He was only thinking of catching up to Yu Yi, so he cut down the monsters, cutting his way forward after the ghost. Considering the number of monsters, it wasn't so easy, as the nurses and others we already knew appeared. Then the young man decided to use his special skills and hit the sword directly into the ground to clear the space with a force wave. The technique was very effective because it significantly expanded the range of the weapon. It also had an interesting side effect. The floor cracked and the stone cracked, and everything around it shook. It turned out that our hero broke through the masonry under him and fell to the lower level of the dungeon, which he did not even know existed. Fortunately, there was a passageway ahead, so there was no need to puzzle over where to go next. Jiyu couldn't figure out if Yu Yi's ghost had brought him here on purpose, or if it was all the result of a random combination of circumstances. Above the portal, it was written that this place is called the Underworld. I wonder if the living can enter there, or only the dead. Again, the young man couldn't figure out what the phantom wanted him to do, whether he wanted to go in or not. Well, the only logical solution was to go and see what was inside. Beyond the entrance, there was a suspension bridge right in the middle of a huge cave, and I wondered what the ghostly hospital had to do with it, even though there were ghosts inside. But these monsters were very different from those found outside the netherworld. Siyu tensed up a bit as he realized that something was wrong here. At that moment, one of the ghosts charged straight at the player, as if intending to knock him off the bridge. The young man wasn't too afraid. He wanted to check how strong the opponents were to assess the situation. When the creature saw Ziyu waving his sword, it slowed down a bit, but it didn't stop at all. When the guy hit the ghost, the blade of the sword just passed through it without causing the slightest damage. But this failed attack angered the monster, and he began to prepare a retaliatory strike. There was no doubt that it would be dangerous. In one fell swoop, the monster took away half of Xiaoyu's health. The ghost was very strong, and there were many of its brethren flying around. And they didn't hesitate long to close the distance or not. The guy realized that there was no point in fighting. Shouting that he would be back later, the young man started to run, trying to leave the battlefield. After a while, he slowed down to catch his breath. Because the ghosts were moving through the air, The player didn't know if they were following him. Ziyu dashed out of the netherworld and made sure that there was no chase. He realized that the ghosts attacked because he was alive. Then it dawned on him. Shen Yuniao gave him something that could help in this situation. At least I really wanted to try it. The young man took out the same death-simulating elixir from his inventory. Its effect should have lasted for 30 minutes. Deciding that if something happened, he would just get out of hell, the guy practically drained the flask in one gulp. The potion was strong, all stats plummeted, and Ziyu felt incredibly heavy with every step. He slowly made his way forward, thinking that the effect should be similar to old age. Nevertheless, the adaptation went quite quickly, and soon the player already felt normal. He moved forward, and now the ghost did not attack him yet. He had to go to the place where the first attack had taken place, and he prayed that the plan would work. Monsters did not approach or block the hero's path. Now he could safely go to the very end of the transition. Having completed this task, the young man already sat down. His legs were wobbly from fear, and his heart could have burst out of his chest if it hadn't stopped. It wasn't easy to get here, and he hoped that the fake Yu Yi hadn't gone too far. The ghost was nowhere to be seen, but there was a fountain ahead, and for lack of something better, Ziyu decided to investigate. The liquid felt pleasant and warm. Nothing terrible happened to the young man. It turned out that this is something like a spring of youth. The vital energy of our hero began to recover. This was great news. It was possible to get rid of the effect of the fake death elixir. There should still be no monsters on the way back. As soon as the young man recovered, he went further and immediately saw his girlfriend. This time she was no longer a ghost, at least in appearance. The girl looked so real that Ziyu was even scared. She really looked like she was alive. Yu Yi addressed the guy by his first name and complained that she had waited too long for him, so she should have hurried. Ziyu tried to touch her. He wanted to explain why it was like this, but his hand didn't reach the target. The beauty recoiled with a cry not to touch, and then asked why her friend did this to her. The player was silent. Then she asked if he was going to answer. If he'd agreed to go with her that day, he wouldn't have had to suffer the full 30 minutes of pain before dying after being hit by a car. Yu Yi shouted that he was the only one responsible for what had happened, and Ziyu almost burst into tears on the spot in shock. He remembered how many times the girl had invited him to spend time together, and each time she had been rejected. On that ill-fated day, she even grabbed his hand and told him with a smile that the guy was caught and this time, he just had to give her time. The young man knew that he was really to blame. He did not go with the girl that day, having come up with another excuse, and now he blamed himself. If he had been there, he would have delivered her to the hospital in time and given her a chance to survive. Ziyu fell to his knees in grief. Yu Yi said grimly that she would never forgive him for this sin, no matter how much the hero repented of what he had done. She had ordered the soul to be given to her as compensation, but it was all too frightening to be true. A hand was already reaching out towards him, but Ziyu didn't do anything. He was really willing to fulfill this demand. But before that, he wanted to remember all the bad and good things that he and Yu Yi had had. After all, they had spent a lot of time together as children, and later on as well. The young man spent a whole year lamenting the death of his friend. She was so beautiful and kind. Now all the guy wanted to do was ask for forgiveness before he died. He took the girl's hand and sincerely apologized. He added that he used to be weak and cowardly. He was just afraid to tell his girlfriend what feelings he had for her, and therefore avoided her in every possible way. There is no second try in this world, and yet Ziyu found the opportunity to meet her friend again in real life. The young man said that he is ready to give her his soul as compensation, but then he will not be able to earn enough points to resurrect the girl. Something changed. Right after saying that, Yu Yi smiled and started to glow yellow, and then just disappeared into thin air. Our hero remained standing with his hands outstretched to his friend, all in tears. All that was left of her was the words that let it be so. Ziyu's face showed that he had just truly believed in himself, believed that he could carry out the intention he had voiced. But then something cracked again and a stream of blue light hit the guy, and he grimaced as he realized that his girlfriend was no longer there. A fountain appeared in front of him and the system's message that a hidden mission had been completed, and the young man got angry when he realized that this was a game task. It seems that the whole scene was pre-planned. Our hero was angry because he really cried and repented too. Ziyu went back to the fountain and noticed that the water in it was also beginning to glow. Dipping his hands into the water, the young man pulled out a statue of the goddess, but doubted that it was an artifact worth attention. Seeing the steps in front of him, the guy decided to go up to the dungeon this way. It was too creepy to go back over the bridge. Just in case, the young man activated the map. The dungeon was much deeper than he expected. However, after a while, he was already standing at the gate, which was protected by a huge monster that we had already seen at the entrance. Apparently, it was necessary to fight him to get out. To activate the giant, Ziyu decided to stick the heart in the hole on his chest. Nothing happened. Then the young man guessed that the crystal should also be used. These artifacts did not fall out by chance. Almost immediately, the keeper of the gate began to tremble. It seems that the hero still managed to start some processes. As expected, the dungeon boss, or whatever the guy thought was the boss, had woken up, and now the battle had to start. The first thing the monster did was break the chains that bound it, and then it began to make its way towards the young man. At first, this failed, because the bindings attached to the collar were slightly stronger than the others. and the monster's legs were also shackled with spikes. I wonder who took care to restrict its movement. The system reported that the grieving skeleton knight dungeon boss had appeared, so the player should prepare for battle and be extremely careful. Jiyu realized that the confrontation would be serious. The hero could feel right on his skin how powerful the opponent was. The giant turned to the guy and said that it was very rude and disrespectful to bother him. The player was surprised that the boss could talk. Meanwhile, the skeleton knight decided to clarify why the young man was here. He didn't look too furious. The guy wondered what else the purpose of the visit could be. If not a battle, of course, he came to fight. The dungeon boss agreed that there was some truth to this, but Ziyu couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't that simple. Usually in games, knights guard the artifacts of the gods they worship. Apparently, the statue found in the fountain was just such an object. With a cry that everything would be cleared up now, our hero threw the object straight at the giant's forehead. It was an unexpected decision. The monster didn't hesitate and caught the sculpture, its hand and eyes glowing yellow as if something special had happened. The monster roared that this item was taken away and caused its suffering, and now the player has restored justice and restored the monster's faith in humanity. Roaring that he would open the gate for the guy in gratitude, the skeleton knight slashed at the castle with his sword. Everything trembled again. As soon as the passage appeared, the giant slowly began to fade, calming down. He could now disappear and find peace. A system message appeared that the dungeon boss had disappeared, but the player managed to find another hidden one. The young man guessed that the quest now consisted of defeating the hidden boss as well. He peeked through the opening and saw a glowing blue circle, with a girl who resembled Yu Yi standing in the center. Since the hero in this dungeon was constantly lured away by the help of his girlfriend's doppelgangers, he didn't worry too much this time. Liu thought that no matter who the hidden boss turned out to be, he would pay dearly for daring to use the image of a girl. The young man took up his sword with the clear intention of destroying this treacherous and vile enemy, whoever he was. The guy rushed forward, shouting for the enemy to come out immediately, looking more than determined. Immediately, glowing pink chains appeared, which wrapped around the girl's arms and legs. It was some kind of energy trap. Siyu was flustered, but he tried to reassure himself that this was just another illusion to unsettle him. Soon, he saw a hand begin to swing the chains, and Yu Yi staggered a little, hovering above the ground. A terrifying soul-devouring demoness appeared. This was the hidden dungeon boss, and she looked terrifying. The demoness's eyes flashed as soon as she realized that she had managed to touch a nerve with our hero. The trick with Yu Yi had worked. The young man was really puzzled, but not because of his girlfriend. This time he got an enemy who can fly. This was a problem because the guy didn't have a ranged weapon, so it was impossible to get the monster out. All hope was in the reset mode, and Ziyu immediately activated it. There was not much energy left, but it was enough. The beam streaked towards the wall, then bounced off its surface and directly hit the boss wing. After him, the player himself rushed. He hoped that the power from the blow would be enough to climb high enough. He was almost on the same level as the demoness when she raised her halberd with a sly squint. The weapon worked like a magic staff, and Ziyu was immediately attacked by some glowing skulls. Having sent them far away, the hero repelled the attack with a few swings of his sword, while the weapon coped with the task quite well. The only problem was that there were too many opponents and they were quite fast. One of the skulls managed to get close to the guy and immediately sank its teeth into his shoulder. Fortunately, the armor worked. The monster flew up and once again rained skulls on the young man, one of the hidden boss's favorite tactics. It was necessary to figure out how to counter the magic damage and lure the enemy into a real battle. Meanwhile, the demoness took a relaxed stance and suggested that the player should be happy that they found her. The reward for winning would be very generous. She burst out laughing and started lamenting how unlucky the little humans were, while bragging about another attack. She also sympathized with the guy maliciously, so she decided to play a little before taking his soul. Jiyu suddenly realized that the boss attack was organized in such a way as not to cause damage to him, but only to frighten him. But it was too early to be happy. Hordes of zombies appeared from under the ground, which immediately rushed to the attack. There was no choice but to survive. Our hero had to fight. He was still going to fight for his future. It's just a pity that I had to spend the reload mode on such simple monsters. The energy was already low. The game seemed to hear Ziyu's wish, and immediately a more worthy opponent appeared in front of him. The young man swung his sword enthusiastically. This skeleton was in a bond, and also had magic damage, so the duel turned out to be interesting. When it was the monster's turn to attack, it slammed its fist down so hard that it could have flattened a player to a pulp. The hero was thrown 10 meters back. If not for the wall behind him, maybe the distance was even longer. The fact that the opponent had withstood the reload attack and the way the opponent had struck out on his own gave Ziyu some thoughts. He realized that he was fighting with former players. Even the equipment survived. Apparently, the demoness took possession of their souls. If you spend time and energy on them, it's bad. You need to take a chance and choose a different battle tactic. The young man activated the reset mode again, this time using 10% instead of 5%. He slammed his sword into the ground and streams of energy shot straight towards their target at an incredible speed. An energy explosion broke out, and for a while it was simply impossible to assess the situation due to the bright glow. Even the demoness flew up from her seat, taking some damage after that incredible strike. The fact that the guy had destroyed an entire ghost army with a single attack had impressed the hidden boss, but she still had a lot of souls trapped in the scythe. Siyu was not happy about this. It was possible to use up the remaining energy on the minions, but then there would be nothing to fight the demon with. She was just roaring with laughter, suggesting that the little man not show off and just give his soul to her. The young man didn't want to die in this dungeon. He thought of Shen Yunyao and what the girl would do. It helped calm him down. Looking at Yu Yi's chained doppelganger, the hero decided that he simply had no right to give up, if only for her sake. Meanwhile, the hidden boss rose even higher and summoned another batch of her ghostly servants. After looking at which direction the most opponents were approaching from, the guy made a decision on what to do next. He activated the special power mode and once again slammed his sword into the ground to destroy them all with a stream of energy. The wraiths were rushing towards their doom, streams of blue light rushing towards them. Their speed was colossal. The flash of the explosion did its job. Ziyu hid behind his sword to avoid being hit by his own attack. The demoness didn't expect that the young man would tear her minions to pieces before they even reached the ground. The player was strong, but she didn't miss either. Noticing that the opponent was already barely able to stand on his feet, the dungeon master decided that she would wait for the guy to fully expend his strength. Hidden Boss lowered herself to the ground and started to approach Ziyu, noticing that she didn't have to lift a finger now. But since he was entertaining her like this, he would die quickly. Our hero smiled and replied that the real game was just beginning, after which he activated the Devourer and the Absorption mode. The souls of the dead are in pain, and now they are circling Ziyu's head, not daring to attack. Now they will be the basis for the young man's next attack. The energy of ghosts began to fill his sword. Siyu guessed correctly that these souls also had life energy, and now his weapons were fully charged. It was now possible to use the reload mode at full power, and he could literally feel the souls begging to destroy the demoness, who was tormenting them. All the pain that rascal soul had caused would be returned to her 100-fold. Ziyu was further motivated by the slaves' desire for revenge. The young man activated the weapon and made the first strike, shouting that now the hidden boss will answer for all his evil deeds. He felt like he was able to destroy the opponent with a single blow. So strong and powerful was the life energy of the spirits. The demoness didn't look startled, but only asked with interest if there really was such a type of energy. The guy launched a super fast attack and invited her to see it firsthand. The demoness had managed to deflect the first wave of energy with her deadly scythe, but it was obvious that it wasn't easy. Jiyu moved in a circle and continued to launch one energy strike after another, the speed allowing him to remain undetected. Once behind the hidden boss, the guy used one of the skills that he received along with the life force of souls. This attack was very powerful. The glowing spears hit the demoness in one fell swoop, but she didn't have time to repel many of them, and they still reached the target. The blow was so strong that it threw the opponent of our hero a few meters back and she collapsed to the ground. Yayu couldn't tell if he had won or not, but one thing was clear: his attack hadn't gone in vain, and the villainess had taken some damage after all. It turned out that it wasn't that simple. The Soul Eater rose up again with the words that no one dared to hurt her. Shouting that her captives would now be turned into her power, the demoness raised her hand and tossed the scythe up, starting to cast a summon. The weapon turned over, lit up, and began to move closer and closer to its owner, as if merging with her. There was an explosion, and behind the flash of pink and purple light, the young man was completely unable to see what was going on. His opponent was now the indestructible form of a vengeful fallen angel. The woman's hands became blades. She truly merged with the scythe. Realizing that not only did the opponent's appearance change, but his health was also fully restored, Xiaoyu involuntarily took a step back. It was very timely. The demoness hit him with both hands at the same time, and if not for the sword, the guy would have definitely died. The blow was so strong that it simply knocked our hero off his feet. Like a torpedo, the guy flew back. He slammed into the wall, almost breaking through it with his own body, and the purple energy of the demoness continued to shine around him, as if she was very close. As soon as Ziyu got up, he grabbed his chest, and after the transformation, the monster became not only stronger, but also faster. With a smile, she said that the player forced her to take this form, which is already commendable in itself. The demoness reported that this is the end. Now the player's soul belongs to her, so that he did not dodge. The lady called skeletons. Bony fingers wriggled out of the ground with the intention of grabbing the young man's legs and stopping him from running. Hidden Boss pointed her weapon at him and launched an energy attack designed to capture the guy's soul. The wish to rest in peace was accompanied by a blow, and Xiaoyu could only swallow his saliva in horror. He did not even expect to avoid death. No one could survive such an attack, but the player really did not want to die here. Nevertheless, our hero was smiling because he was a gamer, and such an exciting scenario opened up unknown possibilities. He decided to switch roles and throw a sword at the demoness, although the guy could not move by himself, but he could use a weapon. He only had one chance, and Ziyu took the chance to take it. It was better than dying obediently. The hero put all the energy that was available into the throw, and these are hundreds and thousands of souls captured by the demon. The two attacks met halfway. One was bound to lose and the other to win. Who exactly it would be was anyone's guess. Jiyu hoped that he would be able to destroy the force field and extinguish the Dungeon Keeper's strike. And so it did, the blue beam piercing the pink stream and spiraling magical energy around it. The demoness was blown to pieces, just as her skeletal minions began to disappear into thin air. Now that Jiyu could move, the young man knew that he had emerged victorious from this battle, even though it was impossible at first glance. The last words of his enemy were words of gratitude for freeing her soul. She felt that this would be the case as soon as the hero entered the dungeon. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. It was dangerous. The system reported that the hidden boss was defeated and all the artifacts would be added to the player's inventory. The chains that bound Yu Yi slowly began to dissolve and the ghost of the girl rushed towards our hero. Their hands almost touched, but their friend was just as lost in space as all the other stolen souls. Jiyu collapsed to the ground in despair, but then decided that even seeing his girlfriend was useful. The next time they met was when he resurrected her. Returning home, the young man looked at the statistics and was pleasantly surprised. For this raid, he rose 2 levels and earned a decent number of points. When it was time to look at the loot, a smile lit up the guy's face. There were a lot of interesting things in the inventory. First of all, the guy paid attention to the soul stone. It could be used for reloading as a source of vital energy. If you collect enough of these artifacts, you can become very strong, almost indestructible. Suddenly, Ziyu felt that something strange was happening to his hands, and they began to tingle and ache. Rolling up his sleeves, the young man saw strange blue scars. He didn't even notice when he got them. The entire upper half of the body was covered in these strange markings that resembled ritual tattoos, a guess that scared Ziyu. Each time activating the reload mode, the hero experienced severe pain. Apparently, it did not go in vain. Voti and marks. The young man realized that he shouldn't use this skill too often. Who knows what the consequences might be? On the other hand, if the devouring sword can take a player's life, it is a very powerful weapon, and it would be foolish to give it up. Tomorrow, Shen Yunyao promised to take our hero to the market. The points were enough to buy artifacts to strengthen the sword. The devourer should be satisfied. But first you had to go to school, and in the morning Ziyu went there to get the points required for attending classes. Shen Yunyao was also there. She was just invited to participate in a sports competition. The headman was showing talent for taekwondo. 2 guys began to argue about whether such an activity would suit a girl, and one of them remarked that it would be safer to join the basketball team. Just then, Xieu appeared and asked the 2 of them to calm down and put their hands away. The guys did not expect that the guy had already returned to school and were not even upset when he announced that the head teacher had already promised to study with him. They only chuckled at the fact that the hero had missed so much that even Shen Yunyao wouldn't be able to make up for the missing material, and the young man also laughed it off. The girl decided to defuse the situation and offered to return to the classroom and start spending time with benefits. They entered the classroom and Ziyu asked to sit next to the head girl, who was not happy. The guy asked me not to sulk. He just wanted to help, and besides, he has important business for both of them. The beauty continued to be angry and noticed that he had rejected her offer to cooperate, and now it was too late to ask for a partner. Ziyu sat down with his hands lowered, and Shen Yunyao noticed the scars that had appeared on the young man's body. She asked in fright if everything was all right. The girl somehow knew that yesterday a classmate cleared the dungeon alone. The hero asked not to worry and said that this is a long story, not worth paying attention to. The headman snorted that she did not think to worry about him. The young man promised Shen Yunyao 300 points if she would take him to a place that sells artifacts and equipment for players. She immediately said that she would do it for 500 points and he would be grateful to her. The guy smiled. He already knew how to negotiate with the beauty. Almost immediately, Ziyu's phone vibrated, and a notification came that he had received a daily task. The reward seemed too small for the young man, and he wasn't eager to complete this quest at all. Shen Yunyao warned that if you do not complete these daily tasks, the system will apply sanctions, which came as a surprise to Xiaoyu. He showed the phone number, where it was written that you need to answer the teacher's question. For such a guy's life did not prepare, he was forced to study. Our hero realized that we are talking about raising your hand and volunteering for the board, and you need to do it immediately. Shen Yunyao immediately raised her hand and wished the hero good luck. Now it was not only necessary to answer correctly, but also to bypass the competitors who wanted to do it. Jiyu asked the girl not to be too naive and forget about his secret weapon. The quest will be completed. The guy used his title, and everything around him seemed to glow. He was so gorgeous and irresistible. The teacher immediately turned his attention to him, noticing that this student looked the most confident and enthusiastic. He asked the young man in the blue jacket to answer the question, and Ziyu got up from his seat, glad that the trick from the game had worked in class as well. But it was necessary to solve the problem first, and in this the young man was not that good. Realizing that he couldn't do the calculations on his own, the guy decided to exchange the correct answer for points from the game. The deal was done, the feeling of being smart was surprisingly pleasant, and Ziyu prepared to respond. He confidently reported the correct answer, at least the answer suggested by the calculations provided by the system. The teacher praised the student for his quickness and confirmed that the answer was just brilliant. He was pleasantly surprised. Shen Yunyao noticed that the player has a great title and works perfectly. Xiaoyu agreed. bragging that he was still in the black on points. The lecture continued, and now our hero felt more confident in the audience than ever before. He still didn't know that now the teacher's close attention was guaranteed to him. The man remembered the student's name. The Blood Moon Guild's headquarters was located in a rather tall tower. One could even call it a skyscraper, and quite modern at that. Shadow Assassin reported to the leader that the new player who killed Kong Shin is incredible. He is very promising. The killer was hunting for newcomers, but quite unexpectedly he became a victim himself. This has never happened before. But most of all, the guild leader was interested in the two-handed sword of our hero. Such a weapon can only be dreamed of. He suggested with a grin that the other associations would also try to lure the guy to their side or just kill him and get the blade. The Shadow Assassin nodded that he understood the task. But then the leader of Team A stepped forward and said that he wanted to take over the task, and he could do it in a day. He said with a sinister smile that he would bring the boy here alive, or dead, as luck would have it. It was almost midnight, and Xia Yu was waiting at the agreed place where Shen Yunyao was supposed to arrive. The girl was late. Our hero had already managed to babble that all women are the same. The train is about to arrive. Then a voice from behind me asked what the strange sounds were, and there was a clearly displeased tone. It was the head girl who immediately understood Zeyu's train of thought and informed him that he shouldn't discuss her habits. The guy tried to justify himself by saying that he was surprised by the change in image, to which the beauty replied that this goes without saying, because she does not want to be recognized by other players. It was announced that the last train was arriving, after which the station will stop working until morning, so passengers are asked to take their seats. The young man grumbled a little more about how they almost missed the last train because of the beauty, but the girl noticed that it almost didn't count. When asked which station to go to, Shen Yunyao only said that it would soon become clear. Suddenly, the light in the carriage became somewhat dim. The train braked, and Ziyu anxiously asked what had happened. An accident, probably. The beauty was a little surprised that he was so tense and offered to look out the window to calm down. The hero did not understand what you can see outside the window when the train is in the tunnel. The proposal seemed strange to him. Still, the hero looked through the glass, his eyes widening, and what he saw was literally amazing. It was a whole neighborhood with high-rises, slightly illuminated by neon lights, which the guy did not even know existed. On the other side, a ghostly glowing figure of a girl peeked through the window, and Xia Yu enthusiastically asked what kind of place it was. Shen Yunyao explained with a smile that they arrived at the underground city almost as soon as they boarded the train. The girl explained that it used to be a high-level dungeon, but after the guild decided to enter the top 4, they turned it into a trading platform. Lionheart, Blood Moon, Grey Mist, and Jin Chan are now playing their own game, a major league of sorts. Pretty Girl assumed that the enemies that attacked them and were hunting the newcomers were from the Blood Moon Guild, so there was no need to be too bright in the market. Jiyu was once again surprised at how complex and versatile the game they were in was. A message appeared that they had arrived at the station and had to leave the car, after which work stopped. The guy immediately noticed that his equipment had changed. It turned out that Jin Chan was required to show his items and equipment. He clarified whether the market is also an exchange center at the same time, which would be very useful. The heroes got out of the car and the young man admired what was ahead. He felt as if he had entered the future. Jie Yu was worried about walking around the city as a gambler, and Shen Yunyao reassured him that Jin Chan was allowed to fight in public. But still, the beauty offered to choose a safer route, so as not to run into trouble. Our hero did not really want to make his way in a roundabout way, but still decided to trust his friend's experience and awareness. Before they reached the middle of the dark alley, someone behind her ordered the girl to slow down a bit. Shen Yunyao couldn't believe that they were discovered so quickly, not even 5 minutes after arriving. Ziyu reassured her that it wasn't them who were being chased, but someone else. But still, the situation couldn't be ignored. It turned out that the victim of 2 players was a short girl with pink hair. She was clearly here for the first time, and the attackers took advantage of this. The guys offered to go with them so as not to get lost, no matter how many times the little girl refused, saying that she did not need help, it did not work. She didn't look too scared, but rather tired, so she once again asked the players to just let her go about her business in peace. Ziyu thought that the girl's face looked familiar. His companion noticed this and asked if the hero knew her. The young man replied that he saw this beauty on the day when they fought with each other in the toilet. The guy was bursting with anger and disgust, as only these scum can attack defenseless girls, kill newcomers. Shen Yunyao reminded him that they were enemies. Let him not get involved in this fight. It was none of his business, and trouble would not be long in coming. Zheyu explained that this was different. The girl immediately pressed the button and shouted that help was needed here. Both bandits froze in place. Not understanding who was shouting, our hero did not understand anything. With the words that in this case she has a better suggestion, the friend simply activated the alarm system. 2 cleaning robots jumped out at the players, notifying them that the violators should immediately stop illegal actions. Shen Yunyao smiled that when you are in danger, it is best to contact the security service, which she did, which made our hero very happy. The cleaning robot ran a scan and reported that the criminal did not comply with the order and did not hide his weapon. A player from Blood Moon swung his baton, saying that this tin can wasn't too impressive. Just a couple of robots wouldn't get in their way, and it would only take a couple of minutes to finish them off. The attackers stopped and started hurling taunts at the security system, looking even bolder than before. Immediately, the girl, trapped in a corner, heard that you should not count on the fact that the notification of the threat will save her. Ziyu rushed forward again. He really wanted to punish the criminals with his own hands, but his girlfriend asked him not to rush. Instantly, flames appeared above the bandits' heads, and an imperious voice asked who was fooling around in Jin Chan's territory. Instantly, both players received fire damage and flew off in different directions, as if after an explosion. They were now looking up at the flames with a frightened expression, which allowed them to interfere with their plans. When the glow faded and the smoke cleared, the figure of a huge robot with a rider on its back became visible. More precisely, the horsewoman. Ziyu was surprised that such cadres work for the guild. Shen Yunhao explained that where big money is spinning, you should not forget about the rules. The girl from the security service sternly asked who the intruder was, and then suggested that her robot take revenge for the injured brothers. She pulled out what looked like a phone and started typing in numbers, saying she wanted to make some noise. It turned out to be a calculator that included the bill for assault, damage to robots, Jin Chan's property, and summoning her. If you didn't pay the guild, there would be problems. Seeing a fine of 3,000 points, the attacker growled that he did not have so much, so there was nothing to pay with. But at least he has a weapon. The player made an incredible jump to attack the guard from the back. Ziyu couldn't help but shout a warning about the danger. Shen Yunhao called him a cretin. It was impossible to reveal his presence. But our hero did not listen. He rushed forward to intercept the bandit and prevent him from hitting the girl from the guild. She didn't flinch but smiled that such tricks didn't work with her, and it was a very reckless decision to attack. The robot immediately grabbed the offending player and simultaneously hit Ziyu, who barely managed to defend himself. The bandit flew to the side, and our hero stuck his sword in the floor of the dungeon to counterattack. It worked. He then turned to the security officer with a smile and suggested that he had overdone it a bit. She was also friendly and praised the guy for his courage, but there is one caveat. The young man damaged the guild's property with his sword. The stone floor slabs are now split, and there is a fairly noticeable crack. This can create problems in the future. After calculating that she could write out an 8% discount, the beauty said that the penalty would be 100 points, which Ziyu did not expect. Meanwhile, Shen Yunhao was already communicating with the girl who was attacked. She was scared, but assured that everything was fine. The surviving villain tried to bring his partner to his senses, but so far not too successfully. He did not react to anything. He turned to the security guard and shouted that the Jin Chan guild wouldn't get away with getting into a conflict with Red Moon. Before the player could finish speaking, he received a blow from his guild colleague, who was sent by the leader to get Ziyu. The young man and his girlfriend immediately guessed that this time, the player's goal is our hero. Stepping on the bandit, the killer said that such garbage has no place in their association. He is not worthy to even mention its name. Shen Yunhao whispered that it looked like the master had arrived. Ziyu remarked that it wasn't the worst option, since they were currently in Jinchan land. The security guard turned to the newcomer, calling him a ghost face. Since he had already killed a colleague in the shop, let him pay his debt of 3,000 points. The hitman laughed that he wasn't interested in underage girls, hinting that he saw no reason to respect the security service of the underground city. The man went straight to our hero and asked whether Kong Xing died at his hands or not. Realizing that he wasn't the only one in danger, Ziyu said that he was the one who killed the player and that he was the one who was protecting Shen Yunhao. The girl wasn't happy. Ghostface assessed the boy's aura, then asked the two heroes not to worry. Neither of them would be able to escape. Then, a security officer called out to the killer. She and the robot prepared for battle. The eye flashed with fire. The girl invited them to fight in the Casino of Fate. There are lives and points at stake, but this is the best way to figure things out in Jin Chan's territory. The first boss to beat, Golden Toad. Ziyu noticed that it was impossible to defeat a level 98 boss, but the guard said that the Illusion Lord was only interested in money and gold, and he promised not to kill players. A ghostly face appeared in the company of a shadow assassin. Both praised our hero for his courage. Not everyone will dare to play Cosino Fortune. The killer laughingly announced that it would not be long. It was time to give up his life. His partner nodded. The guard asked both sides to shut up and let her announce the rules of the competition. The Jin Chang Wheel of Fortune consists of two parts. The upper one will test the luck of the heroes. The lower one is designed for battle. One of the team members is assigned to the one who spins the wheel. Winning points are divided among all and can be used in battle. All members of each team must kill a toad on the opposite side of the battlefield, and whoever does it first wins. The battle will not end until all the members of the losing team die. These are the cruel rules of this game. The girl Ziyu was trying to protect also wanted to play. Tai Wu came here to save her brother and was willing to risk her life for him. Shen Yunhao also didn't mind helping out, especially after the girl promised to do her best to win, and she also had a special item. She put it in the hand of our hero so that no one could see. It was not easy to understand what kind of thing it was. Shadow Slayer asked his partner to take the fight seriously, to which he received the answer that everything was under control. The security officer announced that if both sides are ready, she can give a signal about the beginning of the confrontation. Jieyu put the intercom he had received from Taiwu into his ear and immediately checked to see if the girls could hear him well. Shen Yunniao replied that yes, but even though the hero is lucky, he will be responsible if something bad happens to them. The guard was watching from the air, but she still couldn't start the fight, fearing that someone wouldn't be ready. And yet, she announced that it was time to spin the Wheel of Fortune for one of the teams. There was no point in delaying further. The illusion master gathered the audience and moved the players to the field. Ziyu spun first and got 100 points. He looked scared. Now it was the Shadow Killer's turn. The wheel could give out an item of any color, depending on its value and power. Our hero looked at the white-green vortex that appeared. The sight was fascinating. I really wanted to win a white object, because he was always lucky. Immediately, he noticed that the opponent was changing his position in the slot with his shadow magic. This is pure fraud. The hostess announced the results of the first round. They were not too impressive, but still. The red team has earned a red-level item that adds 50% to their power during combat. As for the blue side, they were not so lucky. A green artifact fell out. It cannot be used in battle, but can be exchanged for points after it. Zieyu didn't rule out the possibility that he was unlucky today, but he was pretty sure that the result was influenced by the Shadow Assassin. The girl replied that in this place everything happens with the consent of the Master of Illusions, but if the guy wants, he can turn the wheel again, doubling the points. The young man refused, because then their points would run out faster. First, there was something to find out. Now both sides can use their one items in battle. When Shen Yunyo saw the most useless artifact possible, she really wanted to swear. Ghostface was satisfied. His colleague won a great weapon in the first round, and his strength doubled. When the girls heard about this, they were ready to tear Ziyu and his bad luck to pieces. So strong was the disappointment. Looking at how the opponent of the beauties used the clone, sharing the power with him, the young man realized that they had little chance. But both friends were determined, and they still had the advantage in numbers, so there was no point in giving up. Shen Yunniao used her most effective skill, Firestorm, and it looked impressive. Her partner swung her blade and caused an incredible arc of energy to bloom, knocking everything in its path. Against the attack, Ghostface used the Destruction Claw technique and still struck at the opponent's Toad, taking 1 life. He and the clone started laughing, and now the results were recorded and you can watch the enemy's counterattack. Ziyu assessed the situation and started to get nervous. Both enemies had incredible skills, but if they switched places, they would become even more effective. He knew that it was not easy to hit this target, since the opponent had a huge advantage in the casino. But the hero himself was not a blunder. He rather highly appreciated his own capabilities in this confrontation. An employee of the security system announced the results of the first round. The blue team lost its life, while the red team, on the contrary, added, the spectators watching the match received confirmation of their guesses that the newcomers would be defeated by Red Moon. Now that both sides had to repeat the spin of the Wheel of Fortune, it was time for the second round. Ziyu hovered in the air. He had already chosen a point on the wheel where he should land, as long as it worked. Everyone held their breath as they waited for the result. As expected, the Shadow Killer hit the red equipment again. The blue team was unlucky again, and the player re-won the green artifact, which was completely useless in battle. The manager, warming up the interest of the audience, decided to sum up how the Wheel of Fortune played this time. It was time to place bets. Ziyu lost 200 points but decided to turn the wheel again, so he decided to try to win by changing his strategy. The public doubted that with his luck, the player could win at least something worthwhile. Many gloated over the newcomer. The red team decided not to add points and be content with the existing winnings. I wonder if this will affect the result of the match. Our hero made a jump. For some time he was even afraid to look down. He was so worried. Once again, Ziyu landed on a green field. This time he received a healing artifact, at least some variety. The young man did not lose heart and said that he would spin again. He was not sorry to lose 400 points for the sake of a new opportunity. The manager announced his decision and expressed the hope that this time, the blue team will have at least a little more luck. And again, the green color fell out. It seems that today the luck finally turned away from Yu. It's time to add another spin. The young man decided otherwise and said that at the moment this is enough. He does not wake up to add. The audience was sure that they would win by betting on the red team, while the blue team had no chance of winning this match. The guy contacted his friends and asked them not to use all their strength now. Just let them hold out and let the enemy earn some points. Shen Yunniao knew how well Jieyu was thinking and replied that she would follow his plan without any problems. Taiwu was a little surprised. Ghostface began to guess that the blues would change tactics this time, but he couldn't be sure how. The villain created several more clones of himself and stated that no matter what the opponents are up to, it will not affect his success. The battle began, and within seconds it was announced that the red team had easily taken another boss life. Seiyu was satisfied. Things were progressing properly. It was time to turn the wheel once more. The host announced that despite such results, the blue team remains calm. Now they must regain their luck and show what they are capable of. Our hero added more and more points, but each time he landed on the green field of the Wheel of Fortune, it became obvious that this was not just a coincidence. It is not known whether it was a success or a failure, but the blue team won the green artifacts 10 times in a row, and then the Ghostface clones repeated the attack. The assassin had used up a lot of energy, but he was still stronger than the blue team girls trying to restrain him. The audience began to mock CU and his unsuccessful attempts to resist the red team, and malicious jokes began to pour in. However, security officer Jin Chan was still optimistic and offered to evaluate the results of the new round. The blue team Toad has only 2 lives left. The situation doesn't look too rosy, but it's not a failure yet. All the lives of the red team Toad were saved, and additional lives were taken from the enemy. Shadow Slayer said that the opponents are simply doomed to lose. Now he has no doubt about it. CU was very amused by this phrase. The guy said that in fact everything is under control, as planned. He shouted that he would win the next round and the blue team would have a better chance of winning than ever before. The guard announced that if the blue team managed to knock out the white color, the Illusion Master would make them the winner. But this had not happened in the last 100 rounds. The audience laughed that the guy had no chance. The Master of Illusions can take away 10 lives even if white falls out. Ghostface continued to laugh as he made sure that the enemy had a plan, but he was sure that it wouldn't work. He ordered Shadow Assassin to arrange a white item for them in the next round, but he wasn't sure if he could. Tai Wu was worried about whether they had even the slightest chance of winning, and her friend advised her to rely on ZU. She herself was sure that the hero would cope with the task, but just in case, she shouted that they were counting on him. Let him know. The host assumed that the blue team had a secret weapon in store for this round, and she didn't lose her spirits either. The girl hoped that the outcome of the game could still be influenced and gave the players the command to start. Our hero again knocked out the green artifact. The crowd of spectators expressed deep disappointment, while the shadow killer hit the red one, as before. Both opponents simultaneously expressed a desire to continue, similar. The goal of each was white. The situation was repeated. The players decided to continue the competition again. Now the stakes were very high. The host announced that the previous bets are no longer comparable to the new ones. 6,400 points are at stake, and both teams are ready to go to the end. Once again, Zayu was standing on the green. One could only envy the young man's tenacity, determined to get what he wanted at all costs. Meanwhile, Shadow Slayer finally knocked out the white artifact, breaking the record for the last 100 rounds. The audience cheered. Almost all the viewers were sure that they would get rich today and thank the killer for this. Guild employee Jim Chan announced that the competition is almost over, so we can only watch the Illusion Master's attack. Ghostface had already regained his senses. He was happy with his partner's performance and was happy about how reliable the Shadow Assassin was. The girls from the blue team froze in place. They didn't know if what was happening was part of the plan, or if their situation could be considered unenviable. Noticing their condition, ZU resolutely declared that he shouldn't think that he was destined to lose. He became serious and asked everyone present to watch carefully for something worthy of attention to happen. With the words that the Copper Slayer can only be used in the last round, the young man activated the item in his hand. It was the same artifact that Tai Wu had given him, and the girl had said that she really hoped it would be useful. The item was given to her by her brother, telling her that it could be used in case of danger to escape from her. The faces of those present on the battlefield became extremely surprised. Something out of the ordinary was happening. After shouting for Tai Wu to do what needed to be done, our hero threw a glowing green chip into the air. The girl held hers in her hand and asked her brother to lend her some of his power to make the plan work. In the next moment, she swapped places with ZU and found herself on the top landing facing Shadow Assassin. The young man took her place in the battle arena to fight with Shen Yunyao against the Illusion Master. The host of the event was pleasantly surprised that the blue team used the move skill. The audience was outraged by this trick. They were already calculating the profit in their minds, but something went wrong. Curses rained down on the clever player. Ghostface guessed that ZU had been waiting for the right moment to pull off this trick all along. The Toad's eyes glowed with fire, as if the Illusion Master didn't think it was worth paying much attention to. The Blood Moon player started making welcoming movements, shouting that no one could match Master Jin Chan's strength. The audience immediately picked up on his cheers. Everyone was set up for the victory of the Red Team, the Red Moon Guild team. ZU activated his special skill. He really didn't expect it to come to this, but he was ready to take the fight. The only thing he knew was that he wasn't going to lose, even though fortune had turned its back on him for a while. It turned out that the young man deliberately spent all his points spinning the wheel to get as many crystals as possible, or rather, to collect them all. Now, these artifacts had become a source of power so powerful that even an Illusion Master would not be able to resist it. In the next instant, ZU stuck his sword into the ground and activated Devour mode to use the crystals. Ghostface giggled. He guessed that the young man would want to use this skill. He continued his victory dance, shouting that against the Golden Toad's level, the move that killed Kong Xin would still be useless. The Illusion Master launched his attack to the glee of a player from the Blood Moon Guild who thought that victory was already in his pocket. Shen Yunyao let out a startled cry when her partner finished the energy absorption mode, but he was confident that he wouldn't lose. The young man's idea of how to win came when he saw a bunch of green useless crystals in Tai Wu's inventory and decided to buy them back at double the price. The system gave out a message that the absorption process was completely completed. All the guys' indicators were increased many times. Health and mana stats tripled, strength and other stats also kept up, gaining extra points. Finally, Zeyu left behind a special crystal that could increase the defense by 5%. He used it, and because of the previous buffs, the item worked at 50%. The Illusion Master's attack almost reached the target. But our hero was already under the protective dome, and all that remained was to fight off the main damage with his sword. The host shouted that it was unbelievable. The Mega Punch was repelled by the blue side. So far, no one had withstood the Illusion Master's attack. She knew that the duration of such an effect from the Master of 1,000 Illusions was only 5 seconds. So if the guy lasted, the blue team had a chance. The audience dropped their jaws, not understanding how this is even possible. The player did not just cheat, but managed to circle around the nose of absolutely everyone. Xiaoyu was holding on with all his strength. The strength of the 98th level was truly colossal. He had never even imagined how much before. Behind her, Shen Yunyao was ready to come to her partner's aid at any moment, and her halberd now looked more like our hero's sword. Realizing that the young man was no longer able to ask, the girl herself came forward and stood next to him, saying that she would help. She apologized for not doing it earlier, leaving everything to Shuayu, who asked to proceed carefully. The attack is very powerful. The commentator couldn't believe that the blue team would be so strong. The confrontation is still going on. Ghostface was dumbfounded. He just couldn't let the other party win. The player immediately activated the clone mode. He intended to go up against Xiaoyu and Shen Yunyao. This was indeed the perfect opportunity to attack the opposing team by taking advantage of the moment. The guy asked his partner to use all his strength. They have very little time left. They need to hold out. The girl agreed, her face showing that she wasn't the kind of person who could afford to give up and retreat. Our heroes were still able to hold off the 1,000 Illusion Master's attack, but it was already clear that their strength was running out. Xiaoyu then made the decision not just to confront the enemy, but to recapture their energy back by returning it to the sender. He made a corresponding movement with his sword, and now the Illusion Master's light green wave of attack was charging straight at Ghostface and his clones. The host couldn't even really explain what was going on, but it was clear that the blue team had somehow managed to get the mega kick back. Waves of energy washed over the clones, each of them trying to defend themselves, but it wasn't easy. To do this, they used crossed swords, so they managed to survive. Like the Ghostface itself, it was his favorite technique. For a while, the technique did work, but the counterattack power was so high that it was only a matter of time before they were killed. Among other things, the light green energy of the Master of 1,000 Illusions was added to the blue energy sent by the Devourer. The commentator recorded an incredible burst of energy on the battlefield. The Master of Illusions managed to repel a lightning strike. What will happen now is not clear. The girl did not ignore the fact that the blue side managed to save the last life of its toad, although at great cost. Both players are barely able to stand on their feet. The red side totem was supposed to be destroyed by the attack, but lost only one life. What the outcome of the confrontation will be is completely unclear. But then the beauty looked at the ghost face itself and realized that it could not withstand the power of the attack and fell to the ground. Shadow Slayer couldn't understand how this could have happened. Now he had to fight on his own, or bring his partner to his senses. It turned out that he also had a transfer coin, and it seemed that Taiwu's brother wasn't the only one with such artifacts. Without wasting any time, the player decided to move to the battlefield. The characteristic green flashes of energy appeared. At the same time, Ghostface moved to the top of the Wheel of Fortune, where he could lie as long as he liked. Xiaoyu and Shen Yunyao were exultant. They were once again facing a shadow assassin who wasn't particularly good at close combat, so it wasn't difficult to defeat him even in this state. The player realized that his opponents were really right and decided to give up. Maybe this will give him a chance to survive. The commentator announced in a choking voice that the shadow assassin was admitting defeat, which could only mean one thing. The audience was ready to tear their hair out with indignation. Many of them put all the points they had on the victory of the red team. The victory of the blue team, consisting of Xiaoyu, Shen Yunyao, and Taiwu, was announced, and the latter almost cried with joy. The host spread her arms wide, congratulated the winners, and solemnly announced that the Wheel of Fortune games were over. Noticing that Shen Yunyao was injured, Little Wu asked if everything was fine. The girl assured her that the injuries were not too serious. Shadow Assassin and Ghostface were about to leave the venue, but they still asked Ziyu to wait. They weren't done yet. Meanwhile, the commentator invited the winning team to enjoy the applause. They deserved it. The audience was not in solidarity with the security officer. Millions of curses and threats flew at our hero. The young man was not too upset by this. He offered to shout anything. This does not change the fact that he won. Then, another woman appeared and said that the victory was well-deserved and the Jinchan Association was grateful to the participants. It was the vice president of the guild, whose appearance caused the host of the competition to be overjoyed. The girl rushed to hug her boss, saying that she missed her terribly, and she replied that she also missed this lovely meatball. Jiyu asked if this was really the vice president of the guild, and was told that the woman wasn't very good at fighting, but she had earned a lot of money for the organization. Quin Qi was smiling. She was obviously friendly to the rookie team. and they brought a lot of points to Wheel of Fortune with their victory. Thinking that it was time to wind up the fishing line, our hero turned to the vice president with gratitude and asked permission to leave. The woman smiled, saying that it's not impossible for the winners to leave like this. They are injured, and the Jin-chan Guild can't let them go in this state. They will help them recover. The host pointed out that the healing spring is a secret option that everyone can't use. But Quinn Key insisted that the guys have earned this right. Realizing that the woman had her own plans for them, Ziyu tried to refer to urgent matters. He hoped that he would get out of it. The guy immediately received a slap from his girlfriend, who reminded him that nothing in this world can be more important than the secret healing spring of Jin-chan. Shen Yunniao explained that this source not only heals wounds, but can also improve all the basic indicators of a player. But she chose to keep silent about beauty. After listening to this tirade with a smile, the vice president invited the team to follow her. This time, no one refused. Only our hero once again clutched his head, hoping that they would not get into another unpleasant story by agreeing. The source was really classified and was located inside a special magic pyramid high above the city. Barely submerged in the water, the young man appreciated the healing properties of the magic spring. The wounds were healed literally before his eyes. He even hoped that he could heal the scars that the Death Eater had left. But that didn't happen. Maybe it was just a matter of time. He decided to think about it later and just threw his head back, trying to relax and just relax. The girls from the team appeared. They were wearing swimsuits and blood gushed from our hero's nose from what he saw. The partners were discussing the size of the pool. Ziyu asked to be more reasonable. They scared him. Besides, the swimsuits are so tight. Shen Yunniao replied that they were bathing clothes. They were always like this, and then asked how much they earned. The hero cheerfully replied that the amount is not small. Everyone will get about 3 million points. There is something to be proud of. The guy also thanked Tai Wu. They wouldn't have been able to do it without her. And even though her brother tried to attack them earlier, now he wishes him well and wants to help. The girl looked at Ziyu with gratitude and promised that her brother would definitely apologize for his past mistakes, if only everything would end well. She almost immediately jumped out of the water, saying that she had already recovered and would go look for her brother right now. Shen Yunniao asked the little girl to be careful. Her partner asked why the young man had run to help Tai Wu in the alley, and he said that he couldn't leave her in the lurch, despite the previous incident. The scars were also noticed by the beauty. She decided that it was a tattoo, but Ziyu explained that these were the same sword scars. Quinn Key came in unnoticed and explained that the hero does not quite understand what is happening. These are not scars at all. The woman spread her arms and stated that these were actually beautiful markings that were the seal of the Yiji sword. This surprised the young man a little, and he asked him to tell us more about what the vice president had in mind. Queen Key explained that this is a unique blade. 2 years ago it already appeared in one player. It is such a powerful weapon that it can disrupt the balance of the game. The owner of this sword had become so strong that it could easily compete with all 4 guilds at once. Ziyu's weapon and the markings on his body aren't too different from the ones on the player she's talking about. Shen Yunniao exclaimed that she now understands why our hero is so strong. He has a unique case. The vice president went down to the pool and suddenly touched the guy's chest as if thinking about something. She reported that even though Yiji's sword was incredibly powerful, it could end very quickly. Ziyu was a little startled when he asked what this meant and was advised to check his stats. The main parameters were still greatly enlarged, but a dark fragment was visible on the line showing health. Looking closely, the young man realized that from one edge it began to crumble, burning. Quinn Key replied that there was a high price for great power, and it was exactly the same as with the previous owner of the sword. Hearing that when the line completely turned black and crumbled he would die, Ziyu was really scared. Nothing like this was in his plans. Shen Yunniao exclaimed that it wasn't fair. It shouldn't be like this. She hoped that there was a way to save the guy. The woman replied that it was difficult, but there are scales of the Holy Healing Dragon in the S-rank dungeon, in the realm of Red Waxing Dragons, eliminating anomalies. But the Red Moon Guild has taken over this dungeon, and there are a lot of strong monsters there, and our hero can only use short bursts of power. Therefore, getting a healing dragon scale in Ziyu's case is almost impossible. The woman ruefully patted his chin. Her expression changed. The vice president suggested that the guy join their organization. Jin-chan has the means to negotiate with Blood Moon. The young man realized that Quinn Key had thought of this plan before inviting them to the spring, so he asked for some time to think. The woman replied that she expects his decision, no matter what it will be, because it gives the opportunity to completely change the whole game. Saying that he was grateful for the wise vice president's understanding, Ziyu almost completely submerged under the magic water. Shen Yunniao realized that he was very excited. She wanted to cheer up her friend and called out his name. The guy's face became serious. He understood that his incredible strength came for a reason. If so, you need to have time to earn 1 billion points for the resurrection of Yu Yi. It turned out that the Jin-chan Guild grounds were also quite interesting in the morning. The skyscrapers were no less impressive than at night. Ziyu was sleeping on the wide bed like a baby. His sleep was sound and peaceful. It looked like the guy had just passed out the day before. Someone shoved delicious food under his nose to wake him up with an appetizing smell, but it didn't help, so I had to wake the guy up with my voice. The young man opened his eyes a crack and began to rub under his nose. not understanding where the smell came from and who it would be at such an early hour, not allowing him to sleep. The same security officer reported that the morning is not so early. Our hero slept enough. Seeing the girl, Ziyu was scared. The player jumped back to the opposite side of the bed in horror, clutching the pillow and yelling that I don't belong in his bed. She narrowed her eyes and asked if he remembered the events of the previous night, which threw the guy into a real panic. The girl said that he just fell asleep in the pool, and the vice president instructed her to make sure that Ziyu was moved to bed. He should be grateful. Then, the Wheel of Fortune host leaned closer and said that she was here now to deliver some good news. The beauty reported that a unique player, a former member of their guild, Oddball Bu Li, was recently spotted on their trading platform. Our hero did not quite understand what kind of wording this is, who this person is, and why it is so important. This player disappeared after leaving the organization. He is very strange, but a real fanatic of weapons and rare artifacts. They say he has what Ziyu needs, namely the very dragon scales that can save our hero. Hearing this, the guy already jumped up. Just as Shen Yunyao was saying that it was a great stroke of luck, a girl wearing cute pink pajamas poked her head in. She immediately suggested going to the black market. She hasn't been there in a while and now she wants to fix it as soon as possible. The Wheel of Fortune host replied that the Jin Chao Association turns a blind eye to the activities of this market, but it is not so easy to get there. You need to think carefully. Ziyu added that after the fight, a lot of players were angry at him, losing money, so going there with him is a very risky idea. He didn't want to put his girlfriend in danger by deciding that this time he would face trouble alone. Our hero did not even know that he had brought back to Shen Yunyao's memory an episode from the past that she would rather forget. The beauty slapped the guy another slap on the head with the words that, without her, he would have already died 100 times. They were all in constant danger, and she wasn't the type to leave her comrades in the lurch, at least not this time. Xiaoyu sighed. He couldn't stop his girlfriend from accompanying him. The security officer gave them disguise robes in exchange for passing the letter to Bu Li. Soon our heroes went to the western area of the former dungeon. The black market was actively working. You could find anything here. Shen Yunyao insisted on finding Bu Li quickly and getting out of here before we got into trouble, and her partner said he was being very careful and didn't need any reminders. They were looking for the oddball based on the blurry image. It wasn't an easy quest. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Why it was impossible to get more information about Bu Li before going out was unclear. Then someone shouted at the young man that he looked pathetic in his robes. The disguise gave away a coward, and the sour expression on his face increased the effect. A short blonde man was standing in front of Xiaoyu, asking if everything was all right, his gaze rather cheeky. When asked how he can help at all, the kid said that he is on the black market like a fish in water. A real celebrity can find anything. Shen Yunyao noticed that they would continue to search, but it might not be a bad idea to ask a stranger around. Our hero showed the image to the blonde, asking if he had seen this man in the market. It was clear from his face that he was worried. The blonde man immediately recognized Bu Li and replied that for 100 points he would take the players to the people who saw him a week ago. Ziyu's companion replied that they knew that the geezer was currently at the market, so let him take them for 50 points and not fool around. The boy asked for 80. They agreed on this. And a few minutes later, our heroes were standing in front of an ominous hangar, in which, according to the gunner's information, Bu Li was. Shen Yunyao was a little confused. The building looked run down and looked like some kind of dump. The blonde man mournfully reported that this place had started to look like this just after Bu Li bought it for a lot of money. Ziyu clarified whether the kid had lured him into a trap, and he was offended that he was famous throughout the market for his politeness and responsibility, and his reputation should be protected. Just at that moment, someone came out of the building and the young people became alert. It was impossible to miss the purpose of the visit. This someone was tall, just huge, and his protective gloves were a little rusted and looked like Bu Li's equipment. An oddball actually appeared in front of the players, carrying some incredibly large and old cannon on his shoulder. He tossed the weapon into the pile, saying that he had already warned them not to bother him for nothing, that they didn't need an assistant, that they were referring to the guide. Turning his back, Bu Li promised that the next piece of iron would go straight to the blonde if the jerk didn't draw conclusions. Shen Yunyao looked at the kid cowardly, hiding behind the trash can, but the kid explained that he was scary when he was angry. Xiaoyu followed Bu Li and asked if he could find a moment of time to talk to him. Without turning around, the man replied that he was busy. It would be strange if he answered differently. Our hero suspected that not everything would be so simple. The young man asked to wait. They were sent here by Xiao Wangzi and the matter is serious. Do not dismiss him. For some reason, the mention of the girl made Bu Li angry, and he clenched his fists and said that he was already fed up with this annoying woman. Out of rage, Weirdo started waving his arms and yelling that Wangzi had sent someone again. Couldn't we just leave him alone? Xiaoyu thought that they were friends, but it turned out that the weirdo was afraid that the Jin Chan Guild representatives would interfere with his plans in the market again. The fist was already flying in the face of our hero, who was babbling something about a misunderstanding. He froze at the very nose at the words about the scales that the guy wants to buy. Divine Healing Dragon scales were an incredibly valuable accessory, and the mere mention of them calmed the giant down. Ziyu wasted no time in asking how many points the weirdo would be willing to sell them for. Bu turned around and went to the hangar, saying that he wasn't interested in points at all, and the guy was confused. The man patted the motorcycle-like vehicle and informed that if Xiaoyu defeated him using it, there was a chance. He would give the hero the divine healing dragon skills in case he was faster, or at least think about it. The young man looked puzzled again, but he had already been assigned a time and place for the competition to take place. This was a great opportunity to get possession of the artifact, because the player really knew how to ride on glory. The deal was made. This burst of enthusiasm didn't make Bu Li any more benevolent. He ordered them to get out of here immediately. The man accompanied the order with a kick, and Shen Yunyao and the blonde man screamed in fright as Xiaoyu dashed past them and crashed into the wall. The girl asked if he was okay, but the blonde was more interested in getting paid for services. Our hero asked to wait with payment. There are still a couple of questions. This made the kid smile in anticipation of an increase in the fee. The young man wanted to know how to register for tomorrow's race, his eyes shining with excitement. The blonde replied that it is not so easy without a car. On the black market, prices start at 8,000, so there are not many people who want to. Siyu replied that it was not so bad. He had enough points to choose the right option. The kid was ready to fly with joy. Realizing that the player was rich, he was already going to keep the hero company at the races. He explained that racing is not so easy. Without an assistant, more precisely, a navigator, it will be impossible to calculate the strategy and so on. Shen Yunyao didn't listen to the rest of the story and dragged her partner away, saying that the boy was just trying to make some extra money. The blonde man rushed after him, saying that he was ready to help for free. Money was the last thing he was interested in right now. Xiaoyu thought that the kid didn't look dangerous and didn't seem to be lying. Since time was running out, the hero agreed. Fei promised that everything would be in the best possible way. The young man then told Shen Yunyao about what had happened. There was no choice but to compete with Bu Li to get the scales. Fairies with an authoritative look said that the oddball is not easy to defeat. Our heroes looked at him condescendingly. Despite the fact that their opponent is now in third place in the ranking, in fact, he may well break the record this year and become the winner. Gu Kei, the Ancient One, had won for several years in a row, but now he had a powerful competitor. Ziyu asked who the Ancient One was. The kid wondered how anyone could not know Gu Kei, who has been opposing all 4 guilds for several years now. Our hero thought that this was the same player with a sword like his, and added that Bu Li would use all means to win anyway. Shen Yunyao noticed that the task in front of them was not an easy one, but her partner assured her that they were only risking points spent on buying a vehicle. The blonde man shouted that with an assistant like him, they could do anything. He was excited about the upcoming race. Soon, the 3 of them were standing at the entrance to a store selling cars and motorcycles for racing, but they didn't really want to go inside. Fei had to call out to Ziyu and her friend several times before they decided to follow him. The guy explained that all cars located here are sold automatically, paid points, and you will find any in the inventory. Ziyu immediately looked for a suitable motorcycle for himself, but his assistant reminded him that you should focus not on appearance, but on statistics. The female voice didn't greet the fairies very kindly. It looked like he was in trouble. A woman with 2 companions walked straight to the 3 of us, saying that she had been looking for the kid for a long time. Those present were startled to report that this was a team of red scales. It was time to get out while they were still intact. The name intrigued Ziyu. The woman reminded the fairies that it would be nice to serve their car, the race is about to start, and he is somewhere in hell. The blonde man informed Hong Yang that he was also competing in the top speed tournament this time, so he wouldn't be able to help them. The woman grimaced as if she'd eaten a lemon, not believing what she'd just heard, mistaking it for a silly joke. She grabbed the kid by the scruff of the neck and shouted that a fool hadn't been born yet to take on a racing assistant without experience. Shen Yunyao whispered to her partner that the said fool was himself. Very funny, isn't it? Fei shouted that Hong Yang had promised to take him to the team after 3 months of car maintenance work. A year had passed and nothing had changed. Throwing away the impudent man, the woman said that you cannot bite the nursing hand. If not for them, I would have hung out on the black market further. She stepped right on the fairy's head, reminding him that his chances of survival weren't too high already, and now they were all going to 0. No one would notice that he was dead, and it would be a setup for the next rookies to use if he killed the bastard now. Xiaoyu took Hong Yang's leg and asked if she had forgotten about the rules of decency. It was not polite to put her feet anywhere, especially in front of strangers. This caused a stream of curses and a storm of anger. The assistant barely restrained the woman from attacking the young man. Our hero with burning eyes explained that now the fairies work for him and will help at the races. Hong Yang realized that this was the idiot who had been tricked by the boy. But the boy said that he was a newbie himself, so he didn't see anything seditious in the situation. The player said that he did not care about their internal feuds, but until the end of tomorrow's race, no one would lay a finger on the kid. The guards whipped out their whips and threatened Ziyu with reprisal for insulting the red scales, and it was clear that they were quite capable of fulfilling their promise. Suddenly, the red-haired woman decided to stop the showdown and simply ordered the assistants to follow her. While he was still thinking about the reason for leaving so quickly, Shen Yunyao was already creaking her glove as she flexed her fists. She went up to the fairies and threateningly asked them what else he was hiding from them, and if he would tell them all at once. The blonde man sadly admitted that he really wasn't a navigator, just helping the motorcycle club with logistics and maintenance. His voice trembled, and the kid explained that he had always wanted to race and knew what it took to win. Xiaoyu extended his hand and informed him that there was some misunderstanding, but it wasn't critical even once. Our hero explained that the main thing for him is to take part in races, and for this you need an assistant, so just let him do his job well. The kid jumped for joy and shouted to the whole store that he would do everything in the best possible way, even if they did not doubt it. In the meantime, Hong Yang contacted someone and told them that she had some great news that couldn't be better. She explained that she saw a guy who fooled a bunch of people at the recent battle with the Wheel of Fortune. After hearing that he was a black market player, the person contacted by the woman replied that although Ziyu was wanted, but she couldn't beat him. The guy was strong. The red-haired woman said that she perfectly understands her chances in the fight, but tomorrow's the race, and this is a good chance to achieve what you want. The next day, the Maximum Speed gathered an incredible crowd of people. The presenter greeted those present. It was the opening of the 42nd round of the race, and the girls solemnly announced their imminent start. Yege introduced herself and said that she was honored to host this incredible event today. All the drivers are already at the start. They look like they are ready for the start of the competition, and they are smiling proudly. The girl added that today they will be joined by two newcomers. Not so long ago, they won the Wheel of Fortune and have every chance to prove themselves in the race. She introduced Ziyu and Shen Yunyao to the audience, both striking interesting poses and waiting for the audience's reaction. The young man with a smile told his friend that this time he was counting on her help very much. The girl replied that she always wanted to take part in races, and besides, he paid her for a motorcycle, which is generally out of the question. Faye asked. If our hero remembered everything, he nodded and asked what kind of black eyes the navigator had. The kid explained that he spent the whole night studying the route map. Everything will be fine. He has never lost the maximum speed yet, and this is not surprising because Faye has never participated. Someone was looking at Ziyu behind him, and it looked like he had enough enemies here, at least hidden ones. Two riders who seemed to be from Red Moon were whispering that the hero's head award should go to them. Hong Yang, who also took part in the race, advised her colleagues not to rush too much. Not everything is so clear. The woman added that hunting brings pleasure only if you do it slowly and with taste. The host asked not to forget about who took third place in the tournament last time, but today expects to win. This is the eccentric Bu Li. I wonder if he will be able to break the record this time. Apparently, the player is serious. The presenter reminded that only cars and equipment registered before the start can be used. Teleportation and the like are also prohibited. In case of a threat to life, you can use the return device because safety is above all. This was what Keiseyu needed. In order not to delay the time, the girl immediately notified that the competition was starting right now. All the participants started at the same time. The roar of the engines made the audience's ears pop. It was so powerful. I wonder which map will open to players after passing through the portal. Now we will find out. When the motorcycle started to pass through the shield, Ziyu was encouraged because the assistant said that he knew all the maps. Soon, he and Shen Yunyao drove out onto the bridge in the middle of the Dark Knight City. It was something that was breathtaking. Faye advised to increase the speed and get ahead to break away from the other riders. The road ahead is straight. Our hero followed the advice, but the bike in front of him looked too suspicious, promising a trick. The driver, threatening the guy with fire, asked where he was going. Ziyu expected a setup from the red-haired woman, but did not think that she would hire assistants. The second mercenary followed Shen Yunyao, reminding her to be careful on the road. The assistant advised the older sister to move for 2 hours. She snapped back so that he would not dare to call her that. Still, she followed the instructions, making an incredible motorcycle jump through the raging flames. Hong Yang asked to cover for her. Now is the time to show who is in charge. The woman decided to show an example to her subordinates. She explained that she bribed the organizers of the race, and the device for returning to Kaseyu's hand was faulty. It cost a lot of points. The kid is too inexperienced. He took such a big sword to the competition that it makes it difficult to go fast. With the words that now the hunt is declared open, the red-haired villain took aim at our hero. Bullets whizzed around the young man and his partner, but both kept their cool, concentrating on the ride. Shen Yunyao noticed that the attack was quite dangerous and strong. The guy asked the fairy if the track allows you to break away. The kid began to think feverishly about what to do. Apparently, Ziyu's bike wasn't fast enough to get ahead now. Finally, the blonde man came up with a plan. He ordered to accelerate the car as much as possible and make a jump in 10 seconds. There was a sharp turn ahead and Ziyu asked if he understood correctly, but Faye asked to trust him. There was no time for explanations. At the right moment, the assistant gave a signal, and the motorcycles of Shen Yunyao and her friend began to lift off the ground. Realizing that the players decided to jump off the racetrack, their pursuer considered it a real madness. Faye, meanwhile, shouted that everything was going according to plan. There was indeed a hidden passage at the bend of the road. The guy explained that this is a chance to break away from the others for at least 10 seconds, so it would be stupid not to use it. Ziyu didn't quite understand why he should bypass the others when he could just destroy them, but he still used this opportunity. and the Red Libra gang was left with nothing. The head of the organization decided to speed up to intercept the players at the next intersection of the tracks. Our hero appeared unexpectedly, shouting that this was not necessary. A sword was already prepared in his hand. The guy swung to make one blow enough, and then explained that it would be easier for everyone. There was nothing to stretch the confrontation for a long time. He chopped one of the girls' motorcycles in half and happily declared that his sword wasn't even capable of that. The villainess had no choice but to use the artifact for an emergency return. Before the opponent disappeared, Shen Yunyao managed to borrow her cannon. A weapon in a race can't hurt. The red-haired woman fired several shots, but they did not reach the target. The woman called the heroes cunning bastards. They just laughed and thanked him for the compliment, and in this situation they really were smarter and smarter. The commentator shouted that the Red Libra team had engaged Xiaoyu instead of continuing the race, which affected the speed. But the most amazing thing is that weirdo Bu Li is ranked last and still hasn't overtaken any of the contestants. After hearing about this, the man decided that it was time to start implementing his plan. He intended to win the race at any cost. The player connected additional power. Since Gu Kei was able to become the winner last time, then he is quite capable of it. Bu Li started shooting at the riders in front of him, stating that they would have to give way to him anyway. One by one, the players went out of range under the attack of the weirdo. Some of them received flame damage, others received power punches. The entire track now shone with the colorful lights of the explosions that the man had set up, and this was his way to win. Leaving behind the participants who left the race, the man noted with satisfaction that the test of the new weapon went well, and the show turned out to be colorful. Bu Li was now rushing forward at breakneck speed. It seemed that he would catch up with our hero just a little more. Just in case, he readied his sword and shouted to Shen Yunyao that the weirdo was rapidly approaching. The leader of the Red Scales did not pay attention to this. She made a new series of shots at Xiaoyu. Now the young man was literally caught between two fires, being attacked from several directions at once. Bu Li's projectiles were getting closer, and Shen Yunyao was starting to get nervous. It was unclear what her partner had decided to do. The women in the front didn't stop shooting either. They were confident that they could kill the player and his companion. Our hero's motorcycle was damaged, and the fairies became agitated, warning that it was dangerous to continue in the same spirit. The guy shouted that there was another turn ahead and this time they would have to take a chance. The friend agreed. Both of them had reached their maximum speed limit, and they were almost on par with the women in their red scales. The red-haired girl realized that just a little more, and Ziyu's sword would damage the motorcycle, and maybe she would get it herself. Nevertheless, the villain did not lose confidence in her abilities and shouted that it was even easier for her to attack now than before. On a curve, shots whizzed over the young man's head, not reaching the target, but his sword still caught the enemy's vehicle, pushing it aside. Shen Yunyao also managed to dodge the shots as she quickly caught up with her rival on the turn. Ye Go happily informed the audience that the newcomers managed to accelerate significantly on the turn and break out ahead. Shen Yunyao's beautiful drift left her pursuers behind, and the girl was coming out on top. He and Ziyu had safely passed the turn and were now racing forward at all available power. Their pursuer was not discouraged by the fact that she was left behind. On the contrary, the woman decided that it was even more convenient to shoot at such live targets. Ziyu smiled. Still not sure who the target was, Li Bo's projectiles were now flying towards the women from the red scales. An explosion broke out, and our heroes thanked the weirdo for his help, even though they knew that now he would take them on. The players who were bribed by the red-haired woman decided that since their impudent employer was finished, they could now get the main prize and keep it for themselves. They prepared their weapons to attack Xiaoyu and Shen Yunyao, and it was clear to their companions that there were many people who wanted to hunt them. The guy offered his girlfriend to repeat the same technique. The girl immediately began to shoot at the backs of opponents. The young man himself prepared to use his sword again, even though the players shouted at him that they had never lost a race in close combat. The guy named Runt immediately threw a grenade. It seems that he had a lot of experience in such survival contests. Siyu managed to dodge, but he warned his friend to be careful. It looks like this is just the beginning. There was an explosion. The young man shouted to Shen Yunyao to get out of the way, otherwise it would be difficult. He noticed that Bu Li was close. But their opponents did not take into account the strange guy. For both of them, his appearance was a surprise. Weirdo literally demolished the motorcycles of the participants from the track with his huge vehicle. He moved straight ahead. Both bandits lost control and were forced to use emergency evacuation with the help of artifacts. The host commented on the situation on the track with delight, noting that Bu Li doesn't stop and smashes everything in his path. Fei was delighted. Everything was going according to plan. He reminded Ziyu that now is the time to use Route B, the guy agreed. Weirdo also had extra points in the plan and shouted that the opponents were too weak. Both Shen Yunyao and Xiaoyu saw that his traps were set right in their path, and it was impossible to avoid them at the turn. There was an explosion and a powerful flow of energy threw both heroes high in the air, along with their motorcycles. Most of all, the guy was worried about his girlfriend. He even flashed the thought that the girl should use the artifact of return. Yegi was also worried. She reported that Shen Yunyao and Xiaoyu, who had managed to break out triumphantly, couldn't withstand Bu Li's attack. As a result of the explosion, both participants flew off the track and fell into the ocean. It seems that they will not be able to continue the race. Meanwhile, the head of the Red Libra gang approached Faye and informed her that Shorty had lost anyway. She told the kid that her vehicle was disabled because of him, so after they leave the arena, he will not just get off. Faye smiled, and before the race, he showed Zheyu and Shen Yunyao hidden paths, even if some of them are difficult, but they will help you win the top speed race. He promised our hero that he would lead them to victory, as he made up detours to the right, left, up, and even down from the main route. So the kid yelled at the red-haired girl to just watch. The real competition is only starting now. Meanwhile, Ziyu and her friend were already driving out of the water towards the race route. They weren't going to give up at all and were sticking to plan B. The host raised her eyebrows in surprise. Noticing that some movement was noticeable from under the water, she literally could not believe her eyes. The girl announced that Zheyu and Shen Yunyao hadn't dropped out yet. As soon as they jumped on the track, it was unbelievable. But Buli continues to push forward, knocking the contestants off the track like he's harvesting a crop. The man approached our heroes and promised that the second time fortune will not turn to them. As the two raced forward, numerous strange Buli projectiles were already flying towards them. There were a lot of them. Xiaoyu used the reset mode to protect himself, but Shen Yunyao was afraid that his body wouldn't be able to handle it. The young man shouted that there was no choice and that they simply would not win without this victory, and then activated the weapon. A few swings were enough to disarm all of the Buli weirdos' missiles launched at them. The commentator announced that Zheyu used the same technique as in the Wheel of Fortune games, which allowed him to avoid the enemy's attack. Weirdo was pleased. He realized that the guy really had the same rare powerful sword Yiji. Well, in that case, he may well use heavy artillery, and a few more rockets were fired in the direction of our heroes. Bu Li raised his hand and said that he wouldn't use such a move on ordinary players, but since the opponent had such a powerful weapon, he would take the risk. The missiles he launched began to rotate around their axis and rapidly change the direction of flight. It turned out that Weirdo can open hidden spaces and move projectiles in the shadows. They appeared as if out of nowhere and hit the guys. Yegi informed the audience that the rider had used his special high-level ability called Hidden Pressure Zone. On the narrow path, Zheyu and Shen Yunyao simply couldn't escape the powerful flow of energy released. The guy felt like a whole mountain had fallen on him, but at least he wasn't burned, and thank you for that. The players were forced to stop moving, and if before they had excellent prospects of winning the competition, now everyone had doubts about it. Bu Li continued to pick up speed. He reached the finish line, and this time was very close to setting the record. Looking at the performance of the motorcycles, Fei realized that his team would not win in a confrontation with Oddball. To be honest, this was expected. Siyu was not happy with such a pessimistic attitude. He reminded the kid that you should always strive to win and remain brave. Fei considered it impossible to break out of the high-pressure zone. Shen Yunyao suggested not to be discouraged. Her partner is a unique person who is capable of many things. Shouting that they had every chance, our hero drew his sword and activated the absorption mode, using the Soul Stone. He confidently gripped the hilt of his blade. Seeing this, the commentator enthusiastically informed the audience that Zheyu wasn't going to give up. The player's sword transformed into a spear to make an incredible ranged strike, or something like that. Shen Yunyao moved her hand to the side and shouted for the guy to focus on her. It looked like she was privy to the details of the backup plan. The spectators in the stands froze, not understanding what the participants of the race were up to. In the current conditions, it looked just fantastic. Ziyu swung with all his might, shouting to his friend that everything else would depend on her from now on. The spear flew forward, and the special skill of strength and speed was activated, as well as the maximum energy charge. It was an absolute piercing attack that managed to break through the special pressure created by Bu Li. The spear was rushing forward, and Shen Yunyao had to grab it with her hand in time to move forward with the motorcycle through the high-pressure area. It was necessary to correctly calculate the right moment so that the force of the spear's flight would be enough to solve this problem, and the beauty would not be injured. Zhiyu's partner waited for the point to flash forward before grabbing the hilt. Yegu enthusiastically commented on the incredible teamwork of the players. Nothing like this had ever happened in a race. Shen Yunyao was rushing forward like an arrow, or rather, a spear. She was moving through the pressure zone with incredible speed, and it was clear that soon the girl would completely overcome it. And so it happened. Shen Yunyao got on the track and sped forward, constantly closing the distance with Bu Li. Everything happened very quickly. The man didn't take the time to look back at his ass, but he could hear that the girl was catching up with him. It was simply impossible to believe. The beauty realized that her arm literally hurt like fire. The pain from the spear was so strong. Did Ziyu constantly suffer such torment for the sake of strength? You can't let him down. The enemy continued to launch projectiles, but all of them were now completely useless and did not reach the target. It turned out that the player decided to use the explosive force as an acceleration, which was a fairly reasonable decision, but not productive enough. The finish line was only a short distance away, and both participants were trying to win at any cost. Xiaoyu and Fei clenched their fists in exertion and tried their best to convey to Shen Yunyao their confidence that she would make it. The girl squeezed everything possible out of the motorcycle, out of the spear, and out of herself. She spent a lot of life energy on the weapon. Still, the wheel of Bu Li's motorcycle was slightly ahead, largely due to the vehicle's large size. The players crossed the finish line at the same time. The commentator could not determine the winner, as the speed was enormous. Everyone was waiting for the verdict of the experts. The score information was supposed to be displayed on a giant scoreboard, and Yege invited everyone present to look at it. The difference was 6 milliseconds, and the winner of the race was announced as Shen Yunyao, which was just incredible. 20 minutes later, Bu Li's pressure zone stopped being active, and Xiaoyu also successfully reached the finish line. The host announced that the speed of our hero was not so hot, but since only 3 participants lasted until the end of the race, the guy took an honorable 3rd place. However, no one managed to break Gukei's record this time. He was still the fastest champion. The commentator offered to greet today's finalists on stage and invited them to go to the podium. The audience was quick to express their delight to the guys who managed to get around the weirdo Bu Li, despite all his tricks. Shen Yunyao took her rightful first place and waved her hand in greeting to the audience, basking in a storm of applause. Fei was crying with happiness. He had become the co-driver of the winning team, and now Hong Yang, that red-haired bandit, would be forced to leave him alone. Ziyu informed her friend that she was just gorgeous, and the girl coquettishly replied that it was a common thing for her to do. The girl approached Bu Li and said that it was time to give her the promised divine dragon scales of healing. He turned to our hero and said that the guy is in 3rd place and Bu Li himself is in 2nd. What is it all about? Ziyu tried to prove that he had helped Shen Yunyao, who was ranked 1st, so he was entitled to the scales. But Weirdo said it was all bullshit. The host revealed that champion Gukei had been invited to the race party, but since he had already left, it was decided to call the 2nd one from the ranking. A blonde man in a red raincoat appeared and proudly listened to the enthusiasm of the contest organizer. The audience gasped. Everyone thought that inviting this guy to the event was not just risky but very dangerous. Hearing that it was the well-known president of the Red Moon Association, Xiaoyu tensed up, and Shen Yunyao became nervous. Lingjing finally turned to face the audience, his smile a little cold and sinister. The hero, with some surprise, asked his friend if this very person was really the head of the enemy guild. Yega handed him a goblet and asked him to do them the honor, and the man thanked him for the invitation, but he didn't even turn his head in her direction. While Ziyu was wondering if Lingjing had come here to get it, he praised Shen Yunyao's incredible progress. He handed the girl a cup with the words that this trophy is perfectly combined with her unearthly beauty. Bu Li got a silver cup, and when the man told him that he needed to work harder on himself, he told him to stay away from him. When it was the bronze medalist's turn, the Red Moon Guild head paused a bit, considering what to say. In the end, he simply asked if Xiaoyu was really in front of him, which surprised our hero no less than the enemy's behavior. Lingjing added that he had heard a lot about the guy and that the entire organization was following him closely. Not understanding the catch, the young man held out his hand in greeting and said that Red Moon was also useful to him in some ways. The handshake took place. It was somehow very strange. The villain's face became tougher, and Ziyu couldn't understand what kind of pressure he was feeling and why everything around him was turning red. At some point, our hero felt like a toy in the hands of a giant, and this giant clearly did not come here to joke. Everything stopped in an instant, and a gloved hand was placed on the Red Moon Guild Master's wrist. Ziyu came to the rescue of weirdo Bu Li, and it was completely unexpected. Such an act said a lot about this strange player. Bu Li accused Lingjing of not being able to engage in a duel with a rookie who hadn't even reached level 20 yet. The villain pathetically straightened his hair and explained that he was a little carried away, since our hero owns the Yiji blade. The guy was really scared. Even a few seconds of confrontation was enough to understand that the enemy is much more powerful than himself. Meanwhile, the head of Red Moon tried to calm the young man down by saying that he had come here with good news, and not for a showdown at all. The man urged those present to listen carefully, because he has an important announcement for everyone. Lingjing reported that the guild has decided to open access to the famous S-rank dungeon called the Red Dragon Dimension. Ziyu and Shen Yunyao couldn't believe their ears. This was the dungeon where they needed the healing scales. The public cheered. Going on such a raid was a rare opportunity. High-level dungeons were usually only open to the top 4 guilds. All players below level 40 are invited to participate, and the Red Moon Guild is always open to those who are not afraid to show their abilities. Suddenly, Lingjing looked straight into our hero's eyes and asked if he would run away with his tail between his legs this time. After the ceremony was over, Xiaoyu and Shen Yunyao went to the very hangar where the eccentric Bu Li was staying. He showed a glowing object. It was a magic healing dragon scale, that most valuable artifact, which should save him. The young man held out his hand and said that if the player called them here, then he decided to give them the trophy after all. Bu Li shook his head and said that the guy didn't win against him, so no. Then the hero asked in surprise, what was the point of inviting him here in such a case? The player said that Shen Yunyao had won over him, so he would give the artifact to her. The girl was surprised by the strange logic, but happily agreed to accept the gift. Ziyu cautiously asked if the remedy should be applied internally or externally. The beauty called him a jerk. She made a motion with her hand and ordered the game to use this item on a player named Ziyu. The scale flew up to the guy, and then streams of yellow energy flowed around him. It looked very unusual and really magical. The lifeline started to recover, the remedy worked, and Ziyu happily exclaimed that in that case, he would go to the dungeon and get more divine scales. Suddenly, the friend remembered Wang Zi's request and asked the guy to fulfill the promise, since he had already received the artifact. The young man took out a letter and informed Bu Li that the girl had asked to give him something. He looked a little embarrassed. Our hero handed the envelope to the eccentric, but the latter pushed his hand away, saying that he did not even want to hear anything about Wang Zi. Suddenly, a special device appeared from the envelope. A message was heard that Bu Li was found nearby, and the automatic activation of the electric shock begins. Looking at the man shaking under the attack, Ziyu thought that there was some misunderstanding. A woman's voice rang out, telling Bu Li that he and Wang Zi had been developing this electric shock for years and hoped he liked it. The player slammed his fist into the device, shouting that he was already sick of it and knew that they would not leave him alone. He ordered the two of us to get out of here immediately, but Shen Yunyao said her instincts told her to stay. Something amazing was happening. Immediately, Weirdo's gear began to crack, as if he was going to break it or take it off, whichever you look at. In the next instant, the equipment completely crumbled, and inside was not a man, but a rather pretty girl. She was furious that someone had seen her true form and informed her that she would now have to settle the matter by force. Ziyu stammered that they didn't do it on purpose and tried to explain something to Miss Bu Li, who cooled down a bit after realizing that it was all Wang Zi's fault. The woman sat down, crossed her legs, and muttered that she wouldn't hurt the boys, as they might still be useful to her, but let them keep their mouths shut. After that, she said that her name was Ya Ling apparently. An interesting story was to follow. Ziyu asked what about Bu Li, if that wasn't her real name, and the girl lowered her eyes with a displeased look. She recalled the first time she came to the Jin Chang Guild and Wang Zi started trying to get acquainted. Ya Ling was not eager to give her name, so she got the nickname Bu Li. I didn't want to talk about it, and the girl asked me not to call her by this pseudonym when the protective suit was removed. She asked if Ziyu was really going to the dragon dimension. The guy nodded. Firstly, there are scales that he needs, and secondly, there may be interesting loot. Ya Ling noticed that it was naive to think that Ling Jing would leave him alone. It wasn't his style at all. The head of the guild is very cunning and careful. If he left the hero alive, then it's definitely not just like that. Besides, he also owns a special Yiji sword. Since Ling Jing is now encouraging a guy to go to this high-level dungeon, it means that he is confident that he will defeat him without any problems. The guy replied that he was not going to hide all his life, to which he received the answer that it was not necessary. The main thing now is to become stronger, then you will not need to hide. The girl added that she could teach the hero how to properly handle his sword, which was a big surprise for Ziyu. The young man asked in surprise why she was helping him, even gave him the dragon scales. What was the catch? The beauty replied that there was no special reason, but if he really needs to know, let him think that she just likes it. Ya Ling snapped her fingers and a portal opened behind our hero. He started to panic a little, sensing something was wrong. With a cry to shut up, the girl kicked out with such force that Ziyu flew towards the portal like a toy. Soon, only his shoes were visible, and Shen Yunyao also panicked a little, not understanding what was going on. Our hero collapsed on the floor in some strange place, vaguely resembling a dungeon or wasteland. He sat down, trying to figure out what kind of place this was, and who the woman behind Bu Li's weirdo identity was. She appeared at lightning speed with the words that she would now train him. The young man decided that this was a joke. After activating the weapon that made her fists huge, Ya Ling informed her that either he would defeat her now, or she would just beat him to death. Realizing that it was serious, Ziyu also activated the equipment. The opponent was already rushing straight at him. He stammered that he was going to die, and the girl confirmed that he would if he didn't work hard enough. Her opponent rushed forward, shouting that if she didn't fight, she would die under her fists in a moment. Our hero didn't let himself get hit. He activated his sword in time and took a defensive stance. But even so, it wasn't easy to hold off Ya Ling's onslaught. She also confirmed that blocking her attack wasn't as easy as one might think. It was just the beginning. The girl activated the double punch skill, and a stream of energy immediately descended on the guy. It was so strong that it would simply tear Ziyu to pieces if no retaliatory measures were taken. The young man stuck his sword into the ground, using it as a shield. He seriously thought about the Devourer mode. It would be a great weapon charge. With a shout that everything was too slow, Ya Ling launched an attack from above, which happened before the previous one was over. It landed right in front of the guy like a bomb, and he barely managed to bounce back from the explosion. It didn't help too much. The force of the push threw Ziyu straight into the wall. The hero grimaced in pain. Ya Ling was very displeased, commenting on the player's surprisingly low level of training. This froze the guy. He decided to show what he was capable of, his true power, so to speak. The attack did not take long to wait. With incredible speed, he pushed off from the rock and drew an arc to bring down an incredible blow of his blade directly into the back of the opponent. She gladly repelled the attack, noticing that not only the strength but also the speed of the hero has increased. This is much better. Still, the girl declared that it would be faster. Siyu darted around like lightning, but it didn't move ahead of time. Only when the young man swung his sword would Yaling's fists just fend off his blows, and she herself would continue to stand still. Not surprisingly, after a few minutes the guy's strength was significantly depleted, while the weirdo continued to taunt. Finally, she simply lost her nerve, and the beauty told the young man that it was time to change something. His attacks were too monotonous. He doesn't do the slightest damage to it, while he is exhausted and spends a lot of energy in vain. Siyu said that this is not exactly what it looks like at first glance. During the attacks he left special marks on the ground. After these words, the guy hit the ground with his sword, and a pillar of energy enveloped his opponent so that she could not be seen. The young man was exultant. After such a reception, Yaling would definitely not be able to stay unharmed. The girl appeared in the halo of the explosion. Like a goddess, she threw her gloves to the side, looking beautiful herself. Zheyu suddenly realized that those huge fists felt like the transformation of his sword into a spear, and a hunch went straight to his heart. Yalin didn't give him much time to think, rushing into the attack with the words that it had only been 3 minutes, and the kid was barely alive. Her glove grabbed our hero in a fist and lifted him off the ground. The player realized that now he could not get out of it. He loudly announced to Miss Yaling that he was giving up, and Miss Yaling was extremely displeased when she noticed that she had even activated Yiji. Siyu shouted that he had guessed it, and the girl explained that this weapon is called a sword, but it can take any shape the owner wants. She added that after a certain number of attacks, her Yiji got the opportunity to go into alienation, that is, work for another player or in ranged combat. Yaling noticed that his sword needed a lot of energy and had another drawback that would make him lose to it. Don't rely too much on the reload mode. As soon as a strong enemy appears, this short burst of power will not be enough. Jiyu stated that this is the only way he knows how to use the blade. There is no other way, so there are not many options. The beauty said that such a position gives away the young man's desire to be under the control of the sword. But to become stronger, you need to subdue the weapon to yourself. The guy clarified what it means to subdue, or suppress. He was not quite clear what it requires to do. The girl explained that the soul stone that he uses for alienation is very rare. If you find another similar artifact, it will raise the skill level. The hero noticed that he almost died while mining the stone. Yalin explained that energy artifacts are rare, but Yiji's blade is a double-edged weapon. His power depends primarily on the skill of the owner. The girl added that although Zheyu has a devouring blade, perhaps she overestimated the guy. She went to the portal with the words that Gu Kei had no equal. Let the young man not disappoint her next time. Our hero sighed that he did not understand her. But thanks to this strange woman, understanding how his devouring sword works is an invaluable service. The young man decided that if he became strong like Yaling and could earn more points, then he needed to raise the level of alienation. Siyu mentally promised Yu Yi that he would be able to fulfill his promise to resurrect her very soon. One might think that after such an intense battle, school was out of the question, but the next morning our hero went to class. Shen Yuniao also came, looking a little swollen, but still as pretty as ever. When she saw her partner in the classroom, she was very surprised that now the guy will start daily tasks in the early morning. The beauty came over to say hello and put her hand on Xieyu's shoulder. He turned his head and Shen Yuniao gasped. The appearance was simply terrifying. Rubbing his eyes, the young man said that he had been up all night thinking about what Yaling had told him. A friend asked what kind of notebook it was. It turned out that the guy decided to write down all his thoughts about raising the level so as not to forget. It was difficult to make out what was going on with the many diagrams, but one thing was clear. Xiyu had decided to go to the Dragon Dimension in search of energy artifacts. The prefect replied that she had never heard of such things, but recently they had a know-it-all in the team. You should ask him. The guy wrote a message to the fairy, but he did not recognize the hero. On the avatar, he was a fat man, so he did not receive a response. For a while, the player just stood with the phone in his hands and fought the urge to break it, preferably on the head of the impudent person. He exhaled and explained who he was, which made the fairies happy and immediately suggested that they go looking for items in a dungeon that wasn't as popular as the Dragon Dimension. Jiyu was literally dizzy from the abundance of information, unable to decide which was more important, level up, get stronger, or search for artifacts. The teacher was just passing by. He didn't like that some of the students were so lost in the clouds. The lecture is very serious. He asked our hero to get up and talk about the law of conservation of energy. The guy confidently answered, and immediately an interesting idea came to him. The answer satisfied the teacher, but he decided to clarify that there are different forms of energy, and they can change. For example, lightning and fire in ancient times were natural disasters, and then turned into the benefits of civilization, such as electricity. Then came the story of the H-bomb, and the teacher's face became surprisingly dreamy, although the topic was not very inspiring. However, the course of his thoughts prompted Xieyou to guess that the law of conservation of energy can also affect its suppression, utilization. So it is. If you learn to control energy well enough, you can reach a completely new level of development of civilization. Incredible opportunities will open up to humanity, and the young man suddenly realized that he too has enough of them. That made his face light up, and now there was no doubt at all about what to do next. The man assumed that the student knew the answer to the question written on the blackboard and invited him to voice it. But Ziyu was already rushing out of the classroom, claiming that his stomach was suddenly cramping. Shen Yunniao couldn't understand what was going on and what this restless guy was up to again, as long as she didn't get into trouble. The teacher looked after our hero with a smile. He realized that he had prompted him to some interesting thoughts and perhaps helped with the idea. In the corridor, Ziyu immediately asked Fei to drop the location of the dungeon he mentioned. You need to go there immediately. After receiving the coordinates, the young man rushed to the exit. He wanted to immediately confirm the correctness of his brilliant guess. Soon our hero was already standing in front of the portal, checking the coordinates. Apparently, he came to the right place. It didn't matter what kind of dungeon it was, he was fine with any option, as long as it wasn't crowded. It turned out to be a level C dungeon called Desolate Borders, and what I saw after passing the portal was acceptable. He couldn't wait to meet up with the monsters so that he could check out some things as quickly as possible, so he went deeper. Then Fei shouted behind him, telling Ziyu to run as fast as possible, but before the boy could finish, he was knocked down. He was bound, and Ghostface noticed with a nasty grin that he hadn't seen the player in a while. The demon mask lured the young man into a trap, using the phone of the fairies who was ambushed and kidnapped. The kid was immediately thrown aside to avoid making too much noise. Now he was absolutely not needed by the kidnapper. The opponent ominously reported that since Ziyu had come here, it would definitely not be possible to leave just like that. He ordered Jin Luan to attack, and it turned out that the player had brought some ranged support with him. A woman with half of her face covered by a mask stepped out of the shadows. She looked simply luxurious and was probably a high-level player. The scoundrel said that he couldn't swallow the insult, even though the head asked not to touch Ziyu yet, because Jin Luan is here. She can control the mechanisms like puppets. The woman threw up her hands, which became like clawed wings, starting to summon the mechanisms that were enough in the dungeon. Parts of the old armor rose into the air as if alive, gradually gathering into figures, similar to knights. It was an entire army of metal puppets raised up like a huge magnet. The battle was going to be tough. Ghostface again praised the abilities of his colleague, while he himself had already managed to create a whole crowd of his own clones, knowing that the hero's reboot mode is short-term. Fei yelled again for the bro to be careful. The bro asked the boy not to worry too much. It's okay. From the moment he became the kid's big brother, he just can't leave him to die. Since the Ghostface is playing a dirty game, it will be the first person on whom the young man tries out his new trick. The reload skill covers the player's entire body while hitting a pinpoint target, and this energy can be reallocated to a much larger area. That's what Ziyu had in mind. But first you had to lure the enemy closer to try out the idea on him and the clones. Shouting that it was all a waste of time and the guy didn't have a single chance of winning, his opponent began to attack. The same thing was done by the metal puppets controlled by Jin Luan. At first glance it seemed that our hero was surrounded. Ziyu didn't have the energy artifact to activate alienation, but he remembered Yaling's words about getting it done as soon as possible. The young man had recovered his health indicators with the divine scale, so he could now donate some of his own life force to the sword. With a cry for the weapon to follow his will, our hero thrust his huge blade forward, a blue glow enveloping everything. The energy flow reached its maximum capacity, and it was time to switch to the reset mode. Just one circular rotation of the sword destroyed all the opponents surrounding the guy in a ring. Jin Luan, Ghostface, and even Fei were all filled with bewilderment, something that had never been seen before, usually focusing on one direction. Ziyu raised his sword up, and the mechanical puppets of the villainess began to obey his will. The villain shouted that this skill wasn't in the data. What a surprise it was, to which the guy just laughed. The sword alienation mode was so greedy that it consumed our hero's entire arm, but he was still happy with the result. Our hero was more than determined and invited the enemy to start a one-on-one confrontation. He had a different vision of the battle, the clones were ready to attack, and his girlfriend didn't mind joining in. Jin Luan activated her magnetic force lines again, collecting new metal junk in the corners of the dungeon. The knights readied their swords to attack, and the young man didn't even flinch. He was confident that he could deal with them in one blow. Ziyu decided not to use the reload mode, but to concentrate the energy in the sword to become faster. He easily dealt with these puppets with just a few flicks of his hand. It seems that the idea was working. The hero got a little carried away and did not notice that the Ghostface was going to attack from above, and a couple of his clones from behind. More precisely, he pretended not to notice. In fact, Ziyu was preparing a counterattack with a double blow to get rid of both of them at once. The doppelgangers were too weak, so their master decided to send everyone to attack at once and did it immediately. Our hero laughed. Did his opponent still not understand who he was messing with? Now their confrontation did not make sense at all. All his minions are now like sliced vegetables. Intending to finish off the player, the villain exposed himself to the blow. Ghostface made a grimace of displeasure, while Ziyu decided to try out another interesting sword move. Then suddenly the guy's humanity woke up. He changed his mind and suggested that the enemy just surrender. There was simply no energy left to create new clones. The bandit simply couldn't allow this to happen, so he ordered the young man to shut up and rushed forward. They met on swords, and everything around lit up with the reflection of blades. This duel could have been interesting, if not for one thing. From somewhere, Ghostface got an extra dose of life force and created thunder and fire doppelgangers. This was the ace in the hole, but our hero also prepared a surprise for the opponent. Having tried the energy-saving mode of the sword, now it could be cancelled. It was the end and Ghostface knew it, but ZU decided to announce it out loud for effect. Activating the blade's piercing damage, the young man didn't hesitate to attack the enemy. Now several blades were rushing towards the villain at once, and he had very little chance of survival. The man lay pinned to the ground, but for some reason did not stop having fun. It seems that everything was not as simple as it seemed to our hero. Another doppelganger held his sword to Faye's neck, threatening to put it into practice immediately if Xiaoyu didn't give up. A member of the Blood Moon Guild asked Jin Luan to talk to the young man about the terms of the agreement. The woman was silent for a while, her expression completely impossible to identify because of the helmet. Shen Yunniao appeared out of nowhere and released the kid, shouting that she was going to take care of everything quickly. The girl explained that, noticing the strange flight of a friend, she went after him to ensure him in case of trouble, and she smiled. Ghostface realized that he had lost and swore at the beauty. Xiaoyu asked if that was really all he wanted to say. Meanwhile, the villain tried to get out of it, referring to the misunderstanding that had arisen between them. But the guy said that he had enough chatter. The bastard missed his chance. He stated that he simply couldn't deny himself the pleasure of killing the scoundrel and waved his sword. The system message of player Ghostface's death appeared. Shiyu turned to his partner and said that now it was her turn, but the woman said that she was leaving. She was not interested in this stupid and meaningless confrontation. She added that she would make their visit to the Dragon Dimension dungeon hell after hearing Shen Yunniao's voice recognize the scoundrel. It was the same person who had viciously attacked the girl and her friend a few months ago, and the beauty flinched. She remembered standing in front of this mess and not knowing how best to fend off an attack without getting killed, and it made her sad. Shen Yunniao was filled with rage and immediately activated the fire stream with a shout so that Jin Luan wouldn't even think about running away. There was no response, only the flames flared up a little more strongly than before, and the villain disappeared into the portal. Xiaoyu asked what was the matter. There was no point in chasing after this impudent girl. The girl replied that she was fine, but she didn't look like it. Immediately, Faye became active again, rushing towards our hero with open arms. The guy replied that it was time to stop this flow of gratitude. If not for him, the kid was not kidnapped at all. The enterprising teenager laughed that it turns out that Xiaoyu is now in his debt. Shen Yunniao did not support the joke and asked to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Suddenly, Faye suggested that we go to his house. There is enough space for everyone. The house is very large. The heroes agreed, but when they saw the mansion, it exceeded all expectations. Is it really possible to buy such a domino with money from the game? The kid explained that he couldn't spend that many points because of the level. This mansion was bought with the money of his stupid rich father. The servants were already lined up on the threshold, greeting the young master. Such luxury was simply amazing. One of the maids began to squeeze Faye, saying that she had missed him terribly in the 2 days he had been away. The girl decided that Xiaoyu and Shen Yunniao were the fairies, mentors, and began to thank them for taking care of the young master. They were immediately invited inside with the words that dinner was ready for a long time. It was time for the table. Both of them were a little confused, finding themselves in the world of the rich. Faye asked Miss Lee not to try too hard. He can move around on his own. The hero was clearly confused. In the living room, the servants lined up again, presenting the guests with the food they had prepared. Xiyu was even a little scared, but they were told not to be shy and enjoy their meal as soon as possible. Lee asked the young master and his companions to call her if necessary, and prepared to leave the boys alone. Our hero noticed that he did not expect their new friend to be so rich in real life. He again referred to his father. He is rich, and not Faye himself. He explained that every day of his life is planned by his parents, or rather by his father, which is very tedious and tedious. Not that the game, as soon as he became a participant, his whole life began to play with new colors and opened up incredible opportunities that he had previously been deprived of. The kid thanked Ziyu for winning the race and remarked that he now had a new goal. The player replied that he could not blame him for this. Faye stated that he wants to go to the Red Dragon Dimension with our hero, but he may not have another opportunity to get into the S-rank dungeon. The young man replied that in this case, he needed to train and be prepared for dangers like meeting someone like Ghostface. Shen Yunniao replied that she would also go to the dungeon and everything would go smoothly, which surprised the guys a little. Xiaoyu asked if the woman, Jiluan, was somehow related to the girl. It seemed like this wasn't the first time she had seen her. The friend replied that it was true. She had been looking for it for a long time and finally found it. It was obvious that it was very important for Shen Yunniao. A few months before they met, when the head girl was a novice, she was lucky enough to meet Xiao Yu, an experienced gamer, who took her into her care. Noting that the girl was a good fighter, she invited her to join her team, which was a very generous offer. Together, they managed to successfully clear several dungeons. Xiao Yu became Shen Yunniao's great mentor and only friend in the game. But the good times didn't last forever. In one of the raids, they were attacked by a sudden and insidious attack. This was the same Jin Luan to cover up for her friend. Xiao Yu had a confrontation with her, giving her the opportunity to get out of the game. She ordered to immediately use the device to move, promising that she would manage on her own. The girl was confident in her abilities and asked Shen Yunyao not to worry, but she didn't appear in the game again. The beauty blamed herself for running away, hoped that her friend had just befriended her or stopped playing, but something told her that trouble had happened. After all, the woman from the Blood Moon is very insidious and dangerous. Zheyu tried to console his friend with the fact that for 1 billion points, you can resurrect the deceased. When Shen Yunyao heard that her friend could be resurrected by diligently earning points, she began to worry. She exclaimed that this is impossible. Does the game really allow you to return someone for points? The hero replied that he is here only because he believes in it. The guy explained that he started playing because from the very beginning he decided to collect these points in order to resurrect a person close to him. Only now did Shen Yunyao understand why the young man was working so hard to earn points. Fei was also amazed. Ziyu asked why they were looking at him as if they didn't believe him. There was already some progress. He wouldn't give up on his goal anyway. The hero filled his glass. He thanked his friends for their help. They recently earned a lot of points, and if you continue in the same spirit, the required amount will appear on the account. The girl thought that with such a partner, a lot is really possible, and Fei promised to study all the information on the Red Dragon Dimension in the remaining 10 days. The glasses touched under the exclamation that it was only necessary to go to the dungeon and clear it, earning points. The Dark Cave. A-rank dungeon was full of monsters, and one of the players was determined to defeat them all. His task was to anger the monsters and make them come as close as possible. The man successfully coped with it. His partner was waiting for the signal, and as soon as she received it, she opened fire with her powerful cannon. It was not a conventional weapon, but a device that launched a particularly powerful comet rocket, and it needed to be properly tested. Our heroes joined a team of players who were going to level up before going to the Dragon Dimension and now watched their progress. At this moment, Ziyu had just leveled up. This was one of the ways the Jin-chan Guild earned money, and they used it to let players go on low-level raids to level up. The squad leader stated that this short battle is over, and everyone can buy the loot that they like. Shen Yunyao picked up one of the spears and noticed that it was perfect for close combat, and the quality was good. Ziyu was only interested in low-level crystals. The man sighed. He didn't understand why the hero collects all sorts of garbage, but he already knew about this feature of him. A player named Liu asked to save something for him. He was going to pay in yuan, and this surprised our hero. Fei was once again surprised as he watched his partner fill his inventory with broken green items, but the guy explained that he was doing it for a reason, and Yunyao nodded. The system reported on the receipt of equipment that can be absorbed, and immediately, a notification was sent about raising various parameters of Keisei Yu. He was satisfied, feeling stronger and stronger as the messages continued to pour in like a cornucopia. A woman from the team said that the final boss is ahead. Customers will be better off stopping. The guild members will work on their own, so as not to endanger them. She suggested hiding behind the bones. This area is a blind spot for the boss, so everyone will be protected. The leader explained that this boss is not so easy. Even they will take about an hour to defeat it, so let them keep a low profile. Liu Yi put his hands behind his head and said that leveling up for rich people is very boring. Fei thought that he wanted to punch this fat guy. The possessed beast showed up in all its glory. The couple from the guild prepared to attack. They looked confident. Players were throwing punches, but the monster's armor was very strong, so it wasn't taking any damage yet. They continued the fight, this time holding off the boss attack. As long as everything went according to plan, it was necessary to continue like this. Liu Yi was sweltering in the heat and complaining about Jin-chan's booster team being so weak. Fei suggested that he go and try to kill the boss himself. Then the rich man noticed the crystals, realizing that they were goblin gems, and decided that they could be sold at a great price. With the words that since no one noticed, he would get the loot, the fat man came out of hiding, ignoring the warnings of the others. The boss immediately noticed him and stopped fighting with the guild team, rushing towards the crystals. Liu Yi grabbed the gemstone, claiming that he was now rich. The leader barely had time to yell at the idiot to immediately dodge. It could very well have been the fat man's last words. He was instantly in the monster's clutches. Fei and Zheyu cursed loudly. The woman started shooting at the dungeon boss. She was afraid that at this rate he would kill all the customers today. Our hero was thinking hard about what to do. The other players began to panic. They did not want to die at all. The monster swung its paw in the direction of our hero, who did not move, only at the last moment deviating a little to the side. The team leader decided that it was all over, but he didn't even know about the hidden capabilities of this player. Ziyu activated his weapon and prepared to fight back against the monster. For him, this opponent wasn't that dangerous. The blade moved so fast that the monster didn't even realize what had happened when it was cut in half. He hadn't even finished his incredible strike when the system gave out a message saying that player CU had destroyed a level A dungeon boss. Fei was exultant. The female member of the Jin-chan Guild team couldn't believe that someone would be able to do such a thing in one hit. The young man's level rose to 25. He was pleased to see that he was much stronger, and everyone started whispering, trying to find out who he was. 10 days later, the opening of the Red Dragon Dimension dungeon was announced, and our heroes were already waiting at the entrance. There were a lot of people gathered. Faye explained that there are team dungeons where you can't enter one at a time, and there are public ones where partners are not required. The Blood Moon Association had taken over the dungeon for themselves, but now it was suddenly made public, sparking rumors that they couldn't clear it out on their own. Xiaoyu was glad that he was able to do something that his enemies couldn't do, and Shen Yunyao reminded him that no matter where he went, if he made enemies, he had to be careful. The timer showed that the dungeon was ready to enter, and our heroes decided that they were going to be among the first to enter it. The crowd parted, and Ziyu asked why they had given them a pass. It was unexpected. It turned out that this was not respect for our hero. It turned out that the one for whom the path was cleared was behind him. Faye shouted for the guy to also move aside. A blonde man with a gorgeous hairstyle said that people have become rude. Do not give honors to the Jinchan Golden Association. His girlfriend noticed that this is because of his appearance. The blonde guy turned out to be one of the newcomers of the Hidden Sword Guild, Maodu. He assured his friend Tianye that he was the most beautiful in the organization, all because of this. The flexible Tianye was also a rookie, and she didn't understand how the management could give her such an idiot as a partner at all. The guy was surprised that the beauty didn't fall for his sugary appearance. He raised an eyebrow in puzzlement, trying to concentrate. Xiaoyu seemed familiar to him. Our hero gave his name and asked what was the matter. The guy decided that the blonde was already starting a fight. The player ignored him and took out a red rose, which he immediately presented to Shen Yunyao, saying that her show at the race was simply incredible. Xiaoyu almost threw up, especially at the thought of where the flower had been all this time, while Mao Du was already asking the girl to teach him how to ride so coolly. The girl reached out to take the rose, even though our hero begged her mentally not to be led on by this snot. The beauty did not have time to do this. Mao Du was grabbed by a huge mechanical hand and lifted up. He just dropped the flower from surprise. It was Wangzi and her friend, and she completely ignored the rookie's demands to let him go, but she also ignored Tianye's request to shut up her partner's mouth. The rest of the players were very excited. Jin Chan's guild usually didn't send more than 2 members to raid, but there were 4 of them, and one of them was the famous Wangzi. Sitting next to her was Jin Zhen, the #1 player in the guild, but still not as famous as her friend. She was very interested in whether there was anything to eat in the dungeon. The girl promised dragon barbecue, then waved to Ziyu and thanked him for delivering Bu Li's letter. With the words that they would see each other later, Wangzi disappeared into the portal. Our hero sighed that just the sight of her made him sweat. The crowd buzzed that the Blood Moon Guild was also here. This time, Shen Yunyao became very tense. This organization also sent out some of its strongest rookies. And yes, one of them was Jiluan, with a muscular blonde man walking beside her. This was the undefeated assassin of the Wives of Tian, a demonic man who hadn't lost a single battle yet, the first number of the guild. Shiyu, just in case, asked her friend not to give in to emotions and not act impulsively. The girl assured him that she was aware of everything. Now was not the time. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out and a rocket flew towards Gentian. The player's face didn't even change its expression. He simply reached out with a huge armored gauntlet and caught the projectile in midair. There was an explosion, and a voice came through the flames, asking what kind of idiot decided to attack in such a place. When the smoke and dust settled, Gentian was unharmed. Only his clothes didn't stand the test of fire. He once again asked who did it. A trio of players came forward with their weapons drawn, blaming the Blood Moon Guild's #1 for destroying their association. They immediately rushed forward, shouting that even if they died today, revenge would come no matter what. The demonic man also reached for his weapon, muttering something about pitiful little ants. He maintained an absolute calm. He drew his sword incredibly fast. Only the glint of energy from his blows could be seen in the air. Just as quickly, the blade returned to its scabbard. Jiyu thought that he had never seen such speed before, while Gentian informed the guys attacking him that they didn't deserve to die by his hand. He gave the command to attack some strange thing that looked like an armadillo robot named Lua Shawan, and it rushed at the first player. The monster killed all 3 of them in a matter of seconds, and the system took them out of the game, possibly with the help of return artifacts. The public ignored the incident as new celebrities, this time from the Lionheart Guild, approached the entrance of the dungeon. It was the elf swordmaster Long Tian and his girlfriend, the red-haired Ling Ran, who was in novice status. The girl had the title of Divine Black Knight, and her companion asked Blood Moon to move over. Ling Ran could do it all by herself. There was no hurry. The beauty said that she would not allow Gentian to disturb the order, but the latter completely ignored these words and ordered Jiluan to go inside. The elf pathetically addressed the audience with the words that, as long as their guild is here, evil will be punished. He behaved like a real paladin. Siyu noted that the players have different manners and look noble. Unlike Jin Chan and Blood Moon, there was probably some truth in this. The audience began to clamor that 3 of the 4 strongest guilds had entered. Perhaps the gray mist wouldn't come at all, so everyone could come in. Suddenly, a fat man appeared in front of the entrance, announcing that the passage was closed until no one else was allowed inside. The armored man announced that the Blood Moon Guild had appointed him as a law enforcement officer. Only 122 players can enter, and a lottery will be held for this right. He handed out tickets with numbers and said that everyone will enter after their number is dropped. The players were angry because of this, the teams will be broken. Fei got number 22 and Shen Yunyao got number 25. The kid was happy that he could enter before her. He was very naive. He shouted that Ziyu was very lucky. It was interesting to know which number he got, clearly from the top 10. It turned out that our hero will be the last to enter, but he still has the opportunity to visit the dungeon, unlike many others. Fei asked not to be discouraged. They will clear everything there for the arrival of the boss. The young man replied that he was worried about his friends. It is too dangerous for them to enter earlier because no one knows what might be inside, and the level of both of them is not too high. Shen Yunyao asked not to underestimate them. Fei noticed that they would fight only with equals, hide from the rest. The meeting place is on the first level. This is the grave of the spirit of snakes. There, they will gather together and go to the second. Just as they announced that number 22 could enter, the kid almost jumped in surprise, and it was his turn. The announcement was repeated twice because Fei wasn't in a hurry for some reason. Shen Yunyao asked to be careful, and Jieyu sighed that things weren't as simple as they seemed. The first level was called the 10,000 Snake Pit, and the name was quite consistent with what players expected inside. Mao Du tried in vain to block the monster's attack with his sword. The weapon wasn't working very well. The battery with energy liquid was used and everything around lit up with light green, including the snake. The player then used the special explosive slash skill, which was a great way to destroy the enemy. The guy sighed contentedly and straightened his hair, saying that it was too easy. Even the hairstyle was not ruined. He suggested that Wang Zi move on, so as not to waste time on such nonsense as these snakes. Suddenly, the monster made a lunge and grabbed him in a vice, twisting his body into a ring, and Mao Du was surprised that it got bigger. With the words that the partner is excellent as bait, his partner in 2 accounts finished off all the snakes at once. Her speed was simply incredible. As she landed on the ground, Qiandu noticed a lot of red eyes in the dark, as if they had attracted too many opponents. Jin Zhenqi, like a breath of fresh air, lit up everything with her blue energy and asked her colleagues not to worry. She would quickly solve everything. The girl had set up a water protection field, and now Mao Du was sure that the monster was no longer dangerous to him. Wang Zi also decided to participate in this party and ordered the security robot to roast the monsters. At full power, the mechanical assistant moved forward and attacked the snakes, causing the entire area to burst into flames. After such an explosion, there was very little chance that any of the monsters would manage to stay alive. The teamwork gave excellent results, and all 3 friends congratulated each other on the successful completion of the first task. Their colleague was outraged that nothing like that they also browned it pretty much. On purpose, not otherwise. The blue-haired beauty was hungry again and offered to go ahead to find food. "There are only snakes here." The guy shouted that you cannot eat everything in a row, but he was ignored. From above, the players from Blood Moon were watching the blonde's movements, so why were they hiding? There was a big question. Jin Luan noticed that the Jin Chan hunters didn't look like someone who could harm them, and her partner advised her not to judge them by their appearance. The villains moved on without wasting time on snakes, leaving these opponents for the next group of players. After a few shots, the monster suddenly also spewed out a stream of fire, which came as a big surprise to the humans. An elf appeared and decided to cool down the monsters. Ardor with the ice binding skill, which was only a matter of seconds to use. Freezing the white snow fixed the effect, and now the snakes did not pose the slightest danger to the players. Linren decided to split them into pieces with her sword, so as not to leave her colleagues completely without loot. A few strokes of her holy sword did the trick, lighting up half the dungeon room with a bright yellow glow. The guys they protected were impressed. The Lion Guild never left anyone who needed help in the lurch. Ling Ran asked why the dungeon was called the Dragon Dimension, but they only met snakes. The partner replied that snakes can turn into dragons. Everything is ahead. The elf remarked a little pathetically that this is quite similar to the way people think. Just like them, every snake dreams of becoming a dragon. They decided to advance to the final level. According to the preliminary plan, the conversation was witnessed again by the players from Blood Moon. Jin Luan appreciated Lionheart's abilities and teamwork. Zhen Tian replied that these players could be dangerous enemies, and yet they are not the main target. This surprised her friend. She asked who would then become the victim indicated by the president. The intrigue was incredible. The blonde man said that the person who is the target is very strong. He has already prepared everything and now asks Jin Luan to take care of the others so that they don't interfere with him. Meanwhile, Shen Yunyao entered the dungeon, moving in the direction Fei had indicated, but she still hadn't met anyone. Suddenly, the beauty was attacked by a snake, which was quite unexpected since the monster did not show up until the last moment. The girl cut it in half with her halberd before it even came within biting distance. The hideous monster was defeated in a split second, and Shen Yunyao decided to move forward. It was not possible to do this. The second snake decided to repeat the experience of the previous one. Its attack also ended, almost without starting. Red poison teeth were dropped as loot, and the high-level dungeon gave out the corresponding artifacts. Suddenly, the girl heard strange noises again. the noise coming from somewhere nearby behind her. Pretty swung her halberd, trying to figure out what kind of monster might be hiding in the corner among the rocks. She was about to strike, but something told her to stop a millimeter before her opponent's head. It turned out to be Faye, who was wearing a shaggy hide with horns, which surprised her friend, who almost killed the boy. Shen Yunyao asked him what the fuck it was, and his partner said it was his special camouflage cloak to protect him from monsters. The girl called this thing disgusting and suggested to follow the plan to meet Zheyu as agreed. They were being followed by Jin Luan. The woman reported to Gentian that the two of them hadn't met their target yet, and he replied that he understood. When it came to our hero's turn, he was already completely tired of waiting, and yet this happy moment came. The guy spun around, annoyed that he'd waited forever because of the stupid rules. Before passing the portal, the hero rushed forward at maximum speed. He should have been ahead of all his predecessors. He skipped past the barrier and paused to take a quick look inside, but what he saw wasn't quite what he thought it was. Even the first level looked huge. One had to find the right place to meet Faye and Yunyao. Immediately, a nasty voice rang out from the corner. It seemed that not only Ziyu was waiting for the moment when he entered, but someone was waiting for him. It was Gentian. The scoundrel remarked that, unfortunately, the young man wouldn't be able to decide where to go by himself. Because it would end right here, Zheyu suspected that the lottery was fake, but he was glad that the enemies weren't interested in Faye and Yunyao. The young man activated his sword. It's a bit annoying to fight the Blood Moon representatives one by one. It would be better to come in a pack. The other man reached for his sword as well, noticing that it was time to answer for the disrespect to his organization and all the trouble it had caused. The throw was lightning fast. The red energy sword darted towards our hero with terrible speed. Zheyu thought it was a Bushido trick or something, but he still didn't understand why his enemy was throwing his sword. The blade returned to the master's hands, and now everything became even more incomprehensible, but Gentian moved close to the target. He landed his first shot, which our hero managed to block, but it was obvious that this was just the beginning. Lua Xuan charged after his master, Ziyu trying hard to remember if the enemy had one pet or several. Soon, there was no time to think, and the guy activated the fast sword mode to simultaneously repel the attack from both sides. Gentian was surprised by the possibility of weapon transformation and smiled that he would never miss out on such a trophy. Ziyu replied that his enemy was not so weak, did not die on the first blow. The enemy said that now it was his turn not to die too quickly. The blades met again and a melee confrontation began. At first, the strength of the players seemed to be approximately equal. Ziyu also understood this, but Gentian had the advantage of being able to teleport to where the sword was thrown. This turned the course of the match in a completely new plane, and quickly orientate our hero was not so easy. Blood Moon's #1 guild also had excellent stamina scores, unlike Ziyu's rather short reload mode. To take a break, the guy decided to increase the distance, but Gentian threw a sword after him, saying that he should not even think about running away. The fight continued with renewed vigor. Only thanks to the good speed of the young man could survive without significant damage. Only the villain's special skill made him completely unpredictable, so his reaction was supposed to be brilliant. Gentian threw his swords in different directions so fast that Zeyu's eyes were already tired of tracking the direction of his movements. The onslaught became stronger and stronger, and in the end, our hero miraculously remained unharmed after another thrust of the blade. The opponent approached the fallen guy with the words that it was all over. It was clear from his face that this was not a joke at all. Instead of answering, the young man jumped back. The villain exclaimed that it was simply impossible to escape from such an attack. The player activated the Dark Touch skill, and streams of energy from each of the enemy's two swords rushed straight into Xueyu. To counterattack, the young man used a piercing blade, and the strength of both blows was again approximately equal. When the energy flows of the two heroes met, an explosion occurred, and it was completely unclear what the outcome was. Gentian was surprised that the guy survived. The hunt was getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, Ziyu decided that, if he defeats such a strong opponent, he will get a lot of points. All that remained was for everyone to try to get their own way, but there can only be one winner. The blades rang again. No less sharp than the swords were the stairs that the players used to pierce each other. This was truly a great confrontation. From their blows, a crater was formed in the dungeon floor. It seemed that a little more, and this room would be completely destroyed. Suddenly, everything was covered in a purple fog. Gentian nervously asked who was there. A pleasant female voice advised the young men to stop the battle immediately. A witch appeared on a broomstick, as if from a fairy tale, who said that the rules of the guild agreement forbid battles that do not make sense. In the name of the Grey Mist Association, she orders both players to immediately lay down their weapons, as long as they have the appropriate authority to do so. Gentian noticed that this guild usually didn't interfere in the affairs of others, and anyone who tried to stop him would die. He immediately teleported after his weapon, but the girl had the advantage. The broom. She moved a little forward. Ziyu also approached. He didn't understand what was going on and was ready to engage in battle literally at any moment. The guy said that he didn't know anything about the Grey Mist Association because everyone here is his enemy. The witch exclaimed in surprise that she came here to save him. The hero asked what this meant. But instead of answering, the witch already cast a protective shield on herself and on him for company. The next step was to cast a teleportation spell to a safer location, which happened so quickly that the player didn't have time to get their bearings at all. Gentian ordered the pet to attack as soon as he realized that he simply couldn't throw his sword at the opponents. Lua Xuan failed to reach his goal. Because it was not so easy to overcome the barrier, the monster's abilities were limited. In addition, Ziyu reacted in time, who covered the girl so quickly that she only turned her head in disbelief. Immediately, the transfer process started, and it became obvious that the villain would not be able to carry out his plan. He began to pour curses at Grey Mist. Ziyu had never used teleportation magic before, so he didn't understand what exactly had just happened to him. He was in the middle of a huge ravine with the witch, and now he was trying to figure out how he had gotten here in an instant. The girl was also a little puzzled. They weren't supposed to get to this place. She was asking for the exit coordinates, but something went wrong. It turned out that the guy pushed the witch while she was casting a spell, and they were thrown back to the border area of the dungeon. Now they are about 2 days away from their destination. Ziyu went berserk and started yelling for him to be moved back immediately. The girl explained that this was impossible. She could only use teleportation once a day. But even when the ability is restored, the witch does not intend to do this. Her goal is to keep the hero as far away from the battlefield as possible. A little embarrassed, the Grey Mist representative began to explain that if Ziyu left this place, everything would end sadly. More precisely, he will simply die in the dungeon. The young man asked in surprise, on the basis of which she makes such conclusions. What is happening seemed to him crazy. The witch explained that the president of the Grey Mist Guild has a very pronounced ability to predict the future, and recently she had a vision about deaths in the dungeon. She assigned the girl the task of saving the Chosen One, otherwise he will die in the black fog, while his partners will be busy fighting with enemies. Failure accompanies them. Therefore, the only reasonable solution seemed to be to teleport the hero from there. Ziyu was literally amazed by the possibilities of the game. The guy noticed that he didn't have any dealings with the Grey Mist Guild while they were helping him. It turned out that they were interested in a sacred item, to which he was directly related. The witch happily threw up her hands and said that her name is Lin Meyer. When the skill is restored, she will teleport the hero back, but for now, it's nice to meet you. Ziyu turned around and walked away. The girl asked in surprise why he didn't believe her. It turned out that the player cares about the fate of his partners. If everything is true, they are in danger. Lin Meyer remarked that their journey back would be long and full of dangers, to which the young man said that if he was afraid, he could stay here alone. Meanwhile, Shen Yunyao had defeated another batch of snakes. Fei was happy. They had stolen the crystals, but she was more concerned about whether there was a signal from Ziyu. Just at this moment, a signal from our hero appeared. The kid was pleasantly surprised that everything turned out so well. It's worth mentioning the devil, he's right there. The hero warned his partners that the dungeon is much more dangerous than it seems. Let them be extremely careful and stay where they are. He is trying to solve the problem. Communication was very poor and constantly interrupted. Fei could only make out that Ziyu was trying to find them now, but he wasn't sure if he understood correctly. Ziyu got angry and shouted that he told them to stop advancing and wait for him where they are now. He is moving in their direction, but it will take time. Fei once again didn't make out half of it and decided that he should move forward and that his partner would join him in a while. So Shen Yunyao suggested that he go to the next level. The signal cut off, and our hero cursed the intercom. He realized that by getting in touch only worsened the situation of friends, knocking them off the original plan. Then he noticed that Lin Meyer had been crouching down and looking at something carefully all this time, and then he asked what was going on. The girl confusedly replied that it was the first time she had seen Yiji's sword so close, and asked if she could touch it, which caused a wave of indignation and an order to stay away. Then, the navigation system gave out a message that a faster path was found and suggested switching to it. Ziyu could not decide what to do. The gorge was very deep, and the moon shone an ominous red, but still the decision had to be made here and now. They were at a fork in the road, and there was a thin crevice ahead, but the path to the right looked easier and safer than the straight one. The witch offered to rely on her and used a magic scouting spell. It looked like the Grey Mist wasn't such a backward guild after all. She suggested not to go down this path. There is an extremely strong and dangerous magic there, so dense and powerful that it is frightening. Instead of answering, Ziyu confidently rushed forward, saying that, according to the description, everything is exactly as he likes, just a great option. Since the young man held out his sword, the huge monster's sharp teeth didn't bite off his head, and that might have been the case. On the other hand, another one was approaching. Our hero was pleasantly surprised. The monsters in the S-level dungeon really turned out to be strong opponents. No sooner had the player made a couple of blows as the heads of the monsters burst into flames, the fireballs of the witch, who defended the Chosen One with all her might, worked on him. She explained that you need to be careful. Monsters of this type can poison a person, so it's better to stay away from them, keeping a distance. Our hero attacked Lin Mir with complaints. Not only did the witch scare him, but also made it impossible to increase the number of points on the account. He said that he would deal with the rest of the monsters himself, turning the sword into a spear. which caused the girl to have a new wave of enthusiasm for the sacred weapon. She sat on her broom again and took to the air to watch the battle from above and protect the young man from possible problems if necessary. It wasn't really necessary because Xiaoyu and his Yiji spear were quite good at their task without taking much damage. The witch was impressed by the blade's power, but hoped that the guildmaster's prediction wouldn't come true, and the teleportation skill would recover before the hero took damage. Meanwhile, the young man was just enjoying the battle. He had already taken down 20 monsters and was not going to stop there, having received the first points in loot. A message came about raising the level. For strong monsters, they gave a lot of points. At this rate, it was possible to level up perfectly. When the monsters were finished, it was time to move forward, but there was no passage in sight. Only some strange statues could be seen among the rocks of the gorge. The witch said that the navigation system can't make mistakes, so the passage should be right here. Maybe you need to find the activation button. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then suggested that we take a closer look at this place. It seemed like it was some kind of giant puzzle. There were 4 colorful spheres and 4 stone vases. Obviously, this puzzle had to be solved correctly, and then a secret passage would appear. There were also 4 huge dragon statues in the corners that looked like guards, and there was a chance that, if there was a mistake, they would come to life and deal with the idle players. Based on his previous experience with video games, the young man decided that the colors of the spheres should correspond to the attributes of stone statues, elements, or something like that. A monster with fins on its face, it is a water dragon. A blue sphere on which moss grows, it is a forest. Green, spikes on its head mean electricity, and a yellow sphere. Lin Mir took the green ball and placed it on a pedestal vase, telling them if they only needed to arrange the spheres correctly or if there were additional conditions. It was impossible to find out otherwise than to test it experimentally. After placing the spheres, the reaction began. The puzzle was solved, and a glow appeared. Xiaoyu suddenly thought that everything looked too simple. Even if you forget about the attributes, there were only 16 possible answer combinations. Then the witch noticed some movement. It turned out that a lot of monsters had gathered in the gorge. Apparently, the heroes made a mistake when putting this strange puzzle together. The guy realized that at the intersection of the colored rays there is a special depression, but there was no sphere to put there. Maybe this is the place of summoning. Then he remembered the dragon egg that he picked up a while ago. Since they were in the Dragon Dimension dungeon, it would be logical to put it in the center. The witch started to panic as the hordes of monsters were getting closer and closer, so Xiaoyu asked for a couple of seconds to try out his plan. As soon as the egg was in the recess, it began to glow in all the colors of the rainbow, and the corresponding reaction was triggered. The guess was correct. Lin Mir happily reported that his plan had worked. The monsters had stopped and no longer looked like they were going to attack them. The young man nodded, but noted that the egg was in no hurry to open. I wonder why no one hatched out of it. At that moment, a green lightning bolt hit the depression. It did not damage the egg. As it turned out, our hero was the target. He jumped back in time and now wondered who decided to attack him from above at such a moment. It was a huge dragon, and it reproached the lowly humans for setting foot on the forbidden ground and daring to break the age-old sacred seal. It is this seal that he is called upon to protect and will not forgive the petty scoundrels for such impudence and impermissible audacity. Leaning directly towards our heroes, the dragon informed them that they would pay for their ignorance with their lives, and it was obvious that these were not empty words. The witch widened her eyes in fear and reported that she felt a monstrous pressure. Apparently, a real monster of disaster was in front of them. Xiaoyu didn't understand what that meant. The girl explained that there had long been rumors about special monsters endowed with intelligence. Only players of the level of the guild president can enter into battle with such monsters. And not the fact that they will win. These are the monsters of disaster she did not finish, and the dragon already attacked with a new flow of green energy. Xiaoyu defended himself with his sword, and Lin Mir managed to cast a shield, but there was no point in fighting. The only way to survive was to run. The guy had about half of his health left. The dragon's strength was incredible, and the witch realized with horror that this was a disaster from the prophecy, and she had brought the chosen one here. The dragon decided that it would not waste any time and ordered the servants to finish what they had started, tearing these people apart, and then took off. The witch cast a protection spell and shouted to Xiaoyu to deal with the monsters at the passageway so that he could escape, and she would cover him. I didn't have to repeat it twice, but our hero said that he understood everything and rushed to swing his sword, chopping the monsters like cabbage on a salad. But time was running out. The witch simply did not have the strength to restrain the monster's attack for a long time, so she asked the guy to speed up a little. There was still a chance to get out of the mess because the smaller monsters weren't as strong as the dragon and they could be defeated with their own strength. But the passage was still closed. Xiaoyu was wondering what he had missed when he suddenly looked at the egg. Now it was covered with small cracks. At about the same time, Lin Mir started to lose consciousness. She had spent almost all of her mana on the defensive spell and couldn't continue. But it was no longer necessary. The young man realized what was wrong and already saw that his plan began to work slowly. But the process began. Now it only took a couple of swipes of the sword to bring down the rocks of the gorge near the pass where they were crowded on the smaller monsters. The cobblestones covered almost everyone, but the creatures were no longer dangerous because they were securely sealed with stones. The player himself rushed to the aid of the witch to support her in the confrontation with the dragon's attack, which did not weaken by a single gram over time. He stuck the Death Eater into the floor and immediately destroyed the energy flow of the calamitous monster. Although he spent a lot of effort on it, they were saved. It suddenly occurred to her that Ziyu had dropped rocks right into the passage, and now they wouldn't be able to get out of this dungeon room the way they had intended earlier. It was obvious from the young man's face that this fact did not bother him in the least, and he said that they did not have to run away from here now. Following the moonlight, the candle will light up its hearts. This is the egg's message. A shadow could be seen slowly approaching it. If our hero's guess is correct, then the moon is also moving slowly, which means that when it is in the right position, the puzzle will come together and everything will be as expected earlier. Soon the shadow of the moon will cover the egg, and then the reaction will start in full force, creating all the necessary conditions for it to finally open. Our hero pointed his blade straight to the sky and called the egg to rise. Or rather, not the egg itself, but the creature that was supposed to hatch from it. The blow was meant for the dragon, and it was really very powerful. The entire area was shaken by this incredible flow of Yiji sword energy. The monster managed to dodge, but noticed that the vile humans were quite powerful. He did not expect this, but still, it will not help them. The players ignored the dragon's threats because something much more interesting was happening, and the shadow of the moon had just reached the right place. She completely covered the egg. Both heroes froze in anticipation, both hoping that the guy's ingenuity did not disappoint, and now, something will happen that will help them escape. Now the candle was going to be lit, and Ziyu asked her friend to use her fire skills, probably to light an egg. She was a little unsure if she really needed to attack the egg, but her partner was urging her on. The shadow was moving fast, and it would soon be too late to do so. The blast of flame reached its target. The egg turned black and began to smoke. The cracks on it turned fiery, but nothing else happened. The young man was disappointed, but even more scared. It seemed like everything was gone. As soon as he thought about it, the egg moved a little. The young people stared, their hearts filled with hope that the plan would work and that something incredible was about to happen. The egg opened and a small winged dragon appeared. The system congratulated the player on the successful completion of the mission. Now he has a pet, a small winged dragon of the first level. This baby looked very friendly and cute. Xiaoyu picked it up, hoping that the egg would contain a powerful weapon instead of a pet. But Lin Mir was filled with indescribable delight. Forgetting about everything, the guy began to look at the baby, who immediately tried to bite the master's finger, which caused even more emotion in the girl. The witch took the dragon in her arms and explained that pets in the game should not be underestimated. As the hunting monster of Gentian, they can be very useful to the player. She noticed that as the owner, Ziyu should see the stats of the pet, let him see what he can do. It turned out that the fire dragon has excellent skills. The calamity monster was indignant when it realized that the humans had managed to break the seal it was assigned to guard. This was going to cause them a lot of trouble. He roared that if that was the case, then they were going to die now. This would be the price for not honoring and disturbing the dragon in the dungeon. Lin Mir panicked, and our hero decided to check whether the little dragon was really as good as it was indicated in the statistics, and he did not spare points for this. First of all, he unlocked the wing defense skill, which took 1,000 points, but in this situation, the price seemed ridiculous. A stream of flames shot up, intersecting with the green energy of the calamity monster's attack, and it looked like the pet was protecting its master. But now it was no longer tiny. A huge fire dragon soared above the players. It evolved in a matter of seconds, and it was really cool. The fire-winged dragon let out a battle cry of such power that it surpassed its dark counterpart guarding the seal to some extent. The opponent did not appreciate the beauty of his voice and only asked if the fire dragon wanted to fight him again and lose, as it had done before. Meanwhile, Ziyu unlocked the skill Soaring in the Wind for 5,000 points. The ability to fly significantly increased the chances of winning in battle. But the fire dragon was not eager to engage in a confrontation with the enemy at all. It lowered itself to the ground, as if inviting players to sit on its back. The enemy let out its trademark loud dragon roar, the type of attack that dealt maximum damage to the victim with the power of sound. A green stream of energy in the form of a monster rushed towards the fire dragon and its passengers, who managed to climb on its back. With a shout that it was time, Ziyu forced the pet to fly up. Without waiting for the calamity monster's attack to end their earthly existence, there was no need to delay. A moment later, the fire dragon flew over the head of its enemy. It was smaller in size, therefore much faster and more maneuverable in flight. But our hero was not going to run away. Shouting that now it was his turn to strike, he jumped down, intending to crush the enemy with the sword of Yiji. The young man flew down from above, cutting through the monster's protective scales along the way, and so deep that the damage was severe, but not so much as to cause critical damage. The dragon roared that the stupid little man thought too much of himself and would pay for it. Lin Mir realized that the monster might very well carry out this threat and attacked with fire, shouting that she would cover the Chosen One while he was fighting in close combat. Ziyu took advantage of this opportunity and delivered a piercing blow to the enemy, putting so much energy into it that he could easily blow up a small factory with such a charge. He had already covered a large area of the dragon's body with consecutive slashes, which only meant that it was time to apply his special skill, The hero made an explosive strike, and it spread to all the incisions he made in the scales of the calamitous monster. The dragon roared. The young man began to fall down, and the only way to avoid being smashed to a pulp was to use the help of his pet on fire wings. It was a great team effort, and soon our hero was sitting next to the witch, flying away from his enemy. As expected, defeating a monster of this level, and even with intelligence, is not an easy task. The monster made an attempt to surround the fugitives. It hung over them like a huge cloud, reminding them that they had no chance of escaping the consequences of their actions. Lin Mir seemed to have lost her mind from the stress. She started casting a spell and only said one word to Ziyu, duck. The girl still didn't have much mana, but she really hoped that she would be able to open the teleport and get them out of here. Apparently, the duck was a metaphor. The teleportation was successful. The witch was very strong. Not for nothing did the guild leader entrust her with a mission to save the Chosen One. Even the fire dragon moved. The young man was barely alive from fear. He let out a sigh of relief. It seems that he can't defeat a monster of this level yet, and there is no need for it. Lin Mir was pleased and expected to be praised for her abilities, but the hero noticed that if it wasn't for them, they wouldn't be in that lousy place at all. The girl winked and asked me not to blame her, but to take a look that I managed to find a green dragon scale that seems to be quite useful for Ziyu. She handed it to the hero, saying that it was an act of gratitude, a divine healing scale that heals special states dropped out after attacking the dragon. The guy was satisfied, even though a lot of time was spent on teleportation. He got a fire dragon and divine dragon scales. Excellent compensation. He thanked Lin Mir, but Lin Mir replied that she was only carrying out the president's mission. By the way, they would quickly arrive at their destination on dragon wings. The witch hoped that they had prevented the divination by escaping from the calamitous monster and wouldn't get into any more trouble. Ziyu rushed to meet Yunyao and Fei. In fact, his teammates still managed on their own, but it should be noted that this was not given to them too easily. All available means were used. Fei threw bombs at the next level of giant snakes, telling them not to underestimate him, that he could fight on a par with the others. Shen Yunyao fought back with her halberd, which she transformed from a spear to a sword, and thanked the kid for covering her back. The girl reported that she had managed to collect enough dragon souls to clear this level and go to the next one, but Fei thought it best to wait for Ziyu here. Then he turned his attention to the radar, which was constantly flashing a red light, which could mean that there were monsters nearby, but it could also signal something else. The teenager once again repeated that they could be chased by monsters, but then realized that most likely this beacon indicates the location of a person. Shen Yunyao did not immediately understand what he meant and asked him to explain a little more. It was obvious that she thought of our hero. The guess turned out to be wrong. The girl did not have time to ask who it could be, as she was attacked. Fortunately, the reaction did not disappoint the heroine, and the halberd worked perfectly. Shen Yunyao barely managed to hold her weapon in her hands. So strong was this sudden attack from a hidden opponent. The enemy didn't stay hidden for long, and Jin Luan appeared from the shadows, saying that since she was discovered, there was no need to hide anymore. The girl did not expect to see the woman she had been looking for so long, but the woman reported that she was not interested in the beauty. She followed the players to find Ziyu. Yunyao ordered her to shut up and immediately launched an attack, but the villainous speed and reaction were quite good, and she managed to jump out of the way. The heroine's next punch also went blank, rage blurring her vision, making it difficult to focus on the fight properly. Jin Luan used her special skill to try to summon mechanical puppets, but fortunately, there was no scrap metal in this dungeon. The woman just hovered in the air like a spider in a spider's web and asked why Shen Yunyao was so angry with her. She was really curious. The beauty was even more angry that the villain managed to forget how she attacked her and her friend named Yu. By the way, I would like to know what she did to the girl. Jin Luan was obviously familiar with Yu's name, and she was surprised to recall that day, but said that she couldn't tell the heroine the details. The energy lines completely surrounded Shen Yunyao, and the opponent reported that by attacking her so recklessly, the beauty herself had fallen into a trap. One wrong move and the heroine will turn into a dismembered corpse, so let her not show off and immediately tell where Ziyu is now if she doesn't want to die. The girl glumly asked if her friend Yu had been attacked in this way. Fei was wondering what to do. Their partner hadn't arrived yet. She shouted that if she waited a bit, revenge would come. She was willing to do it even at the cost of her own life. Yunyao's hand gripped the energy strings. Instantly, cuts appeared on the body of the beauty. It became obvious that the villain was not joking at all when she warned against unnecessary movements. And yet our heroine did not stop. With the help of a halberd, she cut through these bonds and prepared to attack the enemy again. Jin Luan thought that the girl was crazy to do such a thing, but the heroine just wanted to avenge her friend and return all the pain that she suffered at the hands of the scoundrel. She didn't hesitate and immediately launched a new portion of her web, shouting that now she would show what the difference was between the two of them. The woman picked up a puppet monster from the shattered rocks, a golem the size of an entire rock, but it didn't frighten Yunyao. She attacked with the halberd and the cobblestones crumbled again. The monster literally turned out to be a colossus on clay legs. The girl explained that as soon as she found out that her enemy belongs to the Blood Moon Guild, she began to actively prepare for their meeting. She is sure that she will win. Huge stone fragments were thrown at Jin Luan, illuminated by the yellow energy of our heroine, who clearly did not throw words to the wind. Fei did not hide his delight. The skill was simply incredible, even though the kid realized that his girlfriend spent absolutely all her points on buying it. The beauty changed her equipment. Now she was wearing an amazing blitz form made of energy feathers, which gives simply incredible opportunities. Meanwhile, Ziyu was studying the map of the area. If you fly at full speed, you can get to the desired point quite quickly. Almost immediately, the connection started working, and the hero decided to contact his partners. Fei reported in a broken voice that Yunyao was fighting a woman from the Blood Moon. This really scared the young man, and he shouted to the kid not to hang around, but as soon as possible to find a safe shelter and hide there. Fei didn't think it was necessary, as he admired what his partner was doing, and couldn't even find the words to describe what Ziyu saw. The girl looked simply gorgeous. This sight is simply impossible to miss. It seems that the teenager completely forgot about everything from delight. Jin Luan staggered back in confusion as she realized that the opponent had become much stronger than expected. But this does not give her any reason to look down on the villain. She is still one of the best assassins of the Blood Moon. A new attack has begun. It turned out that a woman can also use the corpses of monsters that the players had previously defeated as puppets, which was a big surprise. Jin Luan was in Category B. Her system was different from the others. It was the highest level. Only D had a ghost face. Fei read this and tensed up. The kid looked at the strength indicators of the woman and was horrified, and the level in the game reached the mark of 40. All this made the enemy extremely dangerous. But Shen Yuan was also not far behind now, of course. There was a difference between them, but not as big as one might think. In addition, our heroine was obsessed with a thirst for revenge, which made her literally indestructible. No monsters were an obstacle on the way to the goal. The beauty has long unraveled the tactics of the opponent, and now, without any problems, got rid of her puppets in just a couple of movements. Now it only remained to break through to the villain and show the full force of righteous anger for the murder of Yu's friend. Jin Luan called the girl too naive and pulled her power lines again, activating a new batch of monsters. The heads of huge snakes flew towards Shen Yunyao, and the opponent shouted that it would not be so easy to get to her, even if she did not dream of doing it quickly. Thanks to the armor, the heroine could further increase the already huge speed, and there was also an option to increase the power to make the blows even stronger. She shot through the animated puppets like a bolt of lightning, not even pausing for a split second. Standing right behind the villainess, Yunyao prepared to strike a blow as treacherous as her opponent's own. Shen Yunyao screamed that she would catch Jin Luan when she discovered her presence, and Jin Luan turned around just in time. The blow took away about half of her health, but it didn't really upset the villain, who was clearly already planning a retaliatory attack. It turned out that Shen Yunyao's hands and feet were already bound by a thin web of power lines, and the only one who was caught here right now was herself. Her enemy tugged at these fine strings, telling her that this time she would not let the girl leave. She would not run away, because no one would cover her. The corresponding order had already been issued to the monsters, and there were only a few seconds left before it would be carried out. Shen Yunyao squeezed her eyes shut in annoyance. She was supposed to defeat the villainess and avenge her friend, and as a result, she would just foolishly die herself. Even her halberd, which had taken the form of a spear, was broken, so cutting the threads was out of the question, just like back in the dungeon. Then the beauty complained to her friend that she was breaking her third sword. How is this possible? And explained that the girl's strength was so great that the weapon could not withstand her. But this is also a good thing. Yunyao has already mastered arrows, spears, swords, and halberds, so her adaptability allows her to cope with any task in battle. Her friend thought she was being teased because all she could think of was clumsiness and the like. Then Yu handed her the same halberd, then still in the shape of a sword, and told her that by a lucky chance the weapon was at hand, let her try to cope with it. Her friend believed that this time she had guessed right with the choice, and this blade would serve Shen Yunyao faithfully for a long time and would not let her down in battle. Now the heroine has decided that she just can't give up. She uses her own fighting style and will get out of this mess alive, having committed revenge. The girl used the shape-shifting skill. The reinforced form of the armor was larger in size and just broke the web of power lines binding her. The shaft of the spear twirled in his fingers like a magician's show. Now it was time to show his signature show. There might not be another opportunity. Just a couple of strokes, and from the heads of the snakes there was nothing left that could pose a threat to our heroine. Such speed could be envied by Ziyu himself. The next one was Jin Luan. Shen Yunyao almost pierced her with her broken spear, which also changed shape and had already recovered. It would have been a fatal blow. But still, before taking the villain's life, the heroine decided to say a few words to her in memory of the deceased friend, and perhaps find out what fate befell her. The girl screamed that Jin Luan had lost, and if she didn't want to die, she had to tell her what had happened to Yu and who had killed her. The villainess decided that Yunyao was bullying her. She said that the mentioned friend is a high-class player, brilliant Yu. She would not have defeated her. Our heroine couldn't believe her ears and asked why then, after meeting Luan. She didn't meet the girl again, and she started mumbling something about the guild head. But she didn't finish, because her partner's swords flashed in the air, and Shen Yunyao also noticed that the situation seemed to have changed dramatically. The girl's hands were locked in a vice so that now she was absolutely unable to move and was ready to cry. Her lips trembled. The shackles ended in the hilt of Zheng Tian's sword, and his eyes blazed with rage as he asked where Xie Yu was. Meanwhile, our hero on the back of a fire dragon flew through the dungeon to his friends, shocking players on the ground who took the pet for a level boss. Since the monster did not descend, these speculations turned out to be false, as well as the assumption that the dragon was carrying passengers, which was not provided for in the game. Yang Yilong, as our hero called his pet, flew at the fastest possible speed, but even that seemed too slow to the guy. The young man was well aware that Shen Yunyao would be in trouble if she rushed into battle against the wives of Tian. There was a need to hurry. Xiyu didn't know yet that her friend had risen to level 39 and spent points on special feather-shaped artifacts, so it wasn't too bad. The girl was holding on. The villain tried to find out where her partner was, but all the beauty was interested in was continuing the conversation with Jin Luan about her friend Yu. Fei had obtained information about the player and informed his partner that her opponent was the Blood Moon Guild's top hitman, and he was scared. His strength points were too high to be considered normal for level 40. They were almost twice as high as his partner's, and his rank was listed as A. Rakshasa Maru was already rushing forward at her master's direction. Just as the Grey Mist Witch had predicted, pets are capable of many things. Twisting into a wheel of fire, the monster nearly knocked Shen Yunyao down, giving the opponent a slight advantage in time. He jumped out of the way of Beauty's blows, not forgetting to attack himself, both of them not yet seriously damaged and exhausted. But Yunyao had to face both the man and the monster, which made it difficult to attack with full force, concentrating on one target. Suddenly, fire erupted around the girl, as another blow from the opponent flew directly over her head, but she still managed to dodge. Then Zheng did not waste time in vain, launching a whole cloud of energy arrows at the beauty. Only by a miracle she did not die on the spot. The health bar dropped by 2/3, and Fei screamed in fright, but Shen Yunyao wasn't someone who would easily retreat after taking damage. The villain said that he changed his plans. Since she does not say where Ziyu is, there is another option. He will kill the beauty and then the hero will look for him for revenge. The sword rose into the air. The girl closed her eyes again, and a shadow appeared on the floor of the dungeon, resembling the head of a dragon, or so it seemed to us. With a shout, our hero ordered Zheng Tian to look at him, and the player obeyed the order, although he did not intend to do so at all. With the words that it was time to stop this, the young man jumped off the back of his pet and now flew down straight at the enemy. He raised his hand with the blade up, intending to throw it up and fight right in the air without waiting for the guy to land. But for some reason he didn't. Xiyu's speed was too fast, and he was approaching faster than anyone could imagine, so he had to stay on the ground and parry the guy's incredible punch. A protective dome made by a witch appeared above Yunyao, and all he wanted to know was if she was okay. The girl replied that she was fine, although her appearance was not that blooming, but it was impossible to distract Ziyu from the battle. But the beauty could not resist and fell to the ground, barely having time to put her elbows and lean on them. The young man was really angry. Shouting that no one was allowed to touch his partner, the young man slashed his sword with such force that Zheng Tian could barely stand on his feet. He managed to stab the sword into Yiji's energy stream. It must have been one of the tricks of the Blood Moon Guild players. Ziyu jumped back when he saw that the stream had split, but the urge to kill the enemy didn't get any weaker. He had to repeat the attack. The system's message that the healing was over appeared, and the image of the healing hands slowly began to blur. It was Lin Mir who finished the healing spell. Shen Yunyao asked who she was and why she was being helped, and was told that the Grey Mist Guild was supporting Xie Yu. Zheng Tian tried to catch his breath and hissed that our hero was really the trophy that made him run around and strain so much. The young man shouted that it was time to stop with meaningless chatter. It was time to decide who would be the winner today. His opponent started glowing pink and reported that no problem. His next strike would make the guy die happy. The player's power points had almost doubled, and Fei almost had a heart attack when he saw it on the monitor of his laptop. It was unclear how this was even possible. The boy approached the girls and reported on his observations, suggesting that they recover to the full extent, while there is such an opportunity, and then retreat. The witch agreed that it was best not to mess with Zheng Tian's ghost. She was very excited, her voice trembling. She cast a do and miss spell, a trademark of her guild, and the villain immediately guessed whose handiwork it was, but it didn't help him see better. The villain rushed forward blindly, swinging his sword, shouting angrily so that they wouldn't even think about getting out of here. He saw a figure in the fog and cut it in half with a single blow, confident that there was at least one less player now. Fei exulted. It was a doll, a mannequin left behind by him to distract the Tian wives from their escape. The villain fell for this trick like a naive child. The dragon soared up and now flew as far away from danger as possible. All our heroes fit on its back. It seems that the pet simply cannot be overestimated. Siyu was indignant. He didn't understand why he needed to run away if he didn't deal with the enemies now. It might be much more difficult later. Fei replied that it wouldn't be like this anymore. He asked them not to worry. They were going to Sky Dragon Island, so Zheng Tian wouldn't be able to catch up with them since he didn't have a pet with wings. There are a lot of high-level monsters on the way to the Dragon Skycliff. Even such a strong player will find it difficult to deal with them, at least quickly. The kid asked where the fire dragon came from. He feels like a cheater. Ziyu replied that it's a long story. Let him think that he just found it on the way. Shen Yunhao thanked Lin Mir for healing her, but the witch replied that she didn't need to, so she should take it as a friendly greeting. The same cliff appeared ahead, which meant only one thing. Our heroes were approaching the location of the boss of the entire dungeon, the Red Dragon Dimension. The fire dragon, Ziyu, transformed again and became very small, which the girls found very cute and funny. Faye asked our hero to be extremely collected. There are not many players who can defeat the S-level dungeon boss, but he has some good news. The team of players who succeed will receive a reward of 1 million points. The young man immediately estimated that if he cleared 100 such dungeons, he would reach the goal. He decided that he would do his best to get the reward he deserved this time, and in all the subsequent ones, now all that remained was to succeed in this first step. A flash of flame was moving rapidly toward the party, and the witch was the first to notice it, and with a cry of danger she threw up her defenses just at the last moment. Jiyu made a jump. He realized that they were being attacked directly from the front, which could only mean one thing. He ran to the crevice to see what was going on there. Our hero was literally burning with curiosity and impatience. What he saw made him freeze. A huge yellow dragon, the boss of the dungeon, was fighting a battle with the players from the Lionheart Guild, and the situation was very tense. The monster's health indicators were approaching the minimum value. It seemed that a little more and it would be completely defeated. It was hard to believe what was happening. Jeyu was disappointed to report that they had arrived too late. The lions and Jin-chan were here first and had almost finished off the dragon. Faye noticed that if they didn't do so, the reward would go to their colleagues. Lin Mir noticed that it wasn't that simple, since S-level dungeons had hidden game mechanics. The dragon's muzzle came very close to Wang Zi, and the girl shouted that he should not even think about cheating this time. It turned out that she knew what she was talking about. In just a few seconds, the monster's health indicators reached the maximum level again. It fully recovered. The boss immediately attacked the players, and the elf literally put up a shield at the last moment. Otherwise, he would simply have been burned alive. The arrival of our heroes also did not go unnoticed. Long Tian loudly greeted Jeyu and said that they were already waiting for him. Faye panicked that they were discovered. The young man remembered the name of the Lionheart player and informed him that they couldn't just be turned away. The man looked at his colleagues in bewilderment and replied that they actually expected to get their help in defeating the boss. Xiaoyu asked Shen Yunhao for permission to make a decisive strike, since she was injured. The girl agreed, noting that she would not take away this right from him. Lin Mir was also invited by the guy. The witch was flattered. It is not often possible to fight a monster of this level. Besides, her task is to protect Xiaoyu. Then the young man turned to Faye and told the kid that now all hope is in him and his special skills. The latter was very surprised, but nodded. With a shout that it was time to start, the team moved forward, and they decided that if they defeated the boss, they would divide the points in the proportion of 60-40 with the other guilds. In the real world, there were no less real and interesting events. The president of the Blood Moon Guild was a little busy playing pool. One of the guards burst into the hall, shouting that they were completely unable to deal with this woman. Let the boss order the battlefield to be open to eliminate her. The head took aim at the ball and said that he did not want to make the guild a laughing stock. The crowd of guards could not stop one woman. This was nonsense. His companion lowered the cue and said that she could go out for a while and personally solve the problem if the others couldn't handle it. The chief replied with a sinister smile that there was no need. Since this woman had come here of her own accord, there was no reason to deny her an audience, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. At the same time, the door to the room simply flew in, along with a group of bodyguards who were trying to prevent the visitor from entering. The head smiled and said that he was already starting to miss her a little. They hadn't seen each other for so long. It felt like forever. It was Ya Biao, also known as Bu Li, who asked not to speak so familiarly to her. They are not that close. The man held out his hand in greeting and asked what could have happened that the girl had come to meet him in person. Bu Li said that he knew perfectly well the reason for the visit, just to make sure that she was right. Let him tell her what he was going to do with Ji Yu, because the villain is so afraid of the sword of Yiji. The girl accused of killing the ancient Alkynes for the devouring sword, and guild leader Blood Moon shouted at her to shut up and not even mention him. He understood that the girl came here for revenge. She assured that one day she would kill him with her own hands, but today, she has other intentions. The player said that if a boring woman needs information so badly, he will tell everything. It's stupid to start a massacre on his territory, so let him win at billiards. Bully seemed to have been waiting for this, as she picked up the cue stick and tried it on, saying that she was no longer the same person that Ling Jing knew. With a single blow, she masterfully put all the balls in the pockets, and she did it almost with lightning speed and without much effort. With a triumphant look, the beauty apologized for winning. Now it was the villain's turn to fulfill his part of their agreement. He was angry, but he tried not to show it. so he snapped his fingers and said that whatever he wanted, it was fantastic. The entire team of our hero appeared on the screen in full assembly, just as they were heading towards the boss of the Dragon Dimension dungeon. Li Wu asked if it was really a broadcast, and Ling Jing assured her that it was. Let her watch carefully, and the answer to her question would not be long in coming. The monster's jet of flame flew right at the place where the players were walking. The flow was so powerful that people simply couldn't be seen. Jin Zhenshi cast a water shield and shouted to the guys not to worry about it. She will take this task on herself. The Lion's Heart players reported that they would deal with the smaller monsters, the dragon's minions, so that Ziyu's team would not be distracted from the boss. The blonde immediately rushed to deal with this problem and did quite well, but he was still good at fighting, despite his mawkish appearance. His partner shouted at Jin Chan's players that they were doing a great job and the Lionheart Guild players would do the rest. The girl used a weapon transformation, cloning the sword. Many energy blades dug into the dragon's body. Our hero was impressed and did not hold back his words of admiration, to which the elf advised him not to be distracted by others, but to focus on the dungeon boss. But before that, the man decided to attack himself. He asked everyone to stay at a certain distance. Now his wind attack will pass through the dragon. A veritable tornado of energy swirled around the monster, and it was scary to think what would have happened if a person had been in its range. Wang Zi appreciated the attack of her colleague, but decided that the Jinchan Guild would not stand aside, so she gave the appropriate command to her robot. The combined efforts of the guilds managed to take down half of the giant's health, and it was clear that the dragon was already exhausted enough for a long time of battle. Zieyu realized that he didn't want to miss the fun itself and suggested that Shen Yunyao join the battle immediately. They almost simultaneously delivered the most powerful cutting blows. Any other monster would not be able to survive after such a double attack. The witch also joined in with her teammates, first casting a normal attack formation, then boosting it to its maximum power with a single swipe of her hand. A new burst of energy hit the dragon, and an explosion occurred that, although not visually noticeable, was quite startling in sound. Long Tian shouted that if everyone continued like this, the dragon wouldn't be able to regenerate even if it potentially still had that option. The monster's lifeline was once again reduced to a critical point. Wang Zi immediately noticed it and shouted at Jin Zhenshi not to miss the moment. Her partner immediately knew what to do. She shouted the word Roger, and suddenly huge water droplets appeared, each the size of a good house. All the players from the other teams instantly found themselves inside these giant bubbles. They looked, to put it mildly, puzzled. The elf was more astonished than anyone else and couldn't quite believe that anyone would do such a thing, so he asked Wang Zi what she was doing. The girl cheerfully asked if it was really not clear even now. They decided to defeat the boss on their own and get the full reward. She ordered the robot to use all of its stored energy, and it immediately obeyed the order, flashing light green attack beams of incredible power. The cannon shot straight at the dragon, but for some reason the dungeon boss didn't die and didn't show any traces of damage taken at all. Long Tian looked at the operation of this energy cannon and was not inspired. Besides, something like a water bubble couldn't block a player of his level for long. He cut through the bubble and also attacked the dragon, using a combination of the elements of fire and earth, or rather, the stones and rocks of the dungeon. Shen Yunyao was worried that they would be left out of business. Zieyu assured that everything was under control. Since the ethics can be forgotten, it's time to think about another team member. Wang Zi understood who he was talking about and looked back at Fei, calling him Little Bean. The kid was indignant that the bean was clearly not him. Our hero shouted that now is not the time for a showdown. The boss is almost ready. Let him immediately release his pet. A little earlier, Ziyu estimated the number of his points and realized that for the sake of a big goal, you can sacrifice them. He bought the skill Roar of the Fire Dragon King. The strength of the attack depended on the number of points spent, and the guy was not stingy. Now he sent his pet to test the acquisition in action. The young man spent 50,000 points and reminded the Fire Dragon that he should try hard to recoup this price. Ziyu unlocked all the necessary points, and the process of strengthening the skill started in front of everyone present. When the job was done, and the process was completely over, it was the exact moment he had been waiting for since entering the boss room. His little pet took the form of a Fire Dragon King, growing to a monstrous size, and it was no longer clear who the real boss was. Wang Zi didn't understand what had happened and assumed that this was the second boss of the dungeon. Fei still only wanted to know where his friend got such an incredible pet. Siyu laughed that he didn't expect it to look so extravagant. The dragon informed the master that the price paid was invested in the power of his attack. He soared into the air, and from there, he roared that his master's enemy would be immediately defeated. Gathering momentum, the dragon solemnly concluded that the dungeon boss was about to completely burn up in the roar of his fiery attack. A second later, the rocky dungeon was lit up by a real fiery lightning bolt. It was possible to think that a volcanic eruption had begun, but in the opposite direction. Torrents of fire rained down on the monster until it was no longer visible, but Ziyu's pet didn't stop its attack with a fiery roar. The longer this went on, the more confident the players became that the clearing of the Dragon Dimension dungeon could be considered over. Before he died, his boss managed to show his head distorted by pain and beat his wings several times. His hit points went to 0, and the system congratulated player Ziyu on successfully defeating an S-level dungeon boss. Players from the Lionheart Guild shared their impressions of what they saw and agreed that with such a pet, our hero is really a unique player. Jin Chan's team reacted differently. Wang Zi sobbed that she was left without a reward. Jin Zhenxi offered her a snack. The others were impressed with the guy's pet. Siyu's fire dragon began to slowly descend, gradually regaining its normal size. It looked like a deflating balloon. The young man picked it up and thanked his little dragon. It was just great and brought them a great profit today. Buli was wondering if this was really all Ling Jing wanted to show her, and she said out loud that the villain also seemed to underestimate little Ziyu. He progresses as fast as any other player, and that's probably why the head of Blood Moon is so strongly opposed to the hero. The villain chuckled and asked her how she would react if she heard that everything was going according to his plan. Startled, the girl asked what he meant, and Ling Jing ominously proclaimed that the destruction of light symbols leads to the rebirth of darkness. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in the Dragon Dimension dungeon, and the darkness really began to gather over our heroes. In the next instant, this dark stream captured and lifted Ziyu into the air, surrounding him with some kind of spiked ring that did not allow him to resist. The partners panicked. A message appeared that the transformation was complete. The divine light dragon was now the king of darkness, and the eyes of the guild players widened in surprise. The new monster was named the Dark Dragon of the Soul Eater, and it looked just scary. But the worst thing is that our hero was the first victim of his attack. The system reported that the Dark King's skill is prey absorption, and anyone who kills a divine light dragon within 2 hours is the victim of an offering. Then the monster will return to the form of a light dragon again. It is not difficult to guess that Ziyu unwittingly fell into this trap. The monster grew in size. Shen Yunyao was restless with excitement. The witch realized that the boss can not only recover, but also resurrect. This was an incredible and frightening discovery. What she saw on the screen made Buli sigh noisily. Only now did she realize how clever their common enemy was. The players from the Jin Chao Guild team were also attacked and had a hard time fighting it off, so what to do next was completely unclear. People were completely confused. If the boss was killed, then why is it now reincarnated and attacking again? Following the huge dragon, all the other monsters in this dungeon were resurrected and reincarnated, and it wasn't a pleasant sight. Long Tian urged his colleagues to remain calm. They had already destroyed them once. They would kill them after they were resurrected. It was much more important to save Ziyu now. The elf used the air attribute again and launched his attack with an energy tornado. He was determined to win. The dragon seemed to have inhaled this whirlwind and now calmly looked at the frozen people as if they were toys. In the next instant, he reversed his attack, releasing a huge stream of dark energy directly at the players. Long Tian froze in horror as he watched the monster tear down a good half of the rocks in this dungeon room in an instant. There was a new gap. This gorge was much larger than the previous one. Everything around was plunged into darkness, including the stones. The man was worried about his colleagues and asked in fright if everything was all right. Wangzi did not know what to answer him. She was frozen with horror. The impact hit her favorite robot, and now only half of it was left. Whether it could function, it was unclear. The rest of the players took up a defensive stance. The resurrected monsters began to attack, and this time they were much stronger than before. Shen Yunyao asked the witch to think of something to save Ziyu. This time the situation is much more deplorable. They are all in trouble, but the guy in particular. The communicator beeped, and Long Tian accepted the call, hoping that the support team would be able to help him understand the situation. The guild headquarters was in complete chaos. The system was giving out error after error, and the assistant didn't understand what was going on in the dungeon where the raid was taking place. She reported that all the destroyed monsters in the dungeon have returned and are appearing at different levels, and their strength has increased at least 4 times. There are victims among the players. Due to the fact that many are trying to get out through the portal, there is now a difficult situation. The passage is cluttered with fragments of rocks and guarded by monsters. Long Tian couldn't believe that everything that was happening was real. The game always kept the ability to leave the dungeon if necessary. Meanwhile, Lin Meyer was trying to collect the remaining mana to teleport Ziyu away, thus saving him from the looming threat. She managed to cast a spell, and teleportation portals appeared under and above our hero, the immobilized boss. In an instant, they were destroyed by a flood of dark energy. The guy did not even have time to understand how it happened and why. The system reported that there was an error. It is impossible to teleport a non-player character. This information struck the witch. Is it really that bad with a Ziyu? The dark dragon looked extremely pleased, as if the sacred offering that was the young man was giving him incredible pleasure. The monster didn't forget about the other players as well, attacking them with its paws and tail, while the other monsters kept up with the boss. Although they were far from new to the game, in this situation, all the members of the guild teams felt almost helpless. Dark energy surged through them, making it impossible for them to fight, leaving only the elf and the witch free. But the girl was completely out of her mind. Only now she realized that it was time for the prophecy made by the president, so everything before that was a mistake. She was grieving that the disaster she had to prevent, which would take the lives of many players, including Ziyu, had caught her off guard. Long Tian tried to attack again, He had already realized that the transformation of a light divine dragon into a dark soul devourer was an endless cycle, and you can't interrupt it. As long as the monster didn't consume enough souls, all the players except the elf weren't in a position to fight, but he still hoped that he would survive. The man didn't understand how it was possible to defeat such a boss at all. It seemed that they were all destined to die in the dungeon. Just then, a red flash flashed in front of him, as if a new opponent with a special fighting technique and their own energy had appeared. It was Zhen Tian who killed 2 dragons with 1 blow just to clear his way. The elf was surprised. The villain called the meeting pleasant. It's very funny that a miserable dungeon like this can make lions powerless. Long Tian was indignant. Let him try to take down such a boss himself. Raiding a dungeon and defeating a boss are 2 different things, but now the dragon is so strong just because it has absorbed the victim. Maybe you need to kill Ziyu and everything will be fine. Zhen Tian mockingly stated that the player is too obsessed with justice to choose this method, isn't it? Shen Yunniao found the strength to stand up and yelled that the player was already constantly trying to kill our hero, and now he decided to shift this task to Long Tian. The elf frowned and reported that this was not the case, but what Zhen Tian had said was indeed the only possible way to escape. The girl could not believe her own eyes. She exclaimed that it was simply impossible. It was not just a betrayal, it was much worse. Yunniao asked Lin Mare for advice. Maybe she knows what else to do, but the witch replied that she spent all her strength and now she can't do anything. Wang Zi, with her energy cannon at the ready, only now realized that if this didn't end, they would all die. Shen Yunniao's face completely reflected her inner sense of self. The girl was in a state of shock and complete confusion. In the Blood Moon Guild Master's office, someone stomped their foot so hard that it cracked. It was Bu Li. Ling Jing's plan is to use the game mechanics of the dungeon to make Ziyu a victim. If you kill the dragon now, the devouring blade will go to the villain. The man grinned maliciously and replied that the game mechanics of this dungeon dared almost all of his team, so it didn't work out with a little blood. The girl screamed that she wouldn't let him win and made an attempt to attack. She was just choking with rage. Ling Jing used a spell to stop her from getting close and remarked that it wasn't necessary to be so hot-tempered, especially now. A glowing stream of energy appeared around Bu Li, making it impossible for her to go beyond it and even move normally. The villain claimed that he had designed this high-end prison specifically for her, and it would take about 30 minutes to get free, enough to enjoy the show that was about to begin. The girl was seething with anger and tried to break the barrier, but she did not succeed. It remained to obey the will of the scoundrel. Meanwhile, Zhen Tian and Long Tian were rushing forward. The elf stated that he didn't think they would ever work together, to which he was advised to keep quiet. Their goal is Ziyu. The dragon attacked again with a flood of darkness, which might have been a serious obstacle to moving forward, but it wasn't. A player from the Blood Moon Guild summoned one of his pets to take all the damage, acting as a distraction. But it soon became clear that not only for this, it turns out that Zhenlong had another special skill and could transfer his power to the monster. In some incredible way, he had combined with his demonic dog into a single entity and was now an invincible monster. Shen Yunniao and Fei were both gaping, something they had never seen before. But the worst part was that they both knew that their friend was doomed, and there was nothing they could do about it. But if the kid was just watching, then the girl was trying to find a way out and was thinking hard about what to do in this situation. The players were approaching the boss from both sides. Their speed was about the same, and their strength was about the same. But the plan was not to fight the dragon. All one had to do was get to Ziyu, which wasn't that easy given the King of Darkness character and the streams of dark energy surrounding the guy. Zhenlong took on the task of destroying them and was quite successful with it, wielding his swords filled with energy to the maximum. Flashes from the blows scattered the darkness. The player even managed to deal damage to the boss to distract it from the victim it was guarding. This made it possible for the elf to approach the young man almost unnoticed. It only remained to do what he came for. The man shouted that it was necessary for the common good. Let our hero not blame him for what is about to happen. Sparks flashed from the sword strikes. Someone got in the way. It was Shen Yunniao who blocked Long Tian's path with her unchanging halberd. The girl activated the energy feather form again. The player tried to explain to the girl that because of her actions, not only Ziyu will die but all of them. Let her think carefully. Beauty knew what he meant, but she just couldn't let another partner die right in front of her. She still didn't believe Yu was alive. The elf replied that he understood her motives and Shen Yunniao was indeed right, but he would not let her interfere with the goal. The player apologized and used Tornado again. Enveloped in the flow of air and energy, the beauty now felt completely helpless, unable to do anything. Zhen Tian also approached our hero, accusing his colleague of wasting too much time. Shen Yunniao managed to get out of the tornado and immediately charged at the enemy, shouting that she just couldn't let this happen. The girl fought with all her might, but the opponent was predictably more powerful, despite her willingness to give her life to protect Ziyu. The villain said that this woman is too annoying. If you really want to, let her die together with her partner. I got it already. In the next instant, he stabbed Shen Yunniao with his sword. The impact was so strong that the beauty could no longer continue the fight. But it wasn't fatal, because it hit his forearm, so Shen Yunniao wouldn't be able to wield his broken halberd for much longer. What he saw on the screen somehow made the guild head of Blood Moon grit his teeth. It seems that he had a special attitude towards our heroine. The girl was falling down. Memories from the past were spinning in her head. She was always a round, excellent student and a role model. She was the pride of her parents and teachers, but she didn't have any special friends among her classmates, who were intimidated by the beauty's intelligence. The girl was the best in the school, and in the whole province, the students understood that they would never reach her level and preferred to stay away. Almost all of her real-life memories were of Shen Yunyao studying hard, all by herself. That was before the game came into her life, when her first real friend Xiao Yu was born, the girl who became the closest person after her parents. Then the friend disappeared, and the heroine was left alone again. But life, or rather, the game, brought her together with Ziyu, and a real friendship appeared again. This did not happen immediately. At first, the girl only wanted to use it for her own purposes, but the guy repeatedly saved her, showing her what honor is. The broken spear recovered at the cost of its owner's life energy, and she immediately stuck it into the ground to support herself. Shen Yunyao gripped the enemy's blade with her gauntlet and said that she couldn't just lie down and let her friend die. Her friend Yu's misfortune happened precisely because the heroine ran away, but now she won't repeat her past mistake. This time, the girl decided to go all the way, because she couldn't go on knowing that she just ran away, again. The girl pressed down on the halberd. It finally shattered but split the ground, and suddenly there was a yellow glow, so special that everyone froze. Streams of light began to rise from the rift, thin and clear, making everything look magical, and the villain stopped. Gradually, this radiance began to spread further and further, and now it enveloped not only Shen Yunyao, but Xie Yu as well. The young man sighed noisily and then opened his eyes, coming out of the trance state and playing the role of a helpless victim, a non-player character. Startled, he asked where he was, and a stream of the same light flashed brightly right in front of the guy and spun in a kind of spiral. Soon, the silhouette of a girl appeared in it, who called out our hero's name. It was Yu Yi. She turned to him. Siyu regained his ability to move and rushed over to ask his friend what she was doing here and how she got into the Dragon Dimension dungeon in the first place. Pretty Woman calmly replied that she came here to save him. The hero is going to resurrect her, but it will be absolutely impossible if he dies himself. Ui ended up saying that she believed in him, and once the young man achieved his goal, they would meet again, very soon. At this time, guild leader Grey Mist noticed that her magic ball had cracked and was once again showing some sort of vision. She suddenly felt that the future had been changed. Now her prediction would be different. There was a power in the world that could prevent a catastrophe. Just then, Ziyu reached Gentian in a flood of yellow magic energy and took hold of the hilt of his sword. Everyone present froze. A real miracle was happening before their eyes, which simply could not be explained. Our hero apologized to Shen Yunyao for the pain he was forced to cause her. The girl looked around in fear, not believing her eyes. But then the player's fingers clenched and just broke the blade. Now the beauty was free, and Ziyu promised to take care of the rest. Gentian staggered back. He couldn't believe that the young man had managed to free himself from the soul devourer. It was simply impossible. The dragon noticed the loss and slowly rose into the air, also intending to attack our hero and his partner. But streams of light energy were still swirling around them. A woman's voice rang out, calling for the monster to submit. Ling Jing exulted. His plan had succeeded. Bu Li couldn't understand how such a thing could happen. The villain informed her that the boss did not just appear, he was resurrected, like the player who was an offering. This is not an ordinary player. He is the chosen one. The girl could not believe this. This player is different from the other three devouring sword owners. He can do more, which is why Ling Jing pulled off this whole plan to combine the four swords. The yellow light blocked the dragon's attacks, and it was now obvious that the fourth devouring blade was the halberd that Yu Shen Yunyao had given her. The glow was healing the girl's wounds, and she remembered how her friend had given her this weapon. Now it looked completely different. A voice rang out, and Yunyao heard that Yu probably wouldn't be around when she received this message. Xiaoyu apologized for leaving without saying goodbye, but explained that she had been protecting her friend all this time. The voice spoke to Xiaoyu, saying that he had complete control over the boss. He recognized Yu Yi's voice. Ling Jing was exultant. He had already seen the possibility of combining the two Yiji blades. The young man did not hesitate, but immediately attacked with the maximum power of the devouring blade, or rather, now two, ordering the weapon to swallow all this darkness. With a loud explosion, streams of dark energy began to rush towards our hero, disappearing completely into the tip of his sword. Soon, the dungeon boss himself and the other resurrected monsters that served him began to disperse in the same way. The dragon was falling apart, no longer a living thing, but rather a terrible dark shadow. His wings separated and whizzed down to where Ziyu and Shen Yunyao were standing, everything happening very quickly. Now these wings were behind our hero's back. He picked up his girlfriend in his arms and promised that everything would be fine. In confirmation of these words, the girl's weapon lit up. Looking confidently in front of him, Ziyu promised that if anyone dared to stand in their way now, he would destroy them without a second thought.